Chapter 1, Reincarnation is a bitch. You know how every one of those reincarnation stories have the main character just show up in a new world just fine and totally not on the verge of death? Yet I didn't get that treatment. Instead what I got was 1 second making a deal with some weird blinding thing, I refused to consider whatever that was a person, and the next I was screaming because it was like a truck hit me and I didn't have the good luck to die immediately. The next part got a bit fuzzy. Look, I'm not making excuses or anything, but I legitimately can't recall exactly what happened as panic set in and I tried to do anything I could to fix myself. All I know was I felt a surge of something rush out of me before I passed out. When I came to next I wasn't in pain anymore and was in for quite the shock. First thing I noticed was that I was half naked with only a simply pair of rough shorts on. When I say rough I mean it too, as it was like burlap or something with literal rope holding the waist up. The second thing I noticed, however, was that on my chest and stomach were black markings like a tattoo I definitely didn't have before. It probably would have looked badass if I wasn't kinda out of shape and had a little bit of a belly on me, not fat mind you. It looked kinda like a ring of flames with a weird symbol in the middle of it. At the back of my mind I somehow knew exactly what the markings represented, my cursed technique Hell's Forge. I instinctively knew what the technique did, but that didn't mean I couldn't be a little irritated that I had no idea how to use it. With a sigh I could only choose to ignore that for now and take a look around to see where the hell I was. Trees, plants, and rocks as far as I can see. This tells me nothing beyond the fucking obvious, I'm in a forest. I thought with a groan. What was it all those survivor shows kept saying about situations like this? I think it was to head west, maybe. I muttered before checking the sun's position. To this I just looked at the shadows the trees cast. I watched the shadows for a good hour or so before I felt confident that I had figured out which direction I should go. Even if the sun sets in the east or north or some other weird shit in this world, I at least know I have a direction of some sort. I thought with a smile as I ventured forth. Fuck. Shit. Damn it. Ow. I cursed like a particularly verbal sailor as I walked, because as I failed to realize previously, walking barefoot through a forest is actually painful as hell. Every few steps on the otherwise soft forest floor led to me stepping on a small sharp rock or hidden stick, or my personal favorite, antlers. Did you know deer apparently shed those damn things? Because I very much did not until now, and believe me, stepping on them barefoot is not a fun experience. I kept them though as I was trying to get my technique to work, since some shoes would be fan-fucking-tastic. My technique Hell's Forge was quite simple in how it worked and had a lot of potential, kinda why I chose it. The way it worked was that I could take anything that came from a living being and through the technique forge it into a different shape by my own imagination. Deer antlers qualified obviously, so I wanted to forge the ones I had collected via stepping on them into a pair of slip-on shoes, Crocs. My problem came in the form of me not actually having cursed energy to use the technique. No fucking idea how that happened, to be honest with you, as an innate technique and cursed energy to use said cursed technique were kinda a package deal, but here I was with a technique and no energy. The worst part was that I know for a fact that the energy I did have was not the curse variety. Why? Because none of my anger at the constant pain in my feet was doing anything to it at all, of course. The energy just flowed through my body in a nice calm manner regardless of how I tried to get it to do anything at all. Honestly speaking, if it wasn't for the pain in my feet I might even appreciate the view, as like most forests it was kinda nice in this one, cool yet warm and full of life. As a result I noticed immediately when shit got quiet all of a sudden. Gah-hee. I heard a sound coming from my left and my attention narrowed in on it as a sort of primal fear came to me. The sort of feeling one might get at the zoo when a lion attacks the glass separating you from them. I knew why too the moment the source of the sound jumped into view. A humanoid creature standing about 4 feet tall with green skin and a scrawny build holding a wooden club, a goblin. The creature's weird yellow eyes that reminded me of a goat's locked onto me and my fight or flight instinct kicked in. I immediately got in a boxing stance while holding an antler in my hand like it was a weapon. Thudump thudump, my heartbeat was the only sound I heard as it pounded in my ears, and I prepared to enter a tango of life and death with the very much hostile monster. Thwack! An arrow came out of seemingly nowhere and sank into the goblin's forehead before I could, however. The creature fell on its back without any fanfare and twitched a bit before going still. It was so sudden that I couldn't even flinch before my foe was dead. This didn't make me relax, however, as logic told me that whatever or whoever killed the thing might be a far bigger threat. You can relax. If we wanted you dead you wouldn't even realize it before you hit the ground. A female voice spoke from behind me, causing me to leap away from the sound by reflex. Rather twitchy this one, Captain, another female voice asked, sounding amused. From the shadows around me several women walked out where I could see them in various types of clothing, including metal armor and even some that were wearing almost nothing at all. Those ones I noticed all had dark hair and skin and were eyeing me in a way that made me uncomfortable. A woman who appeared 20-ish like me with reddish-brown hair and a green cloth shirt with no sleeves and brown leather pants with a sash and gloves spoke. I am the captain of the Artemis Familia, Rethusa. Why are you here in the forest? And why do you lack any clothes beyond those shorts? She demanded with a serious expression. Author note: I wrote this story as the choice made by my patrons and have a little over 20 chapters of it already on my Patreon. If you would like to support my work, the link is. Just remove the spaces. Chapter 2, Artemis Familia. I honestly have no idea. First thing I remember was waking up in that direction about 4 hours ago and following the sun to try and reach civilization. I said with a shrug while pointing the direction I came from originally. You seem awfully calm for someone lost in the woods. Rethusa said questioningly. No point in panicking as far as I am concerned, not like it would help to do so after all. I said honestly. I truly meant it too, as I knew that I was in a different world from Earth, but nowhere in the history of ever has panicking done anyone any good on more than an accidental basis. I watched enough movies to know that panicking typically gets you killed instead and tried to use my head for this situation. Rethusa looked at one of the scantily clad dark-skinned women and ordered her to follow my tracks to verify my story. As for you, my goddess will decide what should be done with you, the redhead said coolly. I was confused about something and asked a question that I probably shouldn't have from the reaction it got. By goddess, do you mean figuratively or metaphorically or something like that? I asked and all the women froze. You don't know? One of the women asked in shock, an expression they all shared. Something tells me I asked a stupid question. Can someone explain why? I asked with a bad feeling. A goddess from heaven, like all the gods and goddesses. Rethusa said, and I shook my head. Not ringing any bells, I'm afraid. I said honestly. What exactly do you know about the world at large? Rethusa asked with an expression that said she had a clue what was going on. Well, let's see, there's my name. I know how to speak and write and I know how to count money. That's about it though. On second thought, that's probably not good, is it? I asked with a frown. I had this sneaky suspicion that I was missing some very important information about this world that was making me stand out badly to these women who were from here originally. Amnesia, do you have any wounds on your head? Rethusa asked seriously. I patted my head and sure enough on the back of it there was a lump I didn't notice until I touched it. I nodded and she sighed. You were probably traveling on the road nearby to Orario and got mugged by bandits. One of them probably hit you in the head and messed up your memory. She said, and all the other women looked at me in pity. If you say so. Any idea what happens from here? I asked with a shrug. You are a strange man. Rethusa said, but paused when she realized I hadn't introduced myself. Alexander Drake, but I prefer Alex. Plus I think I'll take that as a compliment since being normal is overrated. I said with a chuckle and a smirk. If you say so, she sent back with a smirk of her own before continuing. Anyway, to answer your previous question about what comes next, we will wait for our goddess Artemis to find us before likely escorting you to Orario and then to the guild, who should be able to help you further, she said seriously. Judging from what was said earlier, literal gods and goddesses walk the land, and I can only hope that this version of Artemis isn't like the one I am familiar with. I thought with a shiver at the myths involved with the Greek goddess and men. To explain the old Greek myths about the goddess by that name all but painted her as someone who was not on the best of terms with the male population. There were some downright disturbing myths involved with her punishing men who peeked at her bathing or something like that. Now I was not a pervert or anything like that, but I wasn't nervous at the idea of meeting such a being. Not to mention this was a literal deity we are talking about here, which was concerning enough by itself. After about 30 minutes a group of women with one in particular that caught my attention showed up. The one my attention was focused on was beautiful with strangely perfect proportions and long tied-up blue hair and green eyes. She had this presence to her that made me feel in awe as well. That must be the goddess then. Strange that other than the weird sensation she gives off she appears no different from a normal human. I thought as Rethusa explained the situation. The blue-haired woman looked at me. Is what my captain true? She asked seriously. What? Sorry, I was lost in my thoughts. Can you say that again? I asked, an awkward smile. My captain told me of your story, is it true? The blue-haired woman asked again sternly. As far as I know, though, for reasons that are obvious, that isn't that very far at all. It happens. I said with a shrug, since I didn't really care. And you truly didn't know of the gods walking the world? The woman asked curiously. I shook my head. Nope, real kick in the head that bit, pun very much intended. I said with a laugh at my own joke. Are you insane? She asked with a funny expression as she tilted her head to the side slightly. I shrugged. Maybe just a little, but I won't tell anyone if you don't. I said with a grin. Whatever the case, my familia will see you to the guild in Orario. Worry not, she said seriously while ignoring my antics. And there's that word again, familia. What does that even mean anyways? I asked curiously. As I was led out of the forest I got a rundown of the very abridged world history, but could get the gist of the situation. Basically this world had something known as the dungeon that spawned monsters that invaded the rest of the world for some reason, and the gods created heroes to fight back using their spirit partners before at some point descending from heaven themselves to give their blessings to the mortals here. The ones who got these blessings were known as adventurers and grew through effort, battle, and feats in groups under their respective gods called familias. In my current company, for example, each of these women had Artemis's blessing and as such were her familia. There were also multiple races in this world as well. As I said, though, this was a heavily abridged version of the world history and there was more details I would learn later. Being an adventurer sounds like a fun idea. Might even have been my original plan before I wound up in that forest. I said after my brief history lesson was over. Well, you certainly aren't faint of heart considering you tried to fight a goblin with a shed antler of all things. Arianda, who was one of the Amazons I learned about, said with a laugh. Chapter 3, Races, Shedding Rust, and Fauna. Amazons were a strange race that at first glance appeared human, but a key difference was that they all had a single defining feature: they were female. Every single Amazon was a woman, and as a race they made more of themselves by mating with the males of the other races. The scary part, however, was that despite being human in appearance they were nearly twice as strong physically as any normal human woman with the exact same build. The next race I felt worth mentioning was one that if anything were actually disadvantaged rather than gifted as a whole, the Palams. The only greater than average innate trait that Palams had over humans that were considered the weakest race was that they all possessed sharp eyesight and can see in the dark. Unfortunately, however, the race was also on average 4 feet tall and had thin, wiry bodies that were even weaker than any average humans. Other than that, there were the usual fantasy races such as elves, high elves, dwarves, and beast folk. Elves of all types were much like all of Earth's fantasy depictions, typically fair-skinned magic wielders with long ears and a dislike of other races. Mind you, this was a cultural thing in this case and not an innate one, but I think it hardly mattered as racism was racism. Dwarves were also short, sturdy folk with an affinity for alcohol and earthen-based activities and magics. Beast folk were, and I am not being racist here as I asked, basically humans with animal features like ears and tails and sometimes rare innate traits related to their animal side. So yeah, cat girls were a thing, and they also had the whole meow speech tick as well in most cases. There was also a whole list of crossbreed species that tended to have an uncomfortable amount of human halves involved as well, but those were a dime a dozen and typically had traits of both their parent races and as such not really worth talking about. Anyway, after leaving the forest I was ple4ased to find out that the road that ran between the dungeon city of Orario and the outside world next to the forest was cobblestone and thus much easier on my feet. We were apparently a good week's walk away from the city and had nothing between here and there beyond the Great Plains that I learned was to the north of the city. At the end of the first day I decided to see about shedding my gut before we reached Orario. Like I had stated previous, I wasn't fat or anything like that, but I did have a slightly protruding belly. My smart idea was that since I had about a week of travel ahead of myself with the Artemis Familia, who obviously had their shit together, I should ask if they can help me get in better shape before we got to the dungeon city. They agreed and my torment began. They are fucking demons, I swear to whatever is higher than a god. I had to run until I collapsed, and if I slowed down at all they would hit me with arrows that had the pointy bit removed and then padded. After I collapsed from running it was hydration and then push-ups. So fucking many push-ups. Finally my day ended with crunches and sit-ups until I literally couldn't move anymore. A single sip of potion later and all that bodily destruction was fixed into working order for the next round of torture. It was a hellish training regiment and I would have reeked to high heavens if it hadn't rained and washed off the stench on me the day before we saw the city on the horizon. Despite this, however, the absolutely brutal amount of exercise and protein-rich meals from meat they had previously hunted had gotten rid of my protruding gut entirely. Now I was just thin and weak. A week wasn't enough to make a qualitative improvement in my fitness, but it did shake off the rust, as Rethusa put it. Speaking of potions, I definitely asked about that and learned some really interesting stuff about both the alchemy and oddly smith professions involved at an adventurer level. Alchemy was basically medicine making using herbs and other ingredients found in the dungeon or even in the normal parts of the world. The mortal stuff was just normal medicines, but the adventurer grade shit like what I kept sipping over this last week had downright miraculous properties when used on a normal person. Overnight overexertion repair, flesh regeneration, disease insta-fixes, and even in the high-level adventurer grade stuff limb regeneration. There was a downside, however, that put a damper on any outlandish plan I could come up with, was that potions stopped working that well on adventurers as they got stronger and reached higher levels. I don't mean levels figuratively or metaphorically here either, as the blessings of the gods were called Falna and operated on a level system suspiciously similar to a video game character's status screen. Artemis was kind enough to show me what a status sheet looked like after removing any information that was private from one she had from the last round of updates she made. Name, race, level, strength, endurance, agility, dexterity, magic, spells, skills. Apparently the lowest a stat can be was I rank and the highest was sorta unknown, but the minimum need to level up was a single stat at B rank or 700, as each letter rank came after 100 points were in the stat all the way until you hit SS rank, which jumped up to 250 points above S, which was 901 to 1000. When you leveled up your status reset, but it wasn't like you lost that progress or anything so much as it became your new base or foundation. Each stat point also counted for more at a higher level, as at level 2 each point was worth 1.25 of the same point in level 1. It was something about coming closer to divinity according to Artemis, but she was rather cagey about the details of the topic, so that was the best answer I got for why that was. Moving on, you had skills and magics, which was where things got blurry. See, skills were sort of like buffs, or in some cases debuffs, that manifest out of the power of the Falna in addition to the traits of the person whose Falna it shows up on. They can also be earned through great effort and seriously dangerous activities like soloing a boss or overcoming a crippling phobia, again vague as hell on the details about that topic. Anyways, skills could be plain like a flat bonus in a certain scenario to downright broken, such as giving a whole ass magic system or even making the laws of reality your bitch to a minor level. I was almost willing to bet my right leg that my cursed technique will get counted as a skill when I get a Falna for myself, and if not, it will be a spell. Speaking of, spells were magic. No, seriously, like it's kinda that simple. Someone could technically only have 3 spells in total, that emphasized word is very important to remember here, and what they did depended on the spell in question. In most cases spells worked in a three-step manner: speak the incantation, pay energy, cast the spell. This was where the emphasis on the word technically comes in, as if there is enough of a resonance between one's spells you can mix them to create new spells that aren't actually counted as a spell beyond the three you have. The best example of this was the High Elf Reverial Joe's elf, who had the moniker 9 Hell for this exact reason, as she turned her 3 spells into 9. Anyway, spells are magic as simple as that and are either innate or you earn later via two methods: leveling up or magic grimoire. The later of which basically just forces a spell to manifest for you to use and has unpredictable results. Chapter 4, Leveling Up and Dark Age. Author note: this is the last info dumpy chapter, I promise. To be clear though, there is magic beyond the stuff that the fauna gives access to, but it is considered extremely inefficient and takes a long time to use for less than stellar effects apparently. When I asked how one would go about leveling up, the answer I got was a little confusing. So according to Artemis, the fauna worked by gathering excelia, which was sorta like money in that adventurers got it for putting in effort and challenging their limits through combat or crafting. It didn't matter much which it was apparently. Anyway, that excelia was then spent on improving the adventurers' stats based on this effort when their god updated their fauna. So according to Artemis, mortals could only contain so much excelia depending of a bunch of factors she refused to explain beyond one's level and innate talent. So it was sort of like mortals were a cup that you could only add so much water to before it overflowed. This all made sense and I could grasp it easily, but the next part didn't. Unlike a cup, however, a mortal can't overflow their vessel with normal excelia, which was also a condition for leveling up. Artemis was vague about it, either on purpose or because she honestly wasn't, but according to her, adventurers need to gather high excelia by performing impressive feats according to the gods in order to overflow their vessels and level up. The problem I was having trouble wrapping my head around was figuring out what scale, if any, this feat gauge was based on. Like, if a god thought you surviving another year was impressive, would that work? What about if a god never thought what you did was good enough? What then? Would you just never level up at that point? Like I said, it was a confusing answer, and even worse, apparently nobody had ever actually thought about these sort of questions, because when I shared my concerns, Artemis didn't have any way to say they weren't justified. Not to say she didn't try, because she did, but she was just as confused as I was, so it didn't really work. At least she was able to tell me what leveling up actually did besides the standard answer of make you grow up big and strong. Leveling up expanded and improved an adventurer's vessel so it could contain more excelia and in greater purity as well. The way gods understood it was that the higher the level and the more powerful an adventurer got, the closer to divinity, or arca enum as it was apparently called, they got. This made me think that if an adventurer got far enough, they could themselves become a god, which Artemis agreed made sense if that was truly how the fauna worked. One would likely then ask the question, but what about demigods then? The answer of which was that they didn't exist. In exchange for coming down to the mortal realm, gods sacrificed two things while here: their power and the ability to procreate. To be more specific, the former was actually sealed, and they could get rejected from this world if they released those seals. The later, however, was well and truly missing from their mortal forms entirely, which is why they tend to refer to those who have faunas as children. Quite literally, the ones who bear the fauna of a god are the closest thing to offspring they have here in the mortal world. It gave a whole new meaning to the phrase adoptive family. After a week traveling together, I was fairly comfortable around the Artemis familia, and I am willing to say they felt similarly. That must be Orario. It's bigger than I thought if we can see it from here, I said as we crested a hill and far into the horizon stood the colossal structure. That's the dungeon city for you though. The only place in the world that you can find everything. See that huge pillar in the middle? That's Babel. Supposedly it was made by Aranos himself when he first descended to Genkai. Arianda said, explained as she walked near me. I reckon at our current speed we will arrive in another 4 hours. This should be plenty of time for us to report to the guild and get you settled. Rethusa said seriously. Much as I like roughing it out in the wild with a bunch of pretty ladies, I could definitely go for a bed right about now. I might even settle for a couch, to be honest. I joked and most of the familia laughed and even Artemis herself had a ghost of a smile. As we got closer to the city I noticed something quite concerning: cursed energy. A metric fuckton of the stuff radiated from the city like hundreds had been killed in horrific and terrible ways. None of it was recent though, as the energy felt stagnant like it had sat there for years already. So it didn't come up until now. But is there any topic I should avoid mentioning while in the city? You know, like a tragic event or some bad history everyone wants to forget. Got no memories, remember, so a heads up now would save me the trouble of finding out later. I said, fishing for a clue about what I was seeing. And oh boy, let me tell you, I was not prepared for what I learned. It was known as the Dark Age and was a period of 8 years starting from the failure of the Hera and Zeus familiars to kill the one-eyed black dragon. That failure resulted in all the high-end power of those two familiars to be destroyed and allowed the two current hegemons to step into the light after they seized power and exiled both Hera and Zeus from Orario. Freya with her powerful otter and the rest of her familia of worshippers, and Loki, who played a supporting role but still has the second most powerful familia in Orario. Sadly, those positions of power came with a terrible price, as with the Zeus and Hera familias who had reigned supreme over the last 1,000 years gone, the darkness they had kept at bay came a knocking. Evilus. Dark or mad god-run familias whose only noticeable goal was to sow as much death, destruction, and chaos as possible. 7 years ago the final blow was dealt to Evilus according to Artemis, but the wounds they left behind still hurt even now. It was some heavy stuff and explained the cursed energy floating that blanketed the city like a fog. Knowing what I did about cursed energy though, I did wonder why it hadn't turned into a cursed spirit, but then I realized something interesting: it was inert. The energy wasn't active like it was in its usual world and was in fact totally harmless unless something were to make it active. I won't lie and say I wasn't tempted to gather it up and use it, but I could tell that as I was right now I had no hope of containing that much energy. Chapter 5, Orario. The city grew larger and larger the closer we got to it, until I began to question whether or not the place was built by these seemingly medieval people. Reason being the nearly 200-foot tall solid stone wall that surrounds the entire thing and was nearly as wide as a standard 2-lane road back on Earth. This city was so large that when we were standing in line to go through the gate I couldn't see the end of it by looking to either side, like it encompassed the entire side of the horizon. Apparently the wall wasn't there to protect the city so much as to keep any monsters that break out of the dungeon from escaping. I mean, it made sense, but considering the goblin I met briefly a week ago, I am pretty sure the wall failed to do its job. Anyways, the entry procedure for the city was rather straightforward, as the guards took one look at the Artemis Familia before sending us through, since they were regulars coming and going from the city. Inside the city was downright fascinating, as immediately you were hit with just endless rows of buildings of every sort of architecture imaginable. Most were noticeably made of stone and wood though, which Rethusa told me was because it was the easiest to replace in case it got destroyed. The shops, oh the shops! Every variety for as far as you could see: potions, food, clothes, weapons, you name it, and there was a shop for it right near the gate hawking their wares. Don't even think about buying anything from these stores if you value your money. Arianda warned seriously when she saw me looking around excitedly. Why not? I asked curiously. These places are newbie traps, not saying they don't sell good stuff, but it's all way more expensive than the stuff closer to the dungeon. I'll show you a couple shops that will do for you until you get to at least level 2, since they are on the way, she said with a smile. I appreciate it, I said gratefully. It's fine. Truth is, we all feel kinda responsible for you after getting you here, you know what I mean, she said, waving off my thanks. I nodded, since I could understand the sentiment fairly well. It was a bit like rescuing a baby squirrel from a felled tree until it could take care of itself. An amusing thought now that I had it, me in a squirrel costume that is. You said you wanted to be an adventurer, right, Alex? Any idea what sort of weapon you want to use? She asked after we left the shop conversation behind. Hadn't really thought about it, to be honest. Hey, is punching the monsters to death an option? I asked with a chuckle. And not until level 2 at the earliest, and even then you'd need to specialize in strength and endurance. Arianda said after thinking about it for a moment. It was a joke on my part, so my surprise could be understood when she flat out told me that at some point it was totally doable. It basically tipped me off that any weapon was an option, as well as your fists were as raw damage as you could get with weapons being force multipliers instead. I fell into thought as a result and allowed Arianda to physically guide me as we walked. I think I know what I want to use, I said suddenly, which caught her and the rest of the Artemis Familia off guard. Well, don't leave us in suspense. What you come up with? Arianda asked curiously. I think I want to use a hammer. The sword meant for 2 hands, but that has a short handle so I can use it with 1 hand, I said with a wide grin. That's a new one for me to hear about. Can you give better details like dimensions and weight? Arissa, a half-dwarf woman who had the blacksmith developmental skill in the Familia, asked curiously. Do you have a piece of parchment and some coal? If you do, I think I can draw it out, I said honestly, and even though they didn't, it was an easy fix by stopping into a general goods store for them. I took the parchment and coal stick and carefully sketched out Thor's hammer from the Marvel movies I remembered. On Earth it would be impractical to use the thing as a weapon, but here adventurers were superhuman, so it was totally doable. The idea alone got me excited, and I may have gotten a little over-detailed in my sketch of the hammer. Front, side and top views were each drawn out to the best of my memory alongside the length and width of every part. When I was done, I handed the parchment over to Arissa, who looked it over with a critical eye. At first glance this design seems impractical, but if you were to turn one side into an axe head like this, it should work on any kind of monster, she said after sketching out her modification. Surprisingly, it was similar to the Stormbreaker axe Thor used in the later films, except the axe head was square-shaped like a giant wedge and the handle was much shorter, and of course had the standard Mjolnir hammer head on the other side. I loved it immediately. That's perfect, I said with a wide smile as I admired the design. If your first one is made out of steel, I think you ought to be able to get it for cheap. Hell, I think a few smiths would give it to you for free just because of how unique the weapon is. Bit of a warning though, you should also get some gloves or you'll shred your hands on the handle from the weight in each swing pulling at your skin. After you raise your endurance though, it should be alright to go bare, Arissa said helpfully. Thanks for the advice, I'll try and remember it. To be honest though, I am surprised none of you are trying to convince me to use a different sort of weapon instead, I said honestly. Nah, sometimes a weapon just calls to you and you gotta embrace the call. We could all see the yearning in your eyes just looking at the sketch. That weapon there's got your name on it, and that's a precious thing for an adventurer, shows talent, Arianda said seriously, and the rest of the Familia nod when I look at all of them, including Artemis. Truthfully, you've got it easy since you know what weapon you want to use before becoming an adventurer. Most of us just pick up whatever we can since nothing calls to us. Means we lack the passion for the weapon that you have, and take it from me that passion goes a long way when it comes to mastering your weapon, Arissa said seriously, and many of the women grimace at the reminder. Chapter 6, Trip to the Guild. I could tell that most of them had a similar issue at some point in the past from their reaction. It was sort of funny to me, to be honest, as they could each break me in half like I was made of cotton candy, yet they had to suffer in a way I won't to get there. Not to say I couldn't relate though, as I was quite the weeb on Earth and had to my great shame tried to learn how to wield a sword at one point and failed miserably. Anyways, we headed to the Adventurers Guild after that, while a few of the Familia left to set an order on supplies for their next departure from the city, as they never stayed long. True to her word, Arianda pointed out a few shops that would work out well for a newbie adventurer as we walked. She also pointed out a few buildings I should avoid since the stuff they sold was quite dangerous, but not for the reason you might think. Soma wines are sold there. Stuff has an extremely addictive quality to it. I've seen people get turned into husks from being unable to resist the urge to get more after trying it, she warned seriously. She might as well have not said anything at all, as the higher concentration of cursed energy on those buildings alone would have stopped me from checking them out. Cursed energy is literally powered by negative emotions like anger, grief, fear, doubt, greed, envy, and so on, so anywhere that has a lot of the stuff is probably best left alone. About halfway to the guild though, I shivered as I felt a gaze land on me that felt different than normal. like all my secrets were laid bare before it. Is it just me or does anyone else feel like they are being stared at right now? I asked worriedly and Artemis looked concerned. It may be a god who specialized in souls, try to ignore it. She suggested and I complied though it was quite hard. Getting stared at while feeling naked was highly uncomfortable and as a result tended to be hard to ignore. Thankfully it seemed to work as the gaze vanished just as fast as it appeared shortly after that. I thought gods couldn't use their powers here. I asked confused. We can't, but if a god is powerful enough in a certain field they may be able to use unusual abilities despite being limited to a normal mortal body. In much the same way I myself am stronger whilst under moonlight and my brother Apollo is stronger during the day. Speaking of my brother, you would do well to avoid him if you can, he is of peculiar tastes. Artemis explained and added a warning at the end. I will keep this in mind if I ever come across him in the future. I said with a nod. We stopped briefly at a clothing store where they bought me a pair of boots, pants, and a rough cloth shirt. It was a plain outfit but much better than what I was walking around in before this, as I now actually looked fairly normal. Walking around with next to nothing on was an Amazonian trait I didn't feel like copying for no reason. Shortly after that we made it to Dungeon Square, which was a sort of wide open clearing around the entrance to the dungeon and Babel that had adventurers coming and going constantly. Deodorant was unfortunately not a thing with adventurers, so the whole area smelled of blood and sweat, which made it quite the stench. To my earthborn nose it was enough to make me grimace in disgust. A fact the Artemis Familia noticed and made fun of me for. Yeah, definitely going to find an alchemist to create deodorant and popularize it in the future. Maybe like a powder that keeps the smell of a hard day's delve in the dungeon from wafting off into the air. I thought seriously as we approached the large building off to the side of the square with a huge sign hanging above the doors that read Adventurers Guild. Surprisingly, the guild was very orderly and almost reminded me of a bank in a way, as adventurers came and turned over their profits from the dungeon to a teller and then got paid the market rate for them. In a different part there were members of the guild helping adventurers with gear and preparation for going deeper in the dungeon. Over to the side was a large board with parchment nailed to it that had details on requests for adventurers going into the dungeon to complete. The Artemis Familia walked up to a counter and the teller, a mature redhead with large canine ears on the top of her head, smiled at them. Welcome back, Goddess Artemis. I take it you have completed the requests you took last time you were here, she said in a polite and friendly manner. Always, Miss Rose. This time we came across a bit of an anomaly on the way back while hunting in the forest. He seems to have been waylaid by bandits on his way to Orario and left in nothing more than a pair of shorts in the forest with a head wound that has robbed him of his memories. Artemis said while motioning to me. Alexander Drake, but I go by Alex. A pleasure to meet you. I said with a smile after stepping forward. Rose Fanet, the pleasure is mine, she said politely before turning to Artemis again. I imagine you wish for the guild to help him until he can support himself or joins a familia, she asked seriously. Artemis nodded. He has already decided on becoming an adventurer, so perhaps the easiest route would be to allow him to see a list of familias that are recruiting and set up an appointment with the god in charge of it. For lodging we can put him up at an inn room for at least a week, but will be leaving again after that time, the goddess said calmly. Rose nodded. Give me a moment to retrieve the list of recruiting familias, she said, and walked away while we waited. What sort of familia are you hoping to get into? Arianda asked me curiously. Probably one that would let me go into the dungeon by myself. I have a feeling that I won't play well on a team, I said honestly. Sounds like a small familia might be best then. Most gods tend to advocate teams if they can, and only a small familia would lack the personage to do so. I am surprised that you would want to risk solo diving though, it's not advised for a reason. Rethusa said sternly. I shrugged. Nothing for it, my gut says it wouldn't turn out very good, and I am inclined to agree, it seems to know what it's doing so far after all. I said with grin. Chapter 7, Ambition. Rethusa rolled her eyes. Of course that would be your answer. If you eventually die from following that gut of yours, know that I told you so, she said jokingly. I chuckled. Then I just need to make sure I die for some other inane reason, Oh, what about finding the one-eyed black dragon and taking a leak on it? That sounds like it would make an interesting story, don't you think? I asked with a cheeky smirk. A good death, Arianda said with a wide smile and a thumbs up. A few moments later Rose returned and set down a small ledger that was rather thin, all things considered. You are in luck, as the list was just updated this morning and as such has the best selection you could ask for and what they are looking for, if anything at all. Rose said as she set the ledger down on the counter. May I asked, and she nodded to give the go-ahead, so I picked up the thin book and opened it. Apollo. Size, medium. Type, exploration. Wanted, mage. Apophyse. Size, medium. Type, exploration. Wanted, warrior. Hestia. Size, no members. Type, N/A. Wanted, no specifications given. The list was fairly simple in design, but it gave most of the information someone applying for a familia might look for. I intentionally ignored all the familia looking for a specific type of adventurer, since I wasn't quite sure what I would end up as after my cursed technique got usable. That sadly limited the list down to only 3 options. The Hestia familia that was clearly just starting out, since it was listed as having no members. The Loki familia that only had talent as a requirement, confusingly enough. Like, how would most people even know if they were talented or not before receiving their fauna? I was a bit of an exception, since I knew right away that my cursed technique alone made me considered talented, but for everyone else it was an unusual and frankly unreasonable requirement to try and match. The final option was the Maiake familia, but Artemis directly told me I wasn't allowed to join that one on account of the god Maiake being a gigolo or something like that. It was hard to tell, since she muttered it under her breath while glaring at the name. In that case, the Hestia familia is the only option that fits for me, since the Loki familia is well known for their expeditions and teams. I said, setting the book down again. She can be a bit of a handful, but Hestia is a good choice. Artemis said with an agreeable nod. If that is your choice, I will arrange to have a meeting between you both. Please check in regularly for an update. Rose said calmly while taking the ledger back. We left after that, and unlike what I had expected, the Artemis familia didn't actually have a house that they operated out of, but rather just booked an entire small inn to themselves when they were in town. Suspiciously though, the inn in question was called the Moon and Bow and had no other customers at all. The reason for that was apparently the owner, who was a beastkin woman named Irene, used to be a member of the Artemis familia but left to pursue romance, as it was forbidden to do so while in the familia. She and her husband had bought a broken-down building at the outer edges of the city that was basically abandoned and thus cheap, and ran it as an inn for newbie adventurers, and when they were in town, the woman's old familia. It was rather funny to see how the familia and the woman got along, as many of those in the familia were clearly jealous of Irene for getting hitched. Just because romance was forbidden while in the familia didn't mean those in it didn't wish for it, only that longing was outweighed by their desire to remain. It was also why I got uncomfortable originally when the Amazons of the familia first met me. The gazes they had were those of someone judging if I was a worthy candidate to be their mate. I failed in case it wasn't obvious. Amazons as a race had a type that they wanted as a husband: strong. That was it. That single word was their only real requirement in most cases. I am not ashamed to admit that I am definitely not strong at all. Hell, I never needed to be until I died and came to this world. Earth was a place where physical fitness was basically pointless if you weren't an athlete of some sort or enjoyed exercising. You simply didn't need above average strength unless you fell into those categories. Why would I go out of my way to work out and eat healthy when all it accomplished was determine whether or not I lived a slightly longer miserable existence? So I simply lived my life day by day, as I saw no point in caring beyond that. Here though, godhood was an actual possibility, one that a bona fide goddess had confirmed was possible but unlikely. Regardless of how unlikely it was, I wanted to chase that possibility with everything I had. Suffering was inconsequential in front of such a lofty goal, and I knew it. But like any earthling will tell you, that was a long-term goal, but in the short term I needed to set more reasonable goals. My current goal is to work on my fitness and join a familia to get a fauna. After that I will spend however long and however much effort it takes to hone my skills and power to perfection. The best part is that I am actually fairly certain that if I expand my cursed technique enough I can also earn a fortune by creating weapons and armor unlike anything this world has ever seen before. I knew this because I had taken a look at the weapons and armor of the Artemis Familia and got a rather curious piece of information from my technique's instinctual understanding. They were made of parts taken from a living thing. Drops they are called, pieces of a monster that remain even after the rest of the body turns to smoke from the magic stone being damaged or removed. Smiths in this world could apparently turn these drops if they were the correct sort into weapons or armors. These equipment were also much more resilient and powerful than normal metal weapons usually. In fact, almost any gear for an adventurer beyond a certain level of power required these drops to be made. My cursed technique as a result made me uniquely suited for the smith profession, but that would be a cop-out on my part. While there was no shame in sitting in a forge all day and crafting things like literally every other smith in this world, that was not a path to godhood. Far too many had traveled it for that to be true. No, I needed to go beyond the normal and into the realm of the extraordinary to even have a sliver of a chance at reaching my goal. Chapter 8, New Familia. It was frankly kind of sad how little variation there was in adventurers in this world from my understanding. Most walked a path that was nearly identical to that of someone who came before them. Train, delve, relax, level up, repeat. It was this same monotonous pattern over and over again for the vast majority of adventurers who weren't crafters. The problem was that it simply stopped working at a certain point and you needed something to keep the adrenaline coming. I had used my time with the Artemis Familia to understand that following someone else's path simply didn't go anywhere. No one else seemed to understand this, however, if what I understood from the girls of the Familia was anything to go by. Despite nearly 2 decades having gone by since the fall of the Hera and Zeus Familias, the highest any adventurer had gotten was level 7. In comparison, the Zeus and Hera Familias even had level 8 and 9s in them, while level 7s weren't uncommon apparently. It wasn't a matter of age either, as those same level 9 and 8s had been only 40 or so from what I gathered by asking around. They had also apparently held these levels for a few years as well, so I would guess they were at most 35 or so when they reached them. In comparison, Otter had been level 7 for 7 years now and was 32. The information I got on him was mixed though, as some thought he was purposefully preventing himself from leveling up to 8 for some reason, while others thought that was his limit. If the former was true, then I truly wished to know what it was he was waiting for. If the later was true, however, I had a hard time not considering him rather pitiable. Anyways, I spent the night at the inn and slept like a brick the moment I touched the bed, after cleaning myself with a bucket of hot water, bar of soap and a clean rag. Showers were apparently only for those with a lot of money, since the ones in this world ran off of magic stones. Apparently fucking everything ran off magic stones collected from the dungeon. It was nice to know that I could make a living by delving at least. Perhaps not a great one until I got stronger, but enough to survive at least. Want to go check in with the guild to see if they have gotten a hold of your soon-to-be goddess? Arianda asked over breakfast of oats with fruit. I nodded. I'll probably make a habit of that until you guys head out again, and spend the rest of my day trying to learn as much as I can about the dungeon to prepare, I said honestly. A solid plan. If you are in luck, you shouldn't have to wait very long to meet your new goddess and get a Falna. Rethusa said, approving of my plan. After eating, Arianda and I headed out to go check the guild for an update, while the rest of the Familia scattered to make the most of their time in Orario. If I had to guess the time based on the sun, I'd say it couldn't be more than 2 hours since sunrise. That was a sleeping schedule that I had needed to get used to with the Artemis Familia over the last week and day, waking up when the sun came up and going to sleep when it fell. That was a rough transition, let me tell you, and not one that the Familia took any pity on me with. It was wake up, eat, exercise until I dropped, sip potion, dinner, repeat, all starting from the first rays of the sun touching this part of the world. The funny part was that I was always so exhausted by the end of the day that trouble getting to sleep because it was early by Earth standards wasn't even an issue. Anyways, I had adapted within 5 days of that schedule, and now I doubted I even could sleep in longer than maybe an hour or two past dawn now. Orario was much more lively at this time than when we arrived yesterday, as adventurers headed to wherever it was they needed to go, which was probably the dungeon. Food vendors were trying to tempt people into buying their foods, while stores had people hawking their wares. All in all, it was just as you might imagine a bustling city to be during the day. The guild was surprisingly empty at this time though, but I suppose that made sense as most adventurers were heading to or were in the dungeon at this point in the day. When we walked in, I immediately noticed a goddess was present, just from the sheer otherworldliness that all deities seemed to have. She was fairly short, to be honest, at about 4'7", and had a disproportionately large bust that didn't fit her petite body at all. She had long black hair that was tied up into twin tails with white ribbons and a flawless pale complexion. "You are in luck, Goddess Hestia. The one interested in joining your familia has just walked in," Rose, who was dealing with the goddess, said calmly. "What? Where?" the goddess asked eagerly as she turned to look around, and I raised a hand. "Yo," I said with a smile. She smiled widely and rushed over, but almost tripped in her excitement, so I had to catch her. "Easy there. I'm not going to vanish, I promise," I said with a chuckle as I hoisted her to her feet. How embarrassing, I got a little ahead of myself there. "My name is Hestia," the small goddess introduced herself, eagerly holding her hand out. "Alexander Drake, looking forward to working with you," I said, shaking her hand with a smile. That was pretty much how I ended up with my goddess from that point onwards. The guild registered me as being in the Hestia Familia and assigned Rose as my advisor, though she was very unhappy with it. Arianda congratulated me on joining a familia and lead me and Hestia back to the inn, where Hestia and Artemis hit it off immediately as old friends from heaven. There was a bit of a celebration that the familia hosted in mine and Hestia's honor, since we were both broke as hell. At the end of which they revealed that as a gift they had gotten me my weapon based on my designs and a pair of leather gloves in secret to surprise me. Honestly, they were great friends to have, and I thanked them a whole bunch with a huge smile for the rest of the party until it was time to head to my new home that Hestia had. Apparently I underestimated exactly how bad the financial situation was, as the home in question was an abandoned and in heavy disrepair church at the base of the wall, also known as the Forgotten Area. Chapter 9, Status and Experimenting. If I take some of the decent wood from the nearby abandoned buildings, I should be able to at least fix most of the damaged parts, I said as I looked over the walls of the church after arriving. "You know how to build houses?" Hestia asked, surprised and strangely excited. "Not really, but this isn't building a place from the ground up, but merely replacing damaged parts. Since the boards are bare, I can just replace each of the damaged ones by pulling out some nails and putting a better board back in its place with those same nails if they aren't rusted through," I explained honestly. "That does seem doable now that you mention it. Maybe we should wait until we can afford to get professionals to do it though," she said, clearly reluctant to do any renovation without the assurance of it turning out okay. I shrugged. "Your call. I'd be fine either way, since it looks good enough to stop the rain and cold from getting us in our sleep," I said honestly. "Righto, now hurry up and get undressed so I can give you my blessing," she said cheerfully. "You could have worded that better, but at least I know what you mean," I teased, and she looked confused for a moment before turning red when she figured out what was wrong with what she said. "Mo, just take your shirt off and lay down already," she ordered, embarrassed, as we walked into the church's basement that had a couch and a bed, and that was about it really, besides the bathroom. "If you say so," I said as I took my shirt off as ordered, and I noticed the curious look she threw the tattoo-like marking on the front of my torso. I had it when I woke up in the woods with no memories about a week ago, so not much I can really explain about it since I myself have very little to go off of, I explained honestly as I laid down on the couch. "The guild employee told me about that. It sounds horrible," she said sympathetically as she sat on my back. I would have shrugged if I could have. "It's not that bad really." Then again, the Artemis Familia were quite helpful at answering any questions I had. Surprisingly enough, not having any memories is actually rather freeing, since without a past I have nothing stopping me from moving forward, I said honestly. It was true too, as I had no family, friends, responsibilities, nothing at all that could weigh me down. I could truly be considered as at rock bottom, but that simply meant the only way I could go was up. Hestia seemed to appreciate the sentiment if the way she hummed was any indication before I felt a drop of something warm fall on my back. The room lit up as the fauna formed and began to take shape on my back. At first it was just like an intense heat flowing through my body from my back, but as soon as it touched the symbols on my chest and stomach it turned scorching and painful, causing me to grit my teeth and clench my fists. Is this normal? Nobody told me it was supposed to be painful. Hestia said, panicking once I started to show pain. The painful heat dulled after about 10 minutes and all I was left with was a tingling sting like I had a bad sunburn all over my body. Irritating, but something I could deal with without much issue. I think it's over now, I said honestly. Are you okay? You are burning up under me, she asked worriedly. Really? I feel like I have a sunburn but otherwise totally fine. Maybe it's a skill of some sort, Artemis said, that happens sometimes. I suggested, while surprised to learn my body temperature was so high. Did she? I guess she would know more than me about it, what with you being my first child and all. Give me a moment to copy your status to a piece of parchment and we can go over it together, she said, getting up and rifling around in a bag over in the corner, where she eventually pulled out some parchment and set it on my back and did something with her finger. All done, she said, and I got up before putting my shirt back on. Name: Alexander Drake. Race: human. Level 1. Strength 10, I. Endurance 10, I. Agility 10, I. Dexterity 10, I. Magic 10, I. Spells: Hell's Forge. Innate technique, can use anything from a living being and reshape or refine it per one's will. Incantation: Hell's Forge. Skills: Heavenly Restriction. In exchange for the ability to wield mana and magic, one gains access to cursed energy and cursed techniques. Is this bad? And what's cursed energy or techniques? Hestia asked, confused. It doesn't sound bad at all, though that part about not being able to use normal magic stings a bit. Also, I am pretty sure cursed techniques are just ways to use cursed energy, which seems like a replacement for mana. Let me give it a try, I said seriously, and held up an hand and began to concentrate on it. At first nothing happened, but as I got more and more frustrated, a dim black and bluish glow started to come from my hand, but it vanished the moment I got a rush of excitement. Not really all that impressive, is it? Hestia asked with an awkward look. It seems to rely on my own negative emotions to manifest right now, but maybe that's just because I am not very skilled with it yet, I said, without having any clue if I am right or not. It certainly sounded right given what little I actually knew about cursed energy from the anime. Like you could have a lot of cursed energy but not be able to use it very well or at all, like Yuji at the start. I see. And what about this spell Hell's Forge? Do you think you could use it? Hestia asked, finding what I said reasonable. I need something from a living being, but I think so. Do you think wood counts as something from a living being? I asked with a grin, as I had an idea. My goddess obvious didn't see my grin as she thought about the question for a moment before saying, trees are alive, so I think so. Why? If I'm right, we may not need to wait that long to fix up the church. Help me find a loose piece of wood to try the spell on, I said, and she brightened up as she realized what I had thought of. It only took a small amount of time to find a piece of rotted wood that had fallen from the walls up top. Here goes something, Hell's Forge. I called the incantation and immediately felt a harsh draw on my energy stores as a bright black and blue flame came out of the hand holding the wood and fully covered it. I pictured an image in my head and willed the spell to work, and slowly but surely the wood began to transform until I was forced to stop barely halfway through as I felt my energy get dangerously low. The flames vanished and I felt drained, but couldn't help but grin widely as the rotted wood was now nearly pristine and pointed like a stake at one end. It works, I said excitedly. Chapter 10, Grinding. The wood was still horribly rough and definitely not anything like the image I had in my head, but it still proved that my idea was feasible. Are you all right? Hestia asked, far more concerned about me since I was slouching from exhaustion as most of my energy had just been consumed. I'm fine, Just a bit drained is all, but look, it worked. I said, showing her the wood. She studied it carefully. Well, it isn't rotten anymore and the shape is a little different, but it's kinda rough, isn't it? She asked, confused. That's actually my fault. I didn't realize just how fast using the spell would drain my energy and only had enough to change it to this point. I said honestly. I see. This looks like a really useful magic and it's pretty too, congratulations. Hestia said with a bright smile. Thanks. I bet if I focus on repairing the church bit by bit I can train my magic stat really quick. I said with an eager grin. You aren't going into the dungeon? Hestia asked, surprised, and I shook my head. Not yet, I need to raise my stats first through good old physical training, or I am like as not just going to struggle pointlessly. Unlike most newbie adventurers, I have actually seen a goblin before and I know for a fact fighting just one of them would be a struggle for me at the moment, not to mention according to the girls in the Artemis Familia the things rarely are alone. I said seriously. Omu, better safe than sorry, she said, agreeing that my plan made sense. After that we went to sleep with her in the bed and me on the couch that was not the most comfortable but not horrible either. Unfortunately, I learned a rather bothersome fact about my goddess when I woke up in the morning. She was clingy. Sometime in the middle of the night she had gone from the bed to on the couch using me as a body pillow. Let me tell you, there is nothing more awkward than waking up with morning wood only to find that a small but beautiful woman was rubbing on it unconsciously since it was poking her in her sleep. Even worse was when she woke up and realized what she was doing shortly after you did. The silence was deafening. We ate a couple pieces of cheap bread with tomato red faces for about 30 minutes before she went off to her day job selling Jagamerican, which were basically potato croquettes or deep-fried breaded mashed potatoes with salt or sometimes meat. I, on the other hand, found an exposed board in the upstairs chapel room and poured most of my energy into it to try and restore it to perfect condition. That lasted for all of about a second before I was out of energy, because as it turned out size does matter when it came to how much energy something took to change with my cursed technique. While I was waiting for my energy to refill, I got to working out with my new weapon. Since I was going to be carrying the thing around constantly in the dungeon, it only made sense that I also worked out with it so that I could get accustomed to handling it. For example, I went jogging and carried it with me despite my body not liking the misplaced weight at all. My legs were used to carrying some extra weight from the gut I used to have, but my arms were screaming in pain as I jogged. I had to switch hands a few times before my legs were also burning from exertion and I was out of breath. After that was crunches to work on my core strength and then practice swings with my weapon to work on my form. Let me tell you, swinging a 20-pound object with one arm without losing balance was not easy at all with average human strength. I stumbled and fell several times, but I was stubborn like that and never stopped until my arms were both feeling like jello. Ignoring my own pain, I dragged my weary body into the church and after depositing the weapon bellow went back to the wooden board I had worked on previously to burn through my refilled energy pool again. Once that was done, I sat on the floor next to it to wait for my goddess to return while using any energy I refilled during that time to slowly, bit by bit, restore the wood to perfect condition. Hestia returned about an hour or so before the sun went down with a bag of leftover food from her stall that hadn't been sold. Are you going to be okay? She asked worriedly when I groaned and shook while standing up. Yeah, I'll be fine, just feeling the pain that comes with working out is all. I said reassuringly, despite knowing I probably overdid it. No, I definitely overdid it, as after eating I went to sleep and woke up feeling like I went 5 rounds with Tyson. I spent the next 3 days recovering while using my cursed technique every chance I got. Waking up every morning with my goddess using me as a body pillow had also sort of become a habit we didn't talk about ever. She wasn't flirting or anything like that, which was the only reason I knew that she wasn't doing it intentionally and chose to just go with the flow and ignore it as a result. My next workout session on the 4th day was much more relaxed than my first, and I stopped the moment my muscles started to really ache. I was making good progress on repairing the church though, as I had fully restored exactly 2 wooden boards for all my effort. At the end of the week, Hestia updated my fauna and I got to see if it was worth it. Name: Alexander Drake. Race: human. Level 1. Strength 10, I, 47, I. Endurance 10, I, 83, I. Agility 10, I, 39, I. Dexterity 10, I, 24, I. Magic 10, I, 179, H. Spells, Hell's Forge. Innate technique can use anything from a living being and reshape or refine it per one's will. Incantation, Hell's Forge. Skills, Heavenly Restriction. In exchange for the ability to wield mana and magic, one gains access to cursed energy and cursed techniques. Honestly speaking, I wasn't surprised at all to find that my fasted growing stats were magic and endurance, considering what they represented. Each stat in the fauna had specific purposes and thus got increased by performing actions related to them, and endurance was your stamina and literal toughness stat. By overworking my muscles, I had seriously pushed the stat forward since I had overwhelmed my body's natural durability. As for magic, that was basically increased by simply using as much mana, or in this case cursed energy, as possible and working the power to its fullest at level 1. Increasing the magic stat also had the wonderful bonus of also increasing one's efficiency and volume of energy. Chapter 11, Grinding, 2. It wasn't a massive increase right away, mind you, as that wasn't how fauna worked, but over the next few days my body would adapt to my increased stats and I would be quantitatively superior than I am at this moment. As I said, though, my body would need a few days to adapt to my new stats, so that meant there was no real point in updating my fauna again until that point. Even then, though, I would want to wait until I felt I had made decent progress before I did it again. I also knew that as my stats got higher and higher, I would need to push myself much harder to see any improvements, and even then it would be very slow. I wasn't sure when exactly the cutoff point for easy stat gain was, but I wanted to use it to my benefit while I could. You really worked hard, hey? Hestia asked with a proud smile as she looked over my status. I certainly tried, though admittedly I was a little too overzealous about it at first. I said with a grin. Does this mean you will be going into the dungeon now? She asked worriedly. I chuckled. I don't plan on even attempting it until I reach at least G rank in all my stats, so you don't need to worry your pretty little head about it until then, okay? I said, and she smiled and nodded. After that we went to sleep and got into our routines over the next week that I could subtly but surely feel the incremental adaptations my body was making to my higher stats. My energy pool increased but double its original amount, which sounds like a lot, but it was still effectively useless for any real length of time. My raised endurance stats had basically convinced me that it was the best stat of all, as I could jog longer, do more crunches, swing my weapon more, and I recovered from my workouts faster. My understanding was basically that more endurance meant more stamina to raise all the other stats minus magic. In that regard, I began slightly overworking myself with every workout so that stat would get a bigger than normal boost on my next update. I did make sure that I was only slightly overworking my muscles though, so that by the next day I could still work out. My magic stat was also likely to gain a large boost again as I emptied my energy pool the moment I filled it to repair the church. There was a slight issue I quickly noticed in the form that while my volume of energy increased, the speed it was restored had not grown to match that increase, though it had grown some. In addition, while I could use cursed energy without my technique, I was still having trouble controlling my emotions to do so, and hadn't had any success doing so without negative emotions yet. Not for a lack of effort, mind you, but I was sort of winging my control at the moment, so obviously I was making slow progress. Cursed energy didn't exactly come with an instruction manual, and unlike in the anime, I had no one able to teach me how to use it properly in this world. This wasn't all bad though, as while I had to struggle more to grasp it by myself, I also didn't have anyone to try and limit my potential with false information. As far as I knew, cursed energy had no limits, and I was working with that as a premise for my practice. This time I waited until 2 weeks had passed before I asked to update my status again, during which point my daily exercise was starting to show gains. My body's muscles were slowly and imperceptibly growing more defined as time went by, and by the time I asked for an update I was starting to gain the faintest hint of a six-pack and strong limbs. My biggest issue at the moment was definitely diet though, as I was barely able to support these gains with what we ate. Name: Alexander Drake. Race: human. Level 1. Strength 47, I, 115, H. Endurance 83, I, 167, H. Agility 39, I, 101, H. Dexterity 24, I, 78, I. Magic 179, H, 272, G. Spells, Hell's Forge. Innate technique can use anything from a living being and reshape or refine it per one's will. Incantation, Hell's Forge. Skills, Heavenly Restriction. In exchange for the ability to wield mana and magic, one gains access to cursed energy and cursed techniques. As you can see, I had raised all of my stats except dexterity to at least H rank, which was not bad at all for being an adventurer for 3 weeks without going into the dungeon once. It would have honestly been much faster had I gone into the dungeon though, since Falna worked by converting Excelia to stats and without actually killing anything I had no real Excelia to transform. You passively generated some when you exerted yourself as I had been, but you got far more via life and death combat like that found in the dungeon. You should work on your dexterity some more, it's lagging behind the rest of your stats. Also, is your magic stat supposed to grow this fast? Hestia asked, concerned. I think it might be a hidden bonus from my skill. It does remove all chances of me learning any normal magic, so it might compensate by making my magic stat grow faster than normal. As for dexterity, I am not entirely sure how to train that stat. Do I just like stretch, or is there more to it? I said, honestly confused at the end. I will ask my ache, maybe he knows. Hestia said casually. My ache? I think he was on the list of Familius recruiting at the guild, but Artemis said I couldn't join him for some reason, I said curiously. Omu, he is very good with women and had many partners in heaven, so Artie-chan didn't like him all that much. He's not a bad guy though, unlike Zeus or Hermes who are real perverts. Hestia said honestly. A personal bias that makes sense. If you say he's a good guy, then he must be worth knowing, maybe introduce me. I said with a smile. What about your training? She asked with a frown. Bah. One day won't make any difference, besides maybe he knows a better way to train my stats than what I have been doing. I suggested, and after some thought she nodded in agreement. Chapter 12, A Possible Use. We ate dinner after that and went to bed like normal, and in the morning we both set off for the blue pharmacy that Hestia said was where my ache usually was. The forgotten area was just as bad as you might expect somewhere with that name to be, as there simply wasn't many people living there, what with the area basically being abandoned and run down. I spotted a few places as we walked that I noted mentally for looting later, since they had inorganic parts that I would need if I wanted to fully repair the church. Namely, glass that was still intact or mostly intact that sat in the empty building's windows. The church's glass is broken in every window, and since my technique didn't work on stuff that didn't come from a living source, I needed unbroken glass to repair them. As a positive though, when I did go to replace the glass in the wooden windowsills, I could stylize it up by having the wood form around the glass as though the trees it came from had a glass pane perfectly set between two pieces. Honestly, I was halfway tempted to remove all the inorganic parts of the church over time and just fuse the wood of the walls and roof into a big-ass tree. Unfortunately, Hestia very much disliked that idea, so I could only choose to put it off until I could purchase the cheap land and buildings around the church and slowly bring my vision to life over time as we expanded. Soon enough we reached the small and clearly understaffed blue pharmacy shop. Ah! Goddess Hestia, welcome! My lord has not informed me of you coming to visit today, but then again he does many things I am not the biggest fan of. A dog-beastkin woman with a sleepy expression and slow way of speaking said when we came in. This was a sudden decision on our part actually. I said, clarifying that my ache hadn't known we were coming. I see, you are the newbie Hestia has been bragging about for the past few weeks then, the woman asked casually while looking me over. Alexander Drake, a pleasure, I said, introducing myself politely. Naza Irisus, I look forward to your business, she said with a predatory look. Not unlike the gaze one might expect from a conman who was after your money. I was unbothered though, since it didn't matter so long as I never fell for whatever tricks this woman pulled out of her sleeve. Could you let my ache know we are here please? Hestia asked and Naza sighed but left to do so. A few moments later a handsome man with dark blue long hair and matching eyes walked out the back doorway. Like every god I had met so far, he had this sort of otherworldly vibe to him that made it hard to not notice his deific status. Good morning Hestia, Naza said. You wanted a bit of a chin wag. My ache said with a slight Irish-sounding accent and curious expression. Omu, we wanted to get your advice about raising stats since we are a bit lost on it ourselves. So far Alex has been working out and using his magic as much as he can, which has gotten him to H in all but one of his stats, but we weren't sure how to effectively raise dexterity. Hestia explained and my ache had an understanding look. Has he gone into the dungeon at all? My ache asked and we both shook our heads. I see. In that case exercise is the best way to raise most of the stats, as for dexterity maybe try stretching or something that requires precision with the fingers. Naza here makes potions and that stat is usually her fastest to grow as a result. Some of the best potions in Orario, in fact, my father said so himself. My ache said proudly while Naza blushed at the praise while her tail wagged a bit. Diane Sect did? Must be true then, since if anyone d know it would be him. Hestia said impressed. Yes, I couldn't be prouder of her. But I couldn't help notice you mentioned Alex here has magic, if you don't mind me asking, what it is. My ache asked curiously. It's a bit vague, but from what we gather I can manipulate, refine, or restore anything from a living thing. I said honestly, since my goddess trusted him I felt I could at least attempt to do the same. Could you regrow an arm by chance? My ache asked hopefully. No clue honestly, but even if I could I doubt I can at the moment anyways. The spell is an absolute energy hog. From what I have found, the larger or more complex the thing I am using it on, the more expensive it gets. I said honestly. Would you mind giving it a go if we gave you some potions to restore your mana then? My ache asked much more excited looking. I looked at Hestia. Can we tell them about the skill or no? I asked, since that was entirely her call. Yes, she said before looking at my ache and Naza, but both of you have to promise not to share this information with anyone else first, she said seriously. You have my word Hestia. My ache said firmly and Naza nodded in agreement. I don't use mana, or rather I can't use it due to a skill I had the moment I got my Falna. Instead I use something called cursed energy. As a result I don't even know if a mana restoring potion would work on me. I revealed and both my ache and Naza looked shocked. Sounds like there's more to that skill than you have said, but we won't pry. Still, your concern is well warranted. Mana potions have been specifically designed with mana in mind, so we have no idea what might happen if you drank one. Best case scenario, the potion works without a hitch for your cursed energy just like it was mana. Worst case though, it will cause your body to have mana and cursed energy clash until the effects wear off. If you are willing to try it with a weak mana potion we can find out. My ache said with a suggestion at the end. Hestia looked at me in concern as I nodded. If I am going into the dungeon eventually anyways, I should know whether or not I should carry some mana potions with me. I said honestly. My ache nodded in understanding. First you need to empty your energy like anyone using a potion would normally, he said seriously. I need a target for my cursed technique in order to do so. I said honestly. My ache scrounged around for a bit before coming up with a blue leaf that was withered and dry. Would this work? He asked and I nodded as he handed it over. Hell's Forge. I spoke the incantation and my ache and Naza flinched slightly as the blue and black curse flames sprung to life over the leaf. I focused on refining the leaf, adding moisture, and removing impurities, that sort of thing, while my energy plummeted in about a second after I started. Chapter 13, Over Limit. I finished up right before I fully ran out of energy and handed over the leaf that now looked like it had just been plucked from the plant and had a slight gleam to it. My word! This is one of, if not the best looking azure leaf I have ever seen, and so fresh as well. My ache said with an impressed expression that Naza also shared. I would hope so, it took nearly all of my energy to make it like that. What is that leaf even used for anyways? I asked curiously. It's one of the primary ingredients for the elixirs that restore even high-level adventurers' health and mana. Usually they are controlled heavily by my father's familia. But I managed to get a dried leaf from the market that I haven't been able to use until now, since as it turned out the leaf's properties are held within its juices. My ache explained without looking away from the leaf. No wonder it was so expensive to restore and refine despite only being a single leaf, I said, rather surprised at the true identity of the leaf. So long as mana potions work on you, I have no doubt that you ought to be able to regrow Naz's arm with your spell. My ache said after carefully storing the leaf again. Wait a second, what do you mean regrowing Naz's arm? Doesn't she have 2 arms already? I asked, confused as hell. Naz grimaced but rolled up her right sleeve to show that the perfectly functional arm she had was in fact a prosthetic that was made of a shining silver metal. I was shocked, since when fully covered like it was, I thought it was a perfectly normal arm, as it perfectly matched her other and moved smoothly and quickly. It's so convincing. I truly, though it was a normal arm, I apologize for the discomfort, I said honestly. It's not your fault, since I try to keep it hidden, and it is a top-of-the-line prosthetic from the Dian sect familia after all. Naza said, waving off my apology. I am going to be honest, I am unsure whether my technique will work on you, since you are a living thing and not something taken from a living thing but not alive like that leaf. I am willing to test if I can use mana potions if you are willing to accept that possibility, I told her seriously. I am willing to make that gamble, she said with a determined look. My ache nodded in agreement before reaching over to the nearby shelf and taking off a single vial of yellow liquid the color of a banana but that was as smooth as water. This is a low-level mana potion, try taking a small sip of it to see if it has any effect, he said as he handed it over. I looked at my goddess and carefully took off the cork sealing the liquid in before pouring a small amount in my mouth and swallowing it. It tasted of bitter medicine, which was unpleasant but something I could handle. We all waited with bated breath to see what would happen, but I didn't feel any different than normal. Is it supposed to take this long? I asked, and before I could get an answer there was a change. In my reservoir, energy started to pour in like a wave, quickly filling it to the brim, but that was when a problem came about. It didn't stop. I started to feel a bit bloated, then I started to feel hot, and finally my body began to exude cursed energy and I panted like I was burning up, and judging from the expressions on everyone's faces I must have looked like it too. Haha, much energy. Haha, need to vent, I said, panting heavily as I grabbed Naza roughly Hell's Forge. I spoke the incantation before anyone could stop me and began to will the cursed technique to restore her arm. My cursed flames burst to life on Naza's body and she grit her teeth in pain, but her shirt at the shoulder began to tear as her body began to slowly regrow the arm that was once there. The prosthetic that was taking up that space, however, was getting pushed away by the newly regrown flesh and bone, thus the shirt was ripping from the pressure. Naza resolutely tore off the fabric and prosthetic with her left arm, and the regrowth, now unobstructed, accelerated drastically. My energy reservoir concerningly never dropped below halfway for the entirety of the regrowing process, despite my technique literally burning through it at a staggering rate. In the end, Naza was left with a brand new arm that mirrored her other. I was still overflowing with cursed energy though, and had to make a desperate gamble to get rid of it. I tried to force it out of my body without negative emotions. It was hard to describe, but it felt like I was pressing against a barrier with the energy until the pressure was too much and the barrier was shattered and my cursed energy flowed freely out of my body in a violent burst. I didn't realize it, but the cursed technique markings on my stomach and chest began to expand at this moment, and black tattoo-like bands appeared on my shoulders and 2 sigils came into existence on my shoulder blades. At this point the energy finally stopped surging into my reservoir and I felt lightheaded for a moment before collapsing. That was my first experience with the common magical phenomenon known as Mind Zero, which happened when a mage used more magic than they can handle in a short period of time. In my case, I had used the equivalent of 20 times my current max energy amount in all of a few brief minutes. Ugh, my fucking head! I groaned when consciousness finally started to return to me. Easy lad, you are suffering a nasty case of Mind Zero. Give it a few minutes and the headache will ease up a bit. My ache said as I went to sit up. Alex! I heard Hestia yell before feeling a softness covering my face and suffocating me alongside a weight on my chest. Pretty sure she's suffocating me in her boobs. I am strangely okay with this, I thought despite tapping out in hopes of someone saving me. The weight vanished and I could suddenly see and breath again, which was nice, I suppose. Looking around, I saw Naza holding a struggling Hestia while my ache just had this amused look on his face as he gave me a sly wink. I'm fine, Hestia. Well, I could really use some water, but I don't think it'll kill me to wait, I joked despite it feeling like I had a gorilla punching my brain. My goddess was released and thankfully didn't try and smother me to death this time, but settled for a concerned hug. It was nice to be cared about like this. Warm, I suppose, is a good way to describe it. Chapter 14, Dilution and Potion Idea. I must say, lad, your reaction to that mana potion was quite unexpected. From what I could tell, you were literally overflowing with energy, something that should be impossible. My ache said seriously. What do you mean? I asked, confused while giving up on prying my goddess off me since she had me in a death grip. Mana potions, no matter how good, are only supposed to refill the drinker's mana. The leftover effects of the potion are wasted after that. In your case, however, the small amount of a low mana potion you swallowed not only refilled your energy but also exceeded your maximum amount as well, and not by a small amount either. It's just my theory, but I think that it has something to do with that skill of yours. Maybe what it actually does is convert any mana in your body to this cursed energy of yours, and so the potion kept trying to refill a mana reservoir that was perpetually emptying, he explained seriously. If the conversion of mana to cursed energy was efficient enough, that might explain why I got so much out of so little as well, I said, finding his theory reasonable. Indeed. Speaking of, can you try and guess roughly how much the small amount of the potion you drank gave you, so that Naza and I can try and make a diluted version that would be safe for your consumption? My ache said, and I was surprised by the offer. I might be a little off, but around 20 times my previous full amount. After that experience, however, I imagine my magic stat will increase drastically, I said honestly. My ache nodded before starting to mutter with Naza over the right amount to dilute a mana potion by to achieve the same effect as a normal low-grade potion. To me, though, it was a bunch of nonsense that I couldn't understand at all. Sounded like chemistry, and I flunked that class by a lot. Choosing to stop wasting my time with the two potion makers, I turned my attention to the more pressing matter at hand, a certain clingy goddess. Hestia, could you perhaps let me go now? My headache is going away, but you don't exactly weigh nothing, you know, I said, and I could have sworn that I saw a vein pop on her forehead. Are you calling me fat? She asked with a dangerous glint in her eyes. I shook my head vigorously. Not at all, but I am rather uncomfortable like this, I said honestly. While she was fairly soft, that didn't mean having 95 pounds of goddess sitting on your chest was fun. She looked a little peeved, but still got off me, which was a literal weight off my chest, and let me finally sit up. As my ache promised, my headache was easing up over time and was now much more manageable than say 5 minutes ago. I remember that something had happened to my cursed energy just before I passed out from Mind Zero, but I wasn't going to risk it by experimenting until I was clear of my current condition. You had me terrified when you burst into flame like that. I thought you were going to die. Hestia spoke and got teary towards the end. I reached out and rubbed the top of her head. While I am happy you care so much, have some faith. I am nothing if not stubborn and won't let just anything claim my life, you hear me? I asked with a confident smile. Omu, I'll find your soul and torment you for 1,000 years if you leave me for no good reason, understood? She asked with her own smile. Sounds like a drag. I think I'll pass, I joked, and we both laughed. Good to see you are back to fine spirits. Naza and I are done figuring out how much we should dilute a normal mana potion. With the information you gave us, this new diluted potion should restore your reservoir and not overflow it by more than a small amount at most, which will be fixed as your magic stat increases, my ache said after we finished laughing. Thanks for the trouble, just let me know what I owe you and I'll pay you back when I can, I said thankfully. I meant it too, since it was better for me to have found out about my sensitivity to mana potions in a semi-controlled environment rather than by chugging a full undiluted potion in the dungeon and exploding pathetically. I might be wrong, but I am pretty sure the only reason I didn't explode from the small amount I drank earlier was because regrowing Naz's arm was just that expensive. By my calculations, the amount of energy I used was the same as I would normally have at H-rank magic at level 2. In other words, I had used way more cursed energy than I had any business with at my current level of progress. It probably wasn't a pointless amount of danger I suffered, even if we disregard Nez's new arm, as since I had pushed my energy and technique beyond its current limits, my stats were likely to show great improvement on my next update. It may even be enough to be time for me to enter the dungeon for the first time. My ache interrupted my thoughts with something that caused my brain to short-circuit for a second. Oh no, we could never accept your money after you risked so much and gave my child back her arm, and I pray her hope as well. All your potions at the Blue Pharmacy will be free for as long as you come here, he vowed solemnly. As you can imagine, I had trouble accepting this vow, as it made no sense logically and could even be considered foolish from a business standpoint. Wait. While I appreciate the sentiment, that is far too much to accept. How about you give me free mana potions, since those should be the cheapest to purchase since they are so heavily diluted? Ah! Wait, can I request a custom potion as well, one that if you succeed will bring you a great deal of money? I spoke hurriedly while getting a great idea towards the end as well. We can accept the mana potions being given for free, since as you said, them being so diluted makes them much cheaper. What is this custom potion though, and how would it bring us a bunch of money? Naza asked before my ache could speak again. Have you ever gone through the dungeon square when people are coming from the dungeon? I asked, and they both nodded confused. I continued, at this point then you are likely familiar with the stench they leave behind as well. My idea is a potion that removes this smell, or at least hides it until the adventurer can bath. If you advertise correctly, I can't see why this wouldn't immediately become a big hit in the city and perhaps further. Chapter 15, Control and Possible Profit. Both my ache and Naza looked intrigued by the idea. A potion that removes or suppresses one's odors until they bath. At first glance this appears to be a frivolous and pointless thing, but I remember smelling foul after returning from the dungeon, so I can see the appeal. Naza said seriously, and my ache nodded in agreement. We would need to do some experimenting, but I believe your idea should be achievable within a month. My ache said seriously. That'll do perfectly. Make as much as you can and store it away, and once you have enough for a few hundred people at minimum, let one of us know so we can start advertising it. I said seriously. A few hundred? It's not possible that so many would want it, is it? My ache exclaimed in shock. I chuckled. You seem to heavily underestimate just how much an adventurer reeks after a long day delving. Besides a few nut jobs with some screws loose, the adventurers that put up with the stench only do so because they have no choice but to do so. We change that, and I am almost willing to bet my left arm that you'll see more business in a single day than you have in years. I said with a grin. You don't seem to be lying, so I'll take your word for it on faith, but know that I doubt it will come to pass as you have said. My ache said skeptically. Hestia and I left after that before heading home, since it had been a good few hours between us traveling to the pharmacy and me getting overloaded with cursed energy. I was apparently knocked out for 2 hours due to the severity of my mind zero state, and as a result we only had at most another 3 hours of daylight left. An hour of that was used just getting back to the church, with the last 2 being us eating some cheap food we got from a vendor who was about to shut down their stall for the day. Hestia needed to shell out some of her savings for the food, but I promised that we would be better off once I got started in the dungeon. I meant it too, as that place was a veritable treasure trove for my cursed technique. From drops to the monsters themselves, I highly doubted that I couldn't find a way to earn a hefty profit from the place. That was just on the first few floors, mind you, as I was curious if the unique metals taken from deeper in the dungeon could also being manipulated with my technique. My thought on that was that if the dungeon truly was a living thing like many believe, then those metals should technically count as being from a living being and thus subject to my technique. Even if that wasn't the case though, I still win, as I can finally put that theory to rest entirely. Anyways, we went to bed for the day and woke up nice and early like usual the next day. Holding out my hand, I willed my cursed energy to come forward, and to my surprise blue and black flame-like energy appeared without any issue at all. So that breakthrough I felt was my body becoming better at moving and controlling cursed energy. I thought as I moved my hand around, and the cursed energy flickered and swayed as though it was truly flame. Focusing hard, I began to try and move all the energy to a single finger of my hand, but failed as the amount of energy dropped when I attempted it. I was stubborn though and sent more energy to my hand before trying to stuff it all on a single finger again. I continued this until I ran out of energy before starting my workout to get my other stats moving as well. For my dexterity, I took my weapon and grabbed a piece of wood from a broken up building near the church to begin trying to carve. Fun fact: trying to carve with an axe head is no simple feat and prone to failure, but damn good practice controlling fine movements. A single twitch in the wrong way and all my work up to that point was ruined and needed to be undone with my cursed technique. This practice was a great way to practice fine control of cursed energy as well, since I was trying to limit the amount of area my technique touched to only the ruined part. Interestingly, I discovered that if I used my technique on two separate things, I could in fact fuse them together, which meant any wood I shaved off accidentally could be added to the piece I was carving again. By the time Hestia came back, my block of wood looked like some eldritch creature had gotten a hold of it. It sucked. Then again, I had literally just started learning how to carve and was not using the best possible tool for this sort of thing. I should really get a knife for this kind of thing. Maybe I can make one if I get lucky and get some goblin teeth. I thought as I wolfed down 3 of the fried potato things with ham that Hestia brought back for us. Hey Hestia, do you know any butchers in the city? Specifically the sort that might have bones they have no use for? I asked, having a really good idea suddenly. I think there's one a bit down the street from my stall. Why? She asked curiously after swallowing her bite of food. If I can get some bones, I can use my cursed technique to refine and shape them into stuff you can sell. Things like bone chimes, rings, necklaces and bracelets. You can definitely sell them for a decent bit on top of your Jagamericans. The best part is if anyone asked how they were made, you can be honest and say a spell did it. I said with a grin. Her face brightened as she smiled. That might work. I'll try and convince the butcher to let me have some bones tomorrow. It doesn't matter what condition they are in, right? She asked, and I shook my head. After we finished eating, we went to bed eager for the next day, since if everything worked out we could improve our financial situation some with the sale of these bone items. I didn't even want her to sell them for a whole lot of money either, since they would likely come from free bones anyways, and I was more than happy for the practice with my technique. Obvious the better quality ones with more details and nicer appearance would be sold for more money, but I doubted many would buy the stuff as anything more than a nifty trinket. I spent the next day the same as I spent the previous and made a small amount of progress with my cursed energy control. When Hestia got back, she had an extra bag that was filled with broken bone pieces that looked as though someone had taken a hammer to them. Chapter 16, Figurine. I am not talking about like if a butcher accidentally hit a bone with a cleaver and we only got the shard that came off. No, I mean it was clear that these were pristine and solid bones that someone had intentionally busted up. Before I lost my temper though, I made sure to ask Hestia what the deal was with them. Thankfully I did too, as she explained that the butcher busted them up since he said it would be easier to stew for broth that way. It was a simple misunderstanding on the butcher's part rather than any malicious thoughts. Taking the bag from her, I set it down while we ate dinner before grabbing 5 shards of bone and activating my cursed technique. The flames covered the bones and I managed to fuse them into a single orb the size of a muscadine grape before my energy ran out. It was rough and had several cracks, but it was just a base for me to work with. I'll probably need a few days before I have any amount worth selling, so by the time I get my next update then. I said honestly, and Hestia nodded. Do we need to worry about health issues with these bone pieces? She asked, but I shook my head. After refining them with my technique, they will not have any flesh or bacteria on them, so they can be considered mineral in a way, no different from rocks you might find on the ground. I explained calmly. Why? Aren't flesh and bacteria considered from living things as well? She asked, a little confused. They are, but the way my technique refines things is by simply removing whatever I don't want and perfecting whatever I do want. In this case the flesh and bacteria are unwanted and as such will be burned away. The only real limitation I have is my own understanding of the thing I am working with as well as my imagination. I explained with a smile. She seemed happy with that answer and we went to bed shortly after that. The next day she left for her job and I went to work refining the orb of bone I made the previous night until I was out of energy. Then I started my physical exercise and pushed it a bit harder than normal as I had noticed that as my endurance stat went up it took less and less time for me to recover from merely sore muscles. Not by a lot mind you, but enough that I could go just smidge harder than would be a good idea for a normal person. After my workout left my body burning I sat down and went back to working on the orb. One more refinement after that and the bone orb was ready to be shaped. The bone was now flawless and had a dull but eye-catching whiteness to it that was nice to look at by itself. Once my energy refilled naturally I began to shape the orb into a small humanoid form but with thin gossamer insectoid wings on its back outstretched as if to fly. That alone took me nearly 4 whole amounts of cursed energy to complete simply because of how detailed I made the figurine. I made realistic wings, body shape, and a pretty little face with short hair tied up in a bun. I made a small figurine of Tinker Bell. It was only about an inch tall but the level of detail alone was enough for me to be confident that at least someone would be interested in it. Just before Hestia would normally be returning I had the brilliant idea to add a small but noticeable symbol on the thigh of the figurine. This was a simple maker's mark that I would be putting somewhere on all my works from now on. Shortly after I began to fuse some more bone shards together into another orb. Hestia returned and saw the figurine. "So pretty," she said, fawning over the thing in awe. "I don't want to sell anything sub-par, so I spent a good bit of effort on that little trinket. You can sell it for however much you'd like after I make 3 more. If they are not very popular I will switch to something else like jewelry," I said, not really caring all that much since with my cursed technique I can always make more. "How could this not be popular? Do you even see how pretty it is?" she exclaimed, like the mere idea that the figurine wouldn't be popular was blasphemy of the highest order. "I mean, yeah, it's nice to look at, but it's not all that useful, is it?" I asked, confused why she was acting like this. This was the city of adventurers after all. While I might be wrong, I sort of doubted an adventurer would spend a bunch of money on something that serves no purpose beyond looking nice. I certainly wouldn't, but then again I could be totally wrong. Hestia didn't try and argue with me about it but said that she'd take it with her tomorrow but not to sell. I didn't see any issue with that and dug into the food she brought before heading to bed. Like she said, she took the figurine with her in the morning and I repeated the process I went through the previous day to refine an orb of bone before shaping it into a figurine with my maker's mark. It was surprisingly easier than before, ever so slightly, which I was sure was because I had experience this time. I didn't make Tinker Bell this time but took the same body shape and modified the face, clothes, and hair so it was another fairy entirely in a different pose as well. I wanted to try and keep from using the same design more than once unless someone asked for it. When Hestia returned she had a massive smile and a small bulging sack of coin in her hand that caught me off guard. Hestia, where did you get that bag of Valis from?" I asked with a sneaking suspicion that I knew the answer already. I took the little fairy up to my stall and had it sitting at the front and someone noticed it and asked if I was selling it. I told them I wasn't, but they really wanted it and soon there was a whole crowd of people offering a bunch of money for it, she said, all excited about her day. I deadpanned at her. "You sold the figurine, didn't you?" I asked calmly and she nodded. "For 12,000 Valis. When I said I would have more soon the crowd went nuts, she said with a wide smile. I wanted to be mad, really I did, but 12,000 Valis is not a small sum for people in such dire straits like us. Valis was the currency in this world and was represented in 3 different denominations: gold, silver, and bronze. Bronze coins were worth 5 Valis, silver coins were worth 20 bronze coins and gold coins were worth 100 silver coins. That sack had 1 gold coin and a bunch of silver ones in it. To make things clearer, a loaf of white bread cost between 10 and 20 valis, and a gourmet meal may cost at most 6 or 7,000 valis for really high-end but normal foods like caviar. Chapter 17, To the Dungeon. A meal made from dungeon ingredients, however, could go as high as 500,000 valis. Needless to say, I was quite justified in my shock at the amount of money we got all of a sudden. Who the hell just carries that much money around? I asked, genuinely confused. I don't know who it was, just that everyone seemed afraid of him. Hestia said honestly. Can I get a description? I don't think that just anyone commands that sort of acknowledgement, I said with an ominous feeling in my gut. Well, it was really Big Boaz with short hair, and he felt like really strong. Hestia said, trying to be helpful. Well, the good news is that I think I know who that is, but the bad news is we really don't want his goddess's attention, I said with a tired sigh. Is he famous or something? Hestia asked, confused why I sounded so worried. Famous doesn't even begin to cut it. If I am right, that is the most powerful adventurer in Orario, otter of the Freya familia, I said honestly. Hestia stiffened. Why in heaven's name would someone like that be in the stall area? She exclaimed. I am not personally acquainted with the man, but from what I have been told, there are 2 reasons I could think of. First, that he had business elsewhere and was passing through but noticed the figurine and thought Freya would like it. The second was that Freya herself saw the figurine and told him to go get it for her. Either way, I am debating whether or not to even give you any more of the things, since we can't withstand the attention of a familia like that, I said seriously. But the money? Hestia asked reluctantly. It's your call, but I will keep making the things if you still want to sell them. Though I suppose it'll take a while longer, since I will be going to the dungeon tomorrow, since today is update day, I said with a shrug. Whatever choice my goddess makes was obviously going to be the way we deal with things, since despite her being a bit carefree, she had a pretty good head on her shoulders. Besides that, I couldn't be bothered to focus on anything beyond personal growth and left it to her as the head of the familia. Oh yeah, that was today, wasn't it? Excited to see how much you've grown? Hestia asked with a playful smile. Always. Every single point is just another step towards my ultimate goal, I said with my own smile. Name, Alexander Drake. Race, human. Level 1. Strength 115, H-256, G. Endurance 167, H-312, F. Agility 101, H-221, G. Dexterity 78, I-201, G. Magic 272, G-627, C. Spells, Hell's Forge. Innate technique, can use anything from a living being and reshape or refine it per one's will. Incantation, Hell's Forge. Skills, Heavenly Restriction. In exchange for the ability to wield mana and magic, one gains access to cursed energy and cursed techniques. Like I had expected, I had reached G rank in all of my stats and even exceeded it in endurance and magic. Reaching C rank in magic was a little shocking, but considering what I had to go through to get there, I was not surprised all that much. More likely than not, that would end up being the first stat to reach the limit of 999 S, at this rate. I can't really explain why, but the idea of that being the highest possible amount before you have to level up bothered me. Like the Falna was supposed to eventually, in theory, turn a mortal into a god, so why was the limit so low? It didn't make any sense to me, but I suppose I wouldn't ever get an answer to that question. We ate dinner and went to bed after I got my update, since we would both be leaving the church tomorrow. She would be taking my new figurine to the market with her, which was not the best idea, but I couldn't really argue with it as we were hurting financially at the moment. Unlike usual, when I woke up in the morning, I didn't plan to stay near the church, but rather was going to swing by the Blue Pharmacy to grab some diluted mana potions and check on things there before heading to the dungeon. Orario was always so busy early in the morning as people moved about to complete errands or head to the dungeon or open shop. As I moved through the crowds towards the Blue Pharmacy, I couldn't help but be excited by the idea of my first real adventure. It wasn't going to be some epic tale of conquest or anything, since I wasn't going to go any further than the first couple of floors that only had goblins spawn in them. I was hoping to get some teeth to drop naturally before I began to experiment with my cursed technique on the dead bodies to see if I could increase the drop rate that way. In theory, I could actually just turn the entire body into a drop by simply transforming it with my technique without taking the core from the body. That was definitely going to cost way more energy than it would be worth though, so I wouldn't be trying that anytime soon. After about a 30-minute walk at a relatively fast pace, I reached the My Ache Familia shop and opened the door, which set off the ringer. "Welcome back, Alex. Here for some potions, I take it?" Naza, who was sitting behind the counter, said in a friendly manner. "Good morning, Naza. How is that arm treating you?" I asked with a smile. She flexed the new arm a couple times. "It lacks any muscle memory, so I am having to retrain it all from scratch, but it works just like it is supposed to," she said honestly. I nodded. I am not surprised, since it is a new arm and not the one you lost, so obviously the muscle memory is missing. Still, it is good to hear that there is no problem with it. I need a couple of diluted potions since today is my first time going to the dungeon and I want to be prepared, I said casually, and she moved to get my order. She put 3 vials on the counter though, which confused me since one of them was green while the other 2 were the expected watery yellow. "This one is a healing potion. The first dive can be a bit rough, so you may take some scratches or scrapes," she explained, and I nodded before carefully putting the potions away in a small sack that Hestia bought for carrying stuff in. "See you later," I called with a wave as I left the shop and started to make my way to the dungeon at the center of the city. On the way, I bumped into a girl carrying a paper bag of ingredients which spilled onto the ground. She had grey hair and eyes and looked panicked when the stuff fell on the ground. "Ah, sorry about that, here, let me help you," I said, embarrassed, and bent down to pick up the stuff on the ground. Chapter 18, First Delve. I picked up all the produce from the ground and put it in the bag. "Oh no! The tomatoes have gotten bruised. Mamma Mia is going to kill me," the girl said, fussing over the bruised red fruit. I held out my hand. "Give them to me and I'll fix them up for you. It's the least I can do after accidentally running into you like that," I said honestly. The girl looked confused but did as I asked, and with a quick application of my technique the tomatoes were as good as ever, and I had even improved the flavor by a small amount. "Your magic is beautiful and useful. Would you consider working at the Hostess of Fertility?" the girl asked with a bright smile. "Not for me, I'm afraid. I'm an adventurer at heart. Thanks for the offer though, and please do have a good day," I said before hurrying away, as I was still very eager to get into the dungeon. The girl seemed nice and all, but I had better things to do than socialize. After rushing for a good 40 minutes, I finally reached the entrance to the dungeon. It was under the Tower of Babel and had 2 guards at either side of the door who were ignoring everyone entering the dungeon, which made me think they were here more for the monsters than the people. The entrance to the dungeon itself was a winding, rough stairway that appeared to have been carved from the walls themselves. Unlike most people think, the first floor of the dungeon actually had a bunch of different zones that could be found via the doorways along the walls of the stairs, but all lead to the lower floors eventually. I, like so many other adventurers, chose a random entrance and entered the first floor proper. The layout of the first few floors was the same, with it having dark stone walls like that of a cave, but strangely weren't pitch black at all for some reason, and you could see easily here. I immediately walked over to a wall and put my hand on it and trying to activate my cursed technique, but I got no response, but not for the reason I had expected. I could feel that the dungeon was alive, or at the very least had something indistinguishable from it, but my technique was simply unable to affect the thing. If I had to explain, it was like my technique tried to attach itself to the dungeon but simply couldn't get a grip, if that makes sense. Despite this, however, the dungeon clearly didn't appreciate the attempt, as the walls crumbled and 5 humanoid creatures with green skin and wooden weapons came from them, goblins. I cursed and quickly drew out my weapon before rushing at the first goblin nearest to me that was still disoriented from just being born. Swinging wide with the hammer part, I connected with the side of its head. Crunch! I flinched as I felt the flesh and bone crack and shatter on impact through the hammer. It was a sickening sensation for someone who had never killed anything intentionally before like me, but I didn't have time to contemplate it as the rest of the goblins yelled and charged at me. The first goblin was obviously dead, considering I had collapsed its skull with my very heavy weapon. I knew from the Artemis Familia that monsters in the first 4 floors weren't much more durable than a normal human, so it honestly wasn't that difficult to kill them quickly if you hit the right spots. Of the 4 remaining goblins, it was one with a wooden club that reached me first, and the thing viciously leapt up and tried to crack my own skull with the thing. I dodged to the side and swung my axe head side at the goblin's side, which I immediately regretted as the ribs crunched and split with blood pouring out, and this awful sound from the lung getting crushed came from the goblin's mouth. The weight of the blow sent the creature sprawling to the side, making a terrible gurgling sound as it tried and failed to breathe. Again, I had no time to deal with the mental pressure this brought to my mind as the next 2 goblins arrived, one with a sharp wooden spear and one with a club. My only saving grace was that these things were wild and didn't work well together. The spear goblin tried to stab me, but the club goblin got in the way, ending up getting stabbed in the back. It got hit in the perfect location for the magic stone to get hit, which killed the thing instantly, and it exploded into black smoke with red sparks in it. Unlike what I was expecting, however, where the smoke would just clear out like the Artemis Familia had told me, it instead got sucked into the tattoo on my chest. The fuck? I thought in complete confusion, but snapped out of my shock when the spear goblin didn't stop trying to kill me. The last goblin that also had a spear caught up, and I had the play dodge the stabby sticks for a good 5 minutes with not great results before I got an opportunity to crack my hammer side against a skull again, leaving me to deal with only 1 goblin. The last goblin had no sense of self-preservation and went to stab me again, but I frankly had had enough of getting cut up by barely dodging the things, and after avoiding the spear, grabbed it with my left hand and activated my cursed technique. Immediately the wood that the goblin was holding grew spikes through its palm, making it scream and try to drop the spear. Taking advantage of this distraction, I stepped forward with my weapon and brought it down as hard as I could onto the last goblin's head. The skull was totally demolished with blood pouring out everywhere as the goblin's body dropped. My senses were alive as adrenaline coursed through my veins, and I was gasping and panting heavily in exhaustion. It took 5 minutes for me to recover and start to calm down, and another 30 to stop vomiting as my mind caught up with the brutal nature of what I had done. Don't get me wrong, I understood the necessity of it, but that didn't mean actually doing the stuff wasn't hard on the mind at first. The fact I had basically killed 4 things at once definitely hadn't helped at all. If it was only 1 like I had originally planned, then it wouldn't have been so bad, but I pissed off the dungeon a little and got 4. Next came the really uncomfortable part though, magic stone collection. Monsters all contained magic stones somewhere in their body, usually the chest, that you needed to harvest or risk a variant showing up, which was a mutation of a normal monster that grows by eating magic stones. Interestingly, a monster's body won't vanish until the stone was harvested, and drops don't appear either. Chapter 19, Variant. Hell's Forge. I spoke the incantation and blue and black flames came to life from my hand, covering the goblin's body. I focused only on the part that normally dropped, however, and used the technique to refine the teeth ever so slightly before cutting off the energy as I was getting low. Steeling myself, I raised my weapon before bringing it down right on the goblin's chest with the axe side. The ribs split open to reveal the magic stone that was intact, and trying not to throw up again, I reached into the cavity and tore it out, causing the body to burst into smoke and embers that got sucked into my tattoos. Well, at least I know that wasn't just a freak incident now. I muttered as I tried to sense if there was anything different about my tattoos or body, but there was nothing at all. The magic stone in my hand was bloody and about the size of my thumb, but perfectly intact with a shifting smoky-looking energy within its black crystalline form. On the ground though, I saw something that improved my mood immediately, a full set of teeth that were white. Before jumping to any conclusions though, I went through the gruesome and unsettling process of extracting the stones of the other 3 goblins and didn't get any drops at all from them, which told me that I was right. If I refined the drop before harvesting the stone from an intact body, I could get that drop guaranteed. The next step, however, was checking if the teeth I got this way were the same as a normal drop, which meant I unfortunately needed to go hunting for more goblins. I didn't need to worry about blood though, as with a quick flex of my cursed technique it all burnt away. Once I mentally prepared myself, I walked further into the dungeon to search for more goblins. The monster spawn rate in the dungeon was based on the power and depth the monster was on. As a result, the dungeon churned out a new goblin once every 20 minutes or so, which was why adventurers weren't constantly fighting over the things if they were even hunting them. After reaching level 2, which was a point most people easily achieved in time with effort, most adventurers ignored the goblins because they weren't worth fighting. Then of course you had the second sort of adventurer that killed everything that moved and ignored the dropped stones, despite the fact that doing so could result in a variant popping up simply because it was unprofitable. I unfortunately came across one such variant this dive, though it was thankfully a new one and not out of my strike range, but definitely close. See, I was prowling the stone path of the dungeon when just up ahead I saw the damn thing. At first I thought it was a person because it was about as tall as the average human and had pale grey skin, so I thought it was just some shirtless dude down here. I was wrong. The variant seemed to sense me and turned before I could call out in greeting, and my voice died in my throat when I saw the face of the variant. Long canines and bloody red eyes that made me think of a predator staring at prey. "Oh shit!" I shouted as I quickly reached into my pouch and took out a mana potion that I popped the top off of and down the moment I realized what I was not more than 15 meters away from. There was no saving the vial though, as the variant charged rapidly with a rusty sword in hand, which forced me to toss it and focus on the threat. "Graya!" the thing screamed viciously as it swung the blade so fast that I barely dodged it by leaping to the side. "I need to grab it," I thought, immediately recognizing that I was outmatched in physical stats. Magic though? Oh, I had some real nasty ideas about how I could use my cursed technique in battle. Admittedly, one of them was to straight up rip off Mojito and transfigure my opponent in a way that renders them harmless, or at least less likely to harm me. In this case I was going to seal the goblin's mouth and nose before letting it suffocate to death. I know, really fucked up, but you couldn't convince me that the alternative of this thing probably bringing me to the point of near death from a direct clash would be a better option. I figured out how I was going to grab the variant in no time at all, and I was frankly not that thrilled at the idea, but it was admittedly the best I could come up with. When the variant charged at me again, I steeled myself and moved towards it instead of away. I didn't get stabbed or slashed, thankfully, as I wrapped my arms around the thing like a very aggressive hug before activating my technique. I definitely got slashed across the back after that, however, as the cursed flames consumed the goblin variant and its lips and nostrils fused shut and it tried its hardest to get me off. Once my work was done, I punched the variant in the nose as hard as I could before distancing myself. I could feel the cut on my back, but it didn't hurt too much thanks to the adrenaline, and while the variant clawed at its face after dropping its sword, I snatched said weapon. I couldn't help but grin when I held it, as my technique told me it counted as from a living thing. Reaching into my pouch, I grabbed the health and mana potion before downing them both and putting the empty vials back. I felt an itch from my back and my energy reservoir threatened to overfill, since the effects of the previous potion I took were still in effect. This time it was intentionally done, as I activated my technique and began to refine the sword so that it became a guaranteed drop. Once I felt I had done enough, I crossed my fingers, prayed to Hestia, and used my cursed technique on myself to try and heal the cut on my back. The pain vanished, as surprisingly the technique didn't hurt me at all when I used it on myself. Even more surprising was that the energy burnt by the technique was the lowest it's ever been, and I suddenly realized I had been putting the carriage before the horse. My technique was meant to be used on me, but using it on things outside myself was the extension of the technique and thus a massive energy sink. Looking at the variant that had collapsed at this point with a blue face and was in its final throes as the life fled its body, I sighed and walked over to it and sank its own blade through its chest to retrieve the magic stone. Chapter 20, Guild Trip. When I retrieved the stone, the variant burst into a much bigger than normal cloud of smoke that had blue embers in it rather than the red of the normal goblins. The stone was also 3 times bigger and clearly of a higher quality. The smoke got sucked into my tattoos again, but this time I actually felt a difference. It was hard to describe, but it felt almost like a drop of liquid had appeared in my mind. What it meant and what uses it had I wasn't sure about, but it certainly didn't feel like it was a bad thing. Anyway, I got the sword as a drop, and to my surprise the variant's entire skull. It honestly looked almost like a human skull, but the details were off and the mouth full of very sharp teeth said otherwise. Still, I bagged the thing since loot was loot and it might prove useful later. After this encounter I was firmly and completely done with this delve and started heading back to the surface. I had to hang the sword awkwardly from my hip since it was a raw blade without a sheath, but nobody said anything, so I just rolled with it. I headed over to the guild nearby to sell my loot and verify whether or not the goblin teeth I had still counted as drops. The place was absolutely hopping with activity as many other adventurers also came to turn in their loot for coin. I quickly found my way over to Rose's counter that was mostly empty. "Yo!" I said cheerfully, and the werewolf woman glared at me. "Oh well, if it isn't Mr. Drake, who I haven't seen since I was assigned to him and I thought died in the dungeon." "What can I do for you today, sir?" she said in the most passive-aggressive manner ever. "Okay, that's fair. I probably should have checked in, but I was busy training really hard before I went into the dungeon. Got all my stats to G before I even stepped foot in the place, a decision I am happy to say was a damn good one. Today was the first time I delved, in fact, and I even came across a fucking variant goblin of all things. Probably some asshole left stones on the ground without care if I had to guess. I vented my sorrows to the woman and she gave me a weird look like I was missing some screws. "So you haven't been delving the whole month?" she asked, suspicious. Now I was training my stats up to G first and getting a hang of my weapon and magic. Today was the first time I've actually stepped foot in the dungeon and I got ambushed by 4 goblins, then I ran into a variant bastard. "Hold on, I think I already mentioned that," I said with a pause towards the end. "I would like to say you have a good head on your shoulders, but I think you might actually be insane. Also, you said you came across a variant goblin? Can you describe where and what it looked like so the guild can issue a quest to exterminate it?" Rose said very seriously towards the end. Oh. There's no need, I already killed it. Speaking of, I have some drops to turn in," I said before digging out the skulls so I could get to the teeth and stones at the bottom of my bag. Rose just stared at the skull dumbfounded while I did this, and she wasn't alone as some other people had taken notice of the skull as well. I set all the teeth on the counter before putting the skull back in the bag since I was going to keep it for personal use. "Here we are, 12 goblin teeth and 6 magic stones with 1 broken and 1 from the variant," I said cheerfully as I handed over my loot. "So you actually fought a variant and won?" Rose asked, astonished. "I am pretty sure it was a newly evolved one, but I did, yes," I said, nodding in confirmation. "I see," she said neutrally as she moved on to testing all the loot, and I was especially worried about the teeth, but they passed inspection just fine. The variant stone is approximately equivalent to a grade 3 stone or a stone from an ogre for a value of 2000 valis. The teeth are worth 50 valis apiece for a total of 600 valis. The broken stone is worth a flat rate of 50 valis. Each normal goblin core that is intact is worth 100 valis for a total of 400 valis. Your complete turnover is 3050 valis. Is this acceptable?" Rose said, breaking down the going price of things. I nodded. "Yep, that sounds good, thanks for the help," I said with a smile. Rose just looked at me blankly before counting out the coin and putting it in a small bag that she handed to me. I left the guild after that and totally missed Rose gawking at the slashed bloody back of my shirt. On the way back I was called out by the girl who I bumped into hours beforehand and helped with the produce. "Hey! Over here," she called, and like anyone would at that sound I looked. That was a mistake. She rushed me, and before I knew it all my valis was gone and I was eating a hearty meal at a restaurant and bar called the Hostess of Fertility. It was a quaint little place that made me nervous as hell for one reason: every single person there save one was level 4 minimum. The owner was a massive dwarven woman who was level fucking 6. The food was good and all, but I didn't want to find out what happens if I criticized the food and kept my mouth shut about it needing some salt. I made sure to take some food home for Hestia since I thought she'd appreciate it, and said goodbye to the girl who I learned was named Seer. The owner Mia had apparently heard about my magic from Seer and offered to pay me to swing by every day in the morning to enhance the flavor of the ingredients after the tomatoes I had improved earlier proved to be a big hit when used. I was honest and said I'd try to stop by when I could, since I could always use the coin, but that I might not make it since I'd be hitting the dungeon a lot more. That answer was easily accepted and I was told it was an open offer. I wasn't sure, but Seer seemed pleased with the whole arrangement, but then again I was about as versed with the opposite sex as a rock. I was damn good at treating people like I wanted to be treated, but that just meant I wasn't hard to get along with. I avoided romance like the plague, it is though, and was perfectly happy being a single man forever. Chapter 21, True Purpose. I stopped by the Blue Pharmacy on the way back to the church and dropped off the empty vials while grabbing some more potions for the next day, including a few extras for when I was practicing my technique making bone figurines. Once I got back to the church, I got started doing precisely that, since my energy was full and I didn't want the bones to start rotting. To prevent that, I actually fused and refined all the bones together at once into an orb the size of a basketball that lacked anything capable of rotting. From there I downed a potion and got to work turning the bigger orb into about 30 smaller orbs that had flaws still, since I was trying to be as efficient as possible. A thing I learned about my technique was that if I gave it a vague order like regrow the arm, it would use my own understanding of what exactly that meant as a base to accomplish it, and thus I could regrow an arm with a seemingly low amount of energy. In the same way, however, if I tried to make the order complex like grow out the bones, then the muscles, veins and skin, the cost would grow to massive proportions. This was why it took me such a large amount of energy to add all the artistic details to my figurines. I was making incredibly precise orders that as a result cost me inefficiency. It was not about the amount of energy I was using when I crafted the figurines, but rather the level of fine detail I was adding in exchange. For this reason I was able to turn all of these orbs into vaguely fairy-like images for about a quarter of my energy each, but that lacked any individualistic features or fine details. I needed to drink another potion before Hestia came home in order to complete a figurine that this time had butterfly wings and Amazonas features and clothes. It was honestly the easiest design to make, considering that most Amazonas are damn near exhibitionists that wear next to nothing. Thanks to that, I doubt there is a male in Orario who can't vividly imagine their features. When my goddess finally did show up, she was pleased to report she had sold the other figurine for 11,000 valis, this time though to a different person. Oh right, the butcher wanted me to let you know that he doesn't mind trading the bones for a figurine since his wife wants one. Hestia said with a smile. I see. I already ate dinner and brought you some food from the place I ate, I said, pointing at the takeout bag sitting on the table. Unsurprisingly, Hestia was absolutely thrilled with the food, but I couldn't really blame her since we have been living on what she brought home from work all month. I think I should get an update today to see if my trip to the dungeon improved my stats by a lot or very little, I said after she was done eating, and she agreed. Like usual, she straddled my back and dripped a drop of her blood on my back, which sent up a bright light show as my fauna updated. Unlike usual, however, I felt the drop of liquid in my mind vanish in the process, but Hestia didn't seem to notice anything off. She finished up the process and copied my status on a sheet of paper before letting me up so I can take a look at it. Name, Alexander Drake. Race, human. Level 1. Strength 256, G-320, F. Endurance 312, F-402, E. Agility 221, G-295, G. Dexterity 201, G-276, G. Magic 627, C-814, A. Spells, Hell's Forge. Innate technique can use anything from a living being and reshape or refine it per one's will. Incantation, Hell's Forge. Skills, Heavenly Restriction. In exchange for the ability to wield mana and magic, one gains access to cursed energy and cursed techniques. All of my stats took a large jump forward based on how much I used them today, and I realized exactly what I absorbed through my tattoos, Excelia. Or at the very least, updating my fauna used the stuff in place of Excelia to improve my stats based on my efforts, but much more than I actually put in the work for. It wasn't an unreasonable amount of increase though, so I will at most grow abnormally fast, but not enough to draw concern. Still, the fact my magic stat had hit A rank meant I was soon going to find out for sure whether S really was the limit or not. goodness! Your stats exploded after only a single trip to the dungeon. At this rate you might level up before the end of the month. Hestia said excitedly and full of pride. I just nodded but didn't tell her that I wasn't planning on leveling up before I felt like there was no more progress to be made at this level. The higher my stats were at this level, the better my foundation for godhood would be, so I didn't want to improve my vessel by leveling up until I couldn't refine that foundation anymore. Nothing short of the absolute limit of what my vessel was capable of was acceptable. After that I refined the sword I got earlier a bit before calling it a night and heading to bed. The next day Hestia took my newest figurine and went to work while I headed to the hostess of fertility before going to the dungeon. In the bar and restaurant Mamma Mia thankfully kept me away from the girls who worked there as I improved the ingredients before handing me 3,000 valis and sending me on my way. Seer had shyly given me a boxed lunch she made as well, which I thanked her for politely before leaving. Her cooking was terrible, I found out. Too much salt and some stuff was burnt to the degree I had to use my technique just to fix the whole meal. Still, it was better than nothing at all, so I didn't mind it all that much. The first floor of the dungeon was the same as yesterday in that it was a strangely cave-like place that had supernatural lighting. The green-skinned goblins, like always, were stupid and murder-happy, leaping at any adventurer they come across. I myself had the vicious little bastards figured out and was able to calmly face one without any issue after finding one. That was the trick though, finding one. Unlike some sort of fucking video game, the low-level creatures were not in fact everywhere but actually took some luck or time looking to come across. I was sort of tempted to try and piss off the dungeon to make things easy on me by getting a group to show up, but something told me that at some point the dungeon would either stop reacting or send something that could actually kill me. Neither option felt like one worth looking forward to, so I chose to leave it be and hustle like every other adventurer. Chapter 22, Contemplations and Solemn Lesson. As I walked through the dungeon in search of goblins to desensitize myself to killing on, I pondered the nature of monsters. Nobody actually knew all that much about them beyond how they tend to be after they spawn. Like how exactly the dungeon spawns them, why they have magic stones, or why they go poof when you damage or remove said magic stone despite being very much solid flesh and blood things. All these questions went entirely unanswered, and from what I can tell nobody even bothered to try and answer them. What gave me a clue to them, however, was the fact that after a monster goes poof, my tattoos absorb the smoke. To most people my tattoos are just decoration, but I know for a fact that they are the physical representation of my innate technique. The fact that the smoke is absorbed by my tattoos means that monsters might in fact be this world's version of cursed spirits, and by killing them my cursed technique takes the special form of energy that comprises their bodies as fuel for my growth. That was my theory anyway, and might be wrong, but also raised a concerning question about myself. If true, was I really human? My fauna said so, and so did everyone around me. But if that was true, why was my body alone compatible with the energy that comprised a monster's body if they are indeed this world's type of cursed spirit? Is it just coincidence because of my technique, or is there something more to it? I thought about this until I finally came across a goblin. It looked the same as all the others and had a wooden club as it noticed me and charged screaming wildly. As an experiment I covered my fist in cursed energy and, dodging the overhead strike of the goblin, decked it as hard as I could in the face. Nothing strange happened though. It was a normal punch with a normal effect of breaking the nose and sending the goblin sprawling. So it isn't just a matter of cursed energy then, but something else as well. But what? I thought as I walked up to the goblin, struggling to get past the damage to its head. Dropping my knees on its arms to hold it down, I ignored its violent struggles and placed my palm flat against its chest before sending cursed energy to it. At first nothing happened, but eventually the goblin started screaming in pain, and I saw that it was faint, but a bit of charring was starting to appear on the part of the goblin I was pressing down on. So my cursed energy was traces of fire in it. Perhaps I can refine this into actual fire then. I thought, and gave it a go by picturing a violent flame as I willed my cursed energy to take that shape on my hand. It was slow, but the longer I kept up the flow the hotter my cursed energy got, burning the goblin worse and worse before I hit a barrier. My cursed energy simply wasn't getting hotter anymore, not because it couldn't but because I could feel that something was missing, like a key to what I wanted was not there and my progress was stopped as a result. It was frustrating. I felt something similar when I went over my limit on cursed energy after drinking that undiluted potion. Oh, I see. I need something to inspire me, something that gives my cursed energy an edge for the briefest moment. I almost forgot that cursed users need stimulation from danger to grow rapidly. I thought quite happy with my discovery and realization. So happy in fact that I drew my weapon and put the goblin out of its misery by bashing its head in. I retrieved the stone and felt the smoke get sucked into my tattoos. Perhaps I didn't get an answer about what monsters were or why I could absorb their discorporate forms to grow stronger, but I did make an important discovery nonetheless. Learning that I might be able to turn my cursed energy into flame was a very valuable thing indeed. I moved on from there looking for the next goblin to hone myself on. It took me a good 15 minutes, but I did find a goblin, though not in the best way, as it was beating a dead adventurer's body with its club. Looking at the clothes of the body, it was all too easy to understand what had happened. This was a hopeful young man who underestimated the danger of the dungeon even on the first floor, and it cost him everything. The continued desecration of the body, however, pissed me off. I get that monsters kill people, and I can even understand that monsters don't have any moral code and act instinctively, but this just enraged me. In my anger I charged the goblin that paused mid-swing at the body to look at me just in time for my weapon's hammer side to smash into its face at full force. Crack! The impact reverberated through the air as the skull of the goblin burst apart from the sheer force of the blow pressing against its side. I didn't care about the gore and placed my hand on the adventurer's body. Hell's Forge! I spoke the incantation and black and blue flames sprung to life on the body as it began to turn to ash and vanish. I can't take you out of here, but I can at least make sure your body won't be brutalized anymore, I said firmly as I cremated the body on the spot. Amongst the remains was a small dagger with a familia crest on the handle that I put in my bag to return to the adventurer's familia. I harvested the goblin coldly before moving on with a firm lesson on not getting too full of myself lest I end up like that young man. I ended up getting 5 more goblins, with all of them giving me about 12 teeth thanks to my technique once I remembered to apply it. I left the dungeon and saw that a goddess that looked like a palom was asking about if anyone had seen her child. "Is this your crest?" I asked gently after presenting the goddess with the dagger. The goddess looked at the blade and tears filled her eyes as she shakily reached out to take it. "Did he suffer much?" she asked with a sob. "I do not know, as I came upon him after he was killed. The goblin responsible was desecrating the body, so I killed it and cremated the remains to prevent another from doing so after I left. That dagger was the only clue I had to the familia that the adventurer belonged to. I am sorry for your loss," I said respectfully. Chapter 23, New Friend. The goddess thanked me for my actions before leaving to grieve more privately, and I just watched her go. "Wipe that look off your face, lad. You've done what was good and proper and should be proud of it," a gruff voice said as I felt a heavy hand pat me on the back. Looking at the source of the voice, I found a dark-skinned dwarf man with heavy armor and a wide toothy grin. "Hraldar, Ogan Familia," the dwarf introduced himself while holding out a hand. "Alexander Drake, Hestia Familia, but I go by Alex," I said, shaking the hand. It was rough and calloused, but Hraldar clearly held back his strength since the shake was firm but not harsh. "Well met, Alex. It is good to find that this city has upcoming adventurers who've got their heart in the right place. Nothing wrong with a bit of glory or wealth, but those should always come after what is right," Hraldar said with a smile. "How'd you know I was an upcoming adventurer?" I asked curiously. "Your gear, lad, no offense, but it's sorely lacking for anything other than the first few floors. Not to mention how you acted with that goddess there, a vet would be calmer. It's a sad thing to come across, but anyone who's been at this long enough has been in the same spot once or twice. Now let's get you to the guild to turn in your loot. Good deeds rarely keep the belly filled by themselves, he said with a smile, and we headed over to the guild. When we were done, Hraldar was looking at me oddly as I walked out of the guild with a total of 3,700 valis more than I walked in with. Be honest with me, lad, you got a skill that increases drop rate for you? It's not unheard of, but it's not exact common either. Hraldar asked curiously. I shook my head. Nah, I've got no skill like that. I said honestly. I should probably start holding back some of the drops I harvest to prevent suspicions from building. I thought seriously. Musta just been real lucky then to get so many teeth. Most goblins only drop 3 or 4 if any at all. Hraldar said, not doubting me at all. I don't know, maybe it's my just deserts after the shit luck I had yesterday. I joked and he raised an eyebrow. I delved for the first time yesterday and I shit you not, I came across a variant goblin that looked like it had just evolved. Some asshole was probably killing goblins on their way further down and left the stones behind. Anyways, this goblin was as tall as me and had this pale skin with red eyes and long fangs. I told my tale with great enthusiasm, leaving out how I killed it since that would reveal my technique. You're right, that is some shit luck. From the sounds of it though, that variant was a fresh one, so you might be onto something with that idea. Someone killed the goblins on the way down and didn't grab the stones. Guild will slap a hefty fine on anyone reported doing it more than once, but there's always a few who do it anyways. Bunch of selfish fools in my opinion. Hraldar said, spitting on the ground in disdain. Alex, please come in and have a seat. Seer said with a smile as we arrived at the hostess. Not today, I'm afraid, gotta save up, you see. I just came to drop off the container for the meal you made me is all. A bit of advice from someone who's had to learn how to cook before: taste the food you are cooking before and after adding salt or seasonings. It'll help you determine if you need more or it's just fine as is. I said while handing over the lunch container with a smile. Seer seemed to deflate when I said I wasn't going to stay, but paid close attention to the advice I gave her and told me she'd remember it for the future. Shame you'll not be staying, Alex, would have loved to share a pint as we got to chattin'. Hraldar said with a grin before wishing me well and heading into the restaurant himself. I on the other hand went to the blue pharmacy to drop off my empty vials and replace the potions for tomorrow and my practice at the church. Once I got back to the church, I wasted no time at all grabbing one of my undetailed figurines and began to shape it and form the fine stuff. This one was a Palom-based fairy with long smooth hair and dragonfly wings, holding a pair of small curved blades in an attacking pose. The wings were the trickiest part, as a dragonfly's wings have a lot of small details to them. I was getting good at this process and was quickly starting to become more efficient with my energy usage as I worked. Surprisingly, I only needed a single potion to complete the figurine this time and even had a little cursed energy to spare. The potions were getting less and less effective, however, as my reserve grew to match my magic stat at every moment in a slow but continuous process. If the growth followed the same speed as my previous updates, the growth would reach my current status in another 3 days or so. Still, I had another potion set aside for practice and waited for my reserve to refill before downing the potion and working on refining the sword I got from the variant, as the material was surprisingly hard to refine. So far I had gotten the rust off of it and had barely improved the blade's hardness and durability. Don't get me wrong though, the blade put any steel weapon in this city to shame by quite a lot. I was tempted to transform the thing into my own weapon type, or at least fuse the metal into my weapon, but that felt wasteful to me for some reason. I couldn't even begin to tell you why, but it was just a gut feeling I had and I tended to listen to those. So here I was instead making the already good blade even more exceptional by burning through my cursed energy like rocket fuel. The design of the sword wasn't anything special, but a single glance at the thing was enough to tell anyone that it was far beyond normal blades. I wonder if I could add a cursed attribute to the thing and turn it into a cursed tool. I had this sudden thought and it consumed my mind. What makes a cursed tool a cursed tool? Is it just the ability to house cursed energy on its own, or does it need a technique or restriction carved into it? I pondered seriously as I closed my eyes and let my cursed energy flow along the blade and try to penetrate it. Chapter 24, Crafting Stuff. My mind sort of fogged out at this point as I focused entirely on the blade and my cursed energy flowing along it. Yet much like when I tried to turn my energy to flame earlier, something was missing and I couldn't push the energy into the blade more than just a little. Opening my eyes with a frustrated sigh, I felt like swearing that the cursed energy was unfairly difficult to use. Left with no way forward at the moment, I set the blade aside and grabbed another oddity I possessed, the variant skull. I knew that variants had guaranteed unique drops upon being killed, but it was never the same. Not only that, but it was very rarely worth making the things artificially, as if you had the strength to do so you were also probably too powerful for whatever drop came from the variant, unless it was a very specific type of monster or one from the deeper floors. For example, let's say a level 5 wanted to get a powerful healing type item but couldn't afford to commission one from a deep floor unicorn. Yes, those were real here, for whatever reason. That same level 5 could in theory find something really weak like say an Almiraj, red-eyed horned white rabbit of fluffy death, and then force-feed it a damn near lethal amount of healing potions or ingredients before stuffing magic stones down its throat. If they are lucky, the thing will evolve in the direction they want due to the healing potions as a catalyst. Then it is merely a matter of force-feeding the thing magic stones until it reaches level 5 or 6 in terms of power and healing potency before killing it and hoping its drop has the properties you want. As should be clear, however, this is a very time and resource intensive project and also a huge risk, as not only is it highly illegal, but you may not get a drop item with the properties you want at the end if you do take this route. In addition, the drop will also be weaker than a naturally more powerful monster such as a unicorn. All in all, unless the monster is by itself extremely rare or valuable, then artificially creating a variant monster is not worth it. What I mean to say with all this information was that this skull was either very good for me or totally useless, and I had no clue which it was. Obviously I could refine the thing, but again the question of whether that was worth doing popped up. According to the Artemis Familia, a good smith could take one look at a drop and tell if it was worth something or not, but I was neither a smith or a praiser. I was just a dude with a really useful curse technique and a newbie adventurer. Unfortunately, my gut was silent on the matter with the skulls, so here I was staring at the skull like this was Hamlet. Honestly, the only thing of note as far as I could tell was the hardness of the thing. That and how fucking sharp the teeth were after I sliced my finger open on one of the things after barely touching it. The skull, surprisingly enough, was totally fine after I hit it with my hammer to test its durability. In fact, there wasn't a scratch on it, which of course led to the current moment where Hestia walked into the room to see me about to cleave the skull with the sword. I know this looks bad, but I promise I have a logical explanation, I said after seeing her shocked expression. What could possibly make this make sense? She asked, disbelieving me. Well, this skull is a drop item and I am testing its durability. If it's good enough, I am thinking about turning it into some armor, I said, trying to sound convincing. She looked suspicious but told me to continue as I was, and with a might swing I achieved nothing besides losing my grip on the handle of the blade because of my poor form on impact. Luckily I did hit the skull and found that even still it didn't have any marks on it at all. I couldn't help but grin when I saw this, since this meant the thing would in fact make a good piece of armor. The trick was I had to figure out what sort of armor to turn it into, as it was not very big and thus a few options were totally out. After a bit of internal debate I chose to turn it into a set of bracers. There was just enough material for me to barely make it work to cover my forearms, and as an added bonus I could take the teeth and fuse them into the axe side of my weapon to make it stupid sharp. Obvious I wasn't going to do all this now, but later when I have enough energy to do so. Still, I told Hestia my plan and she approved of me getting armor since it would help me stay alive in the dungeon. We ate and I told her about my day, while she mentioned that the butcher's wife liked the figurine she got. After that we went to sleep since we were both rather tired otherwise. The next morning I got up and after stretching set off for the dungeon. I stopped by the hostess and enriched the ingredients again for another 3,000 valis. Seer once again gave me a meal she made for me while telling me that she remembered my advice and it helped a whole bunch. Dungeon Square was active as always when I got there, but to my surprise Hraldar was waiting for me near the dungeon entrance. He had on his armor and surprisingly had a god with him as well. The god was a tall man with dark skin and a mostly bald head, with the exceptions being 5 short beaded dreadlocks at the back of his head. The god's clothes were a simple open-chested sleeveless vest and shorts that showed off his muscular body. "Morning, Alex. I hope you don't mind, but after I told Ogun about you yesterday, he wanted to meet you personally," Hraldar said with a smile as I walked up. "Alexander Drake, he only said good things, I hope," I said, holding out my hand to shake the god's hand. "Ogun, and yes, he spoke positively of you. It is rare he takes a shine to someone, so I make a point of meeting those he does." The god spoke calmly as he shook my hand, but I could feel the power in that grip. This was no soft god but a warrior in his own right. Chapter 25, Chat and Lessons. A good habit to have. Makes networking easier, I imagine, I said, and Ogun nodded. "We are not a large familia and like to only associate with like-minded people. For example, I recall that Hraldar said your goddess was Hestia, correct?" Ogun asked, and I nodded. "In truth, I am the first and only member of the familia at the moment, and we are still getting a firm foot under us," I said honestly. The god smiled. "I know of Hestia from my time in heaven, but haven't met her personally, though what I heard of her speaks well. As for getting a foot under you, Hraldar has asked permission to help in this regard." "I lad. I noticed your weapon yesterday and figured I might be able to give some help on using it, since I use a heavy weapon myself with my axe here," Hraldar said, showing me his battle axe that was quite heavy looking indeed. "The help would be appreciated, since I have been winging it with this thing after I designed it," I said with a smile. "Really? I admit the weapon had me a bit confused at first. How's it work roughly?" Hraldar asked, and Ogun also looked interested. "The blunt end here is for anything that a cutting edge might struggle with, and the wedge side here works in about the same way as your axe head does. I know that most weapons like this would have a longer handle, but I wanted something that wasn't so unwieldy in tight spaces," I explained proudly. "Sounds like a versatile weapon, lots of utility. Mind if I give it a few swings?" Hraldar asked, and I handed my weapon over. He stepped back a bit and gave the weapon a few swings in various stances, using both the hammer side and axe wedge side. Unlike me, he clearly knew what he was doing, and the weapon certainly moved exactly how I imagined it would in the hands of someone with a higher level. Once he was done, Hraldar smiled and nodded at the weapon in approval before walking over and handing it back. "The potential for the thing is limitless so long as you can deal with the weight playing hell on your wrist and shoulder. I imagine as you level up you'll be upgrading to better materials and greater weight, right?" he asked, and I nodded. "Was thinking Goliath teeth for the next version. A bit expensive to buy from the market, but I think well worth it," I said with a smile. "Ha! You sound like those smiths in the Hephaestus Familia," Hraldar said with a chuckle. "I'll take that as a compliment, since I am a craftsman myself, though a bit different than those lot, I believe," I said, pleased. "A craftsman not affiliated with a crafting familia? That's quite a rarity. Are you any good?" Ogun asked, surprised. "Depends on the situation, but so long as drops are involved and you don't want added effects, I guarantee that my work is the best in the city." "Sounds arrogant, I know, but I am willing to let you compare any of my works to any other level 1 smiths and prove my claim," I said proudly. "You truly seem to believe what you say, which is the only reason I am not dismissing your claims as rubbish. That said, the world is a wide place, and it is never good to claim to be the best at anything lest luck conspire to prove you wrong. Give me a few days and I'll put forth a test to see if your claims are true," Ogun said wisely, and I agreed, since I was quite confident. After that Ogun left and Hraldar spoke up. "Let's head into the dungeon so I can show you a thing or two about how you might use that piece there," he said with a grin, and I followed behind him. We didn't go far, only the first floor, where we found a goblin so Hraldar could see how I used my weapon first. I didn't have any issue dispatching the goblin, and my companion looked on with a serious expression. "You've got the makings of a good style going, but you are ignoring a part of what makes that weapon special, its nimbleness. You are using it exclusively like it was a normal battle hammer or axe, but it's not with a handle that's short. You might try and use the thing to parry, since it's nimble enough and's got the heft to redirect and blow." "Let's find another goblin so I can show you what I mean," he said, and I agreed. We searched for another 30 minutes seriously before we found another goblin, and Hraldar borrowed my weapon to demonstrate what he was talking about. The goblin had a spear and went to stab at Hraldar, but he moved his right hand that was holding the weapon in such a way that the spear was thrown to the side as it slid across the hammer face, missing him completely before the blunt head accelerated right into the goblin's face. I was excited to see this, as it proved that my weapon was usable in various ways that even I hadn't thought of. Now we need to find another goblin so you can give it a go. Other than that, you only really need experience and to work on your stance a bit to be set from here on. Hraldar said honestly. What's wrong with my stance? I asked, confused, since I had copied a standard foot placement from all the martial arts movies I saw on Earth. Not a thing if you used a spear or halberd where being rooted in place was a good thing. That weapon is not the sort that gains anything from you sitting still though, it's a fluid thing meant for hitting while on the move. Don't get me wrong lad, it's a perfectly usable stance when you need to stand your ground, but for what you want to accomplish it's rubbish. Bend the knees like this, no, a bit higher. Hraldar said as he began to show me a better stance to take. The final result felt awkward, but I had to admit it was certainly much more fluid than what I was doing before. Hraldar made it clear though that this was a stance purely for combat, as otherwise there was no point in using it. After that we went on to hunt another 4 goblins before calling it a day, and Hraldar didn't even want any of the stones or couple teeth that dropped naturally, since I wasn't willing to use my technique while there was an audience. Not to say I didn't trust Hraldar, as he had plenty of opportunities to backstab me while we were down here already, but had been nothing but helpful and even taught me willingly, but I knew that my technique was really valuable. Chapter 26, Belcranal. And I don't mean in the way he originally thought, where I simply got more drops. While that was certainly a factor, but my cursed technique was a veritable treasure trove because of the sheer versatility of what I had discovered it capable of through trial and error. Healing, drops, item creation, ingredient improvement, combat application, and who knew how many other things it was capable of make it damn near an omni-tool for any need one might have. Something like this simply didn't exist. It was unique to me alone, and that was dangerous to share with others. If you are wondering about the whole hostess of fertility thing, I made sure that they only knew a single facet of my technique, which was my ability to enhance ingredients. Skills and spells that could do that did exist already and weren't all that uncommon either for crafters that didn't delve more than absolutely necessary. But for a new and small familia like mine that didn't have anyone over level 1, exposing my technique would only cause the gods to declare a war game to snatch me to their roster. Anyways, after that trip I only got a bit over 1,000 valis and headed home after turning the food container back over to Seer and giving her some more advice, like how to make boiled soy eggs, which happened to be a favorite of mine. It was literally just boiling eggs and then soaking the deshelled eggs in soy marinade overnight. They were a quick and easy food that tasted amazing in my opinion. After that I hit up the Blue Pharmacy to restock and trade out potion vials before finally making to the church. Rather than work on another figurine though, I instead grabbed the variant skull and began to refine it. The thing resisted me every step of the way because of its stupidly high durability, but by the time Hestia came home the grey hard skull had turned black and had a sinister gleam to it. 3 fucking potions were the price I paid to refine the damn thing to this degree, and I could tell instinctually that this was the best I can do at the moment. All that was left was to separate the teeth from the skull before transforming the skull into bracers. I was confused when Hestia came home, as she was not alone but had a scrawny white-haired boy with her. A new member already? Thought I'd need to get to level 2 or higher before we started getting any. I said casually as she brought the boy down to the room. Tomu. I bumped into him on the way back from work, and it turned out he was looking for a familia. She said, puffing out her chest proudly. Well, if the goddess says you're in, then you're in. Welcome to the family, kid. I said with a smile. Thank you for having me, the boy said loudly and nervously. What's your name, kid? Mine's Alexander Drake, but I go by Alex. I asked while introducing myself. Belcranal, sir, the boy said stiffly, which made it clear that he wasn't sure how he should act. You can relax, Bell, and drop the stiff attitude, we don't do that here. I said with a smile. Bell slouched with a sigh of relief at that, and I motioned him to take a seat on the couch. Now if you would take off your shirt so Hestia can grant you her blessing, we can make this official," I said, and he paused for a moment before taking off his shirt. Hestia did her thing and soon we had Belle's status sheet to look over. Name, Belle Cranel. Race, human. Level 1. Strength 10, I. Endurance 10, I. Agility 10, I. Dexterity 10, I. Magic 10, I. Spells, none. Skills, none. Nothing special it seems, but that's just fine since it means you are a blank slate and can go any direction you want," I said, patting the boy on the back reassuringly as he looked dejected, not seeing anything special on his status. Belle brightened up at that. "You really think so?" he asked with hopeful eyes. I smiled. "Yeah, not a doubt in my mind that if you put in the work you'll turn out all right in the end," I said honestly. I meant every word too, as the fauna responds to emotions and effort, so no matter how talentless you are, if you are willing to push yourself to constantly improve, you will. After that we all headed to the hostess to blow through 15,000 valis to celebrate Belle joining the family. Seer was acting odd when we were there though, as she was looking between Belle and me with a strange expression. Hestia, as it turned out, was an absolute lightweight when alcohol was involved and needed to be carried home after our small celebration. Once back at the church I told Belle to take the couch as I simply removed my boots and flopped on the bed with Hestia in my arms to save Belle from getting sneak attacked and used as a body pillow by her sometime during the night. It was funny how quickly I gave up on the idea of sleeping alone after moving into the church originally. There was nothing romantic about this whole scenario either, but merely just a thing I had gotten used to after Hestia turned out to be a clingy ninja. No. Seriously, the woman somehow got out of the bed, walked over to the couch and then somehow managed to slip under my blanket to lay against my chest, all without waking me up. I am not a heavy sleeper, so unless she was a ninja I had no fucking idea how she pulled it off every single night. Knowing that she was unstoppable in this regard, I chose to spare Belle that experience, as the boy was naive and innocent. My sacrifice paid off, as the goddess was right where I left her when I woke up in the morning. Thanks to her being a lightweight, she didn't even have a hangover beyond a slight headache that went away shortly after she woke up. "Why can't I come to the dungeon with you though?" Belle whined when I stopped him from following me. "Because as you are right now, going to the dungeon is a death sentence. Look, just do what I did and raise your physical stats to G rank, and then I might take you with me. Trust me on this and you'll thank me later when you do go to the dungeon. In the church there's a sword that should work well to get you familiar with holding a weapon. Use that today, and tomorrow I'll spend the day creating a routine to follow in order to raise your stats. The only reason I am not doing that today is that I am pretty sure that I have a friend waiting for me at the dungeon that I need to let know what's going on," I told him seriously. Chapter 27, Deeper. Belle was unhappy with my arrangements but did decide to at least listen to them for now and went back to the church. Once I was sure he wasn't just trying to trick me into leaving so he could follow me, I finally made my way to the dungeon. I was a bit later than usual, but Heraldar didn't seem to mind. "Let's go a bit deeper today since these first floor goblins aren't giving you much of a challenge. Fourth floor ought to do since that's when groups of goblins or kobolds start showing up," he suggested, and I couldn't help but agree. I won't say that killing the goblins on the first floor is boring exactly, since if I fuck up I run a risk of serious injury or death. But at the same time there's no challenge in killing these goblins, as I now have higher stats than them in all regards and add on my mind, and it really is time to go deeper. I'm not ready for the newbie killer floors yet though, as war shadows and killer ants are a whole different sort of monster than the dumb goblins. I met my first kobold on the way down to the fourth floor and I was rather disappointed. Kobolds were, for the lack of a better description, dog goblins. What I mean by that is that they were the same size as a normal goblin and had nearly identical stats but had the heads of dogs and fur all over their bodies. Unlike goblins, however, kobolds dropped their hide as well as their fangs as drop items, with the former being used to make leather for low-level armor and the later having the same use as goblin teeth. I wanted to get some hide to use, but with Heraldar with me I couldn't use my technique as I pleased. Eventually though we reached the fourth floor and I noticed that the walls were a mix of two colors instead of the usual bluish color I was used to. This wasn't anything surprising as the 5th floor to the 7th floor all had light green colored walls from my research on the matter. Alright lad, I've seen that you remember what I showed you yesterday, now it's time push it to its limit. First group we find you'll deal with alone. He said and I nodded. It didn't take long for us to find our first group either, as no more than 5 minutes into looking we discovered a group of 5 monsters, 3 kobolds and 2 goblins with varied equipment and their backs towards us. Hraldar waited at the back as I rushed the group, which drew their attention just in time to see me collapse the skull of the unlucky kobold bringing up the rear. Gra! R.O B! The monsters screamed their feral battle cries and came at me as I switched into my stance. First up was a goblin with a club that I deflected a strike from before sending my own to dispatch it. Things got tricky after that as the 2 kobolds and goblin all reached me at the same time and attacked as well. I dodged to the side before throwing a punch straight into the eye of one of the kobolds as I did so, which made it back off while grabbing at the damaged eye. Using that opening, I circled around it as the last kobold and goblin went to stab me with their spears, thus having them dispatch the thing for me. Now there was only 2 monsters left and I chose aggression to keep them from recovering and possibly rubbing their 2 brain cells together and figuring out how fucked they were. Monsters are murderous, sure, but they are also smart enough to run away in fear should it overcome their innate hatred of us adventurers. It tends to be rare though, as there is usually not enough pressure on them to do so, or the adventurer dealing with them is careful not to let them escape. Shortly after that I was taking deep breaths as I had pushed myself a bit to handle this group even if I had avoided getting injured. You got the knack for it now lad, so I think this'll be the last time I delve with you unless you manage to level up. I've got my own delving to do after all. Hraldar said with a hearty laugh. I appreciate the help either way, so thanks. I said, honestly grateful. Bah, don't worry about it lad, I'm always happy to help a newbie get their legs under them, he said, waving off my thanks. I ended up fighting 3 more groups, each with no less than 3 monsters and no more than 6 before we called it a day. I had to admit I could understand the appeal of diving deeper and deeper, as while the danger increases so too does the rewards. This one trip earned me 4,050 valis as well as 2 kobold hides that I kept to use for myself. Seer dragged me into the restaurant when I was about to pass by. You never came this morning, she said with an angry pout. Sorry about that, but I was running late due to the newest member of my familia not wanting to stay behind to work on his stats before he went to the dungeon. I said honestly. She had a look of understanding as she calmed down. I suppose I can forgive you just this once, but don't make a habit of it, she said firmly. Wasn't planning on it, but I'll be double sure to keep that in mind from now on. Ooh, maybe I'll write a note that says go see Seer or she'll stomp on your foot, that'll motivate me, I think. I joked and the grey-haired girl huffed in mock anger. If you're not buying something, go away and let her get back to work. Mamma Mia yelled our way and I hurriedly said my goodbyes before leaving. On the way back to the church I grabbed a bunch of extra potions from the blue pharmacy, and when Naza asked what was going on I explained about Belle and my side projects needed a bunch of energy to complete. She totally understood what I meant and handed over the potions without any problems after that. The whole free mana potion thing we had going on was a great thing in my opinion, as I was burning through these things like a dehydrated man given water. Okay, that was probably a bad description, but you get the idea. Anyways, I made it back to the church and found Belle staring at the sword in awe. Not what you were expecting from it, was it? I asked with a knowing smile. Are all swords this amazing? Belle asked, excited. I laughed. I believe I speak honestly when I say that all low-level adventurers wished that was the case. No, that particular sword is a drop that I got from a variant goblin and refined into what you see there, not very pretty but a better weapon than any level 1 adventurer should have normally. I said proudly. Chapter 28, Boot Camp. Is that why it felt weird to hold? Belle asked, shocked. No, that's because the sword is too big for your scrawny body. Sure, you could use it as it is, but you don't exactly strike me as the sort to use a sword that size. How about I turn it into a short sword and a dagger and you try it out then? I suggested, and he looked confused but nodded. Grabbing the sword I covered it in cursed energy Hell's Forge. I activated my cursed technique. Under Belle's awestruck eyes the sword began to thin as metal flowed like it was alive away from the blade and into my left hand and then into the shape of a Kabar dagger. The work was shoddy though since I traded precision for general shape transformation. It was an easy fix though as I downed a potion and waited till I refilled my energy to sharpen and pretty up the blades. I didn't like how they didn't look the same though and changed the sword into a larger longer version of the Kabar knife. For extra effect I darkened both blades and the final result was two dull grey blades with a thick spine and single sharp edge. "Try them out," I said, tossing the blades to Belle, who wisely chose to avoid them rather than catch them. He tentatively picked up the dagger with his left hand and then the sword with his right hand and took a few swings with both of them. His form was dreadful though as his grip was way too tight and his wrist was bent. Not to mention that his stance was non-existent and he had no power behind his swings as a result. "I take it you like them then? Those are yours now since they were wasted in my hands anyways and you'll need a weapon. Before that though I'm going to beat you into shape so you don't waste my work and die early," I said with a grin. Belle just tilted his head in confusion but I didn't explain since he would find out tomorrow. Oh, I was going to go all sorts of drill instructor on the poor fellow. I'm talking laps, push-ups, crunches, shadow boxing and maybe even light sparring to get him used to hostile contact. And thanks to the large amount of potions I grabbed he'll have a nice obstacle course as well. That was magic, right? Belle asked once I finished making a figurine that was an elf, this time in robes with feathered wings. Not exactly, that was my cursed technique, Hell's Forge. I actually can't use magic due to my skill and instead I have cursed energy and this is my innate technique. Lets me refine, transform, and shape anything that came from a living source including something still alive. I am quite happy with it so far as it has many uses both in and out of combat, but right now my greatest use for it is that I can craft wonderful things with it like this figurine. Did you know that these things sell for thousands of valis each? Quite the demand for them from what I'm told. I explained proudly. Can I learn how to do that too? Belle asked eagerly. Afraid not, this isn't the sort of thing that can be taught. More likely than not you'll just get a spell of some sort in time, I said honestly. Belle looked sad about it but got over it quick enough and went to messing with his new weapons. Hestia got home and we all ate before going to bed again, though there was a funny conversation where she got all embarrassed about sleeping in the same bed as me, like she didn't wake up every day using me as a body pillow regardless of our previous sleeping arrangements. The next morning Hestia left for her food stall but Belle and I stayed behind. I used a few potions to turn some nearby broken furniture pieces into obstacles around the church and then I made Belle run the course until he dropped. I let him rest for a while to catch his breath before making him give me push-ups until he couldn't anymore. Then for the final touch I had him do crunches till it hurt to breath. Fantastic effort, Belle, now pick yourself up and take a stance so we can spar, I said with a smile that must have made me seem like the devil in the boy's eyes. But I hurt all over and my hands are shaking, he complained, but I was having none of that as I popped the cork of a healing potion and stuffed it in his mouth, forcing him to down it. Problem solved, now get up and take a stance, I said, still smiling. Hours later Hestia came home again only to find Belle passed out and me working on my new bracers that were strapped to my arm with cobalt hide. What happened? She exclaimed in horror as she went to go check on Belle. Nothing to worry about, I just trained him a bit. On a related note, you might want to update him since his endurance likely grew by a lot, I said casually while using my technique to smooth out my bracers and remove the rough edges. The two bracers were simple long dark colored pieces of material that covered my forearms and were held tightly in place with the reshaped and refined cobalt hide I brought from the dungeon yesterday. Getting the rough shape was not all that expensive, but working out the uncomfortable or rough parts took much more energy. I finished them up about the same time Hestia finished updating Belle and just smiled at the dirty look she gave me after she saw the jump in the endurance stat he got, all the way to 57 in one day. Okay, so admittedly I might have gone a little too hard on the kid, but in my defense it was for his own good. To be honest though, Belle had a knack for quick learning as he absorbed what little I could show him like a sponge. Like I had mentioned previously, I did try and learn how to use a sword properly back on Earth, and though I failed, that didn't mean I didn't retain some of that knowledge. It was just the basics though, such as grip and footwork, but for a total amateur like Bell it was perfect. Still, I had already told the boy what his training pattern until he raised his physical stats to G rank would be, and he begrudgingly agreed. It was pretty much just a scaled down version of what I put him through today with the sparring between us in the evenings when I get back from the dungeon. I was even going to be so kind as to grab some killer ant carapaces and kobold hides to make into armor for him so he would be better prepared when he finally got into the dungeon. Chapter 29, Not Great Luck. Bell slept like a rock after he ate and went to bed, and I had no trouble getting to sleep either. The next morning I got up, stretched and strapped on my new bracers before setting out for the dungeon. I made a brief stop by the hostess to enhance the ingredients and pick up the meal Seer made for me before setting off. It felt the same as usual when I went into the dungeon, as the stone walls were just as bleak and quiet as normal. I didn't even bother testing my new bracers, since I knew for a fact that these goblins couldn't even scratch the things. As I went deeper and deeper into the dungeon, I came across 3 goblins and 2 groups of monsters that I separated and killed in a systematic fashion. I made sure to collect a whole lot of kobold hide using my technique before harvesting the stones and smoke from them. Thanks to not updating recently, I felt like I had 3 drops of whatever that stuff was saved up for my next update, which should be a good chunk of stats at that time. The 4th floor was just like before, with the blue and green walls that got more and more green the closer to the 5th floor you got. I only ran into a single group of monsters there, with it being 3 spear-wielding kobolds and 2 club goblins that apparently didn't understand safety, since they rushed ahead right when the spears were stabbing at me. I didn't have to move a muscle to watch 2 of the 5 die to their own side. The final 3 were stupid creatures that I threw cursed energy on, making them panic, thinking they were on fire before crushing their heads before they figured out that was not the case. Monsters didn't start growing brains until the 7th and 8th floors from what I was told, so using trickery like this was way too easy. The 5th floor had a complete recoloring and theme as the rooms got bigger and the hallways shorter, while the walls were a light green color. I was cautious as I walked through this area, as there were 4 new monsters on these floors that were slightly tricky to deal with. Dungeon lizards were person-sized lizards that hung from the ceilings and dropped down on unsuspecting adventurers. This was obviously not an ideal situation to be in and could very easily lead to death. The second monster was the frog shooters that were again person-sized frogs, but this time there was an unusual detail in that they only had a single eye in the center of their head. This monster attacked by sending their long, fast and sticky tongues at adventurers and trying to eat them whole. I was told it was an slow and gruesome death, as the monster chews you while it tries to swallow. The third monster, War Shadows, were vaguely humanoid monsters with the standard 2 arms, legs and single head, but that was where the similarities ended. Their bodies were tall and slender, with 3 sharp claws at the end of each hand and their magic stone in the center of their heads on the outside, without any other features beyond their black body. Unlike goblins and kobolds, War Shadows were fast and stealthy, as their preferred method of attack was ambush. For an adventurer who was not careful enough, this element of surprise proved fatal, which unfortunately meant many newbies fell to them. I thankfully had the foresight to ask about what I would need to deal with in what part of the dungeon, and knew to keep an eye to the shadows. The 4th new monster was not all that dangerous on its own, but had the bad habit of calling friends if injured and not killed quickly. Killer ants were basically just red fire ants scaled up to the size of people, and besides the hard carapaces that proved to slow down slashing weapons, they only became hard to handle if you either don't kill them fast enough or get rid of the bodies fast enough. In either of those scenarios they release a pheromone that attracts more of them, and the stronger the presence of the pheromone, the more come. To put it simply, they are swarm tactics manifested and need to be dealt with swiftly to prevent getting overrun. My first customer turned out to be a war shadow that I spotted in a dark cubby against the right wall. VVVVVVVV, the monster hummed in anger when it realized that I had spotted it before charging at me, claws extended. The monster was much faster than any goblin or kobold for sure, but I was prepared for this as I deflected the right claws with my left bracer, which made a screeching sound like metal against metal. The left claws were redirected by my weapon as I cleaved the creature's head from its shoulders with the sharp side of it. The body flailed about for a bit like a snake's would before stilling and allowing me to use my technique to make the things only drop its claws, a guaranteed thing. Once that was done, I ripped the stone out of its head, which was an uncomfortable feeling, but I ignored it since it ended the moment the monster's body went poof. Like I expected, I got more smoke for killing this stronger monster and knew that I was probably going to chase after stronger and stronger monsters to get that extra large serving of smoke for my whole career. Grabbing my spoils and putting them in my bag, I carefully move on and frown as I don't find any more monsters for quite a while. It's probably just bad luck, I thought, and took out my meal to eat and was pleasantly surprised to find that it was 4 soy eggs and rice with beef in it. I ate quickly while keeping an eye and ear out for any newly spawning monsters, but it was all quiet. I put away the box and no sooner stood up before hearing the sound of heavy footsteps approaching my position. I thought it was probably a frog shooter moving about and stood waiting at the ready only for a meaty dark hand to grab the frame of the hallway the sound was coming from and pull the rest of its body into view. "Oh fuck you, Murphy!" I cursed as the bull-headed minotaur stepped into the room. Minotaurs were 7-foot-tall humanoid monsters with thick skin, bull heads and the ability to wield weapons. They were also level 2 monsters. My insane ass didn't immediately try and book it though in the face of this definitely too strong to fight monster. No, I skipped flight and went straight to fight mode as I took a stance and flared my curse energy as adrenaline pumped through me. Re-a-a-u, the minotaur bellowed and our dance of death began to play out. Chapter 30, Enlightenment and Meeting. The minotaur was fast, faster than me at least, as it charged me with its horns down. No doubt intending to eviscerate me with the things, but I leapt to the side and let it crash into the wall behind me. Rock dust filled the air as the charge broke the wall and sent rock and dust into the air. It wasn't enough to obscure the beasts though, as I saw its silhouette through the cloud and stood at the ready for whatever it did next. Unfortunately, I wasn't expecting its next move as it grabbed a stone and lobbed it at me full force. Crack! OOPH! The sound of bones breaking and the air in my lungs getting sent out filled the air as the stone hit me on my right side at the bottom of my ribcage, breaking 2 of them in the process. I fell into a coughing fit that hurt like a motherfucker as my body desperately tried to inhale air. The minotaur drooled and breathed out steam from its nostrils and started walking towards me since it could likely feel my weakness. Fuck 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 fuck! I cursed over and over again in my mind, trying to find a solution to survive, no to win. I hate losing, I detest it with every fiber of my being, and I was desperate to win, to succeed at this point. And my cursed energy responded as I fell into a foggy state of mind. Burn! A simple word escaped my lips like no more than a gentle whisper, then the heat came. Black and blue cursed flames erupted from me as the temperature of room rose by dozens of degrees in an instant. I was working on pure feral instinct at this point, as my pain and the surrounds all stopped being relevant. All that mattered was this foe before me. The minotaur bellowed angrily and ran towards me, but failed to reach me as the flames covering my body burned it merely a foot away from me. Its skin bubbled and flesh charred in an instant as the cursed flames, as if alive, snaked up its arm from that briefest of contact and hungrily gorged itself on the meal it found. I swung my weapon and found purchase on its own ribs as my cursed energy surged in the tiniest moment before impact and the air warped as black lightning sparked. Black flash! I yelled as the minotaur's ribs broke and it spat out a mouthful of blood as one of them pierced its lung. It all suddenly felt wrong, the stupidly inefficient way I used my energy, the flow of it in my technique and body. I fixed all of that in an instant and the results were immediate. The flames condensed and turned into a demonic black corona an inch away from my body and weapon, but multiple times stronger than before, as the stone above me and beneath my feet began to glow white hot and melt at a rapid pace. Hell's Forge! I spoke, and the cursed energy repaired my broken ribs and damaged insides in an instant. I didn't skip and beat and began to wail on the minotaur that hadn't recovered from my first black flash, so by the end of my fourth it gave up the ghost, blackened and insides liquefied. I didn't even notice that someone had shown up and blacked out as mine zero hit me hard. I may have gotten the enlightenment of Black Flash, but I had gone way beyond my limit on power expenditure, and once the minotaur was dead I dropped like a sack of rocks. I have no idea how long I was out for, but when I came to I heard two female voices talking. Any idea what sort of heat would do that? There's no way a level 1 could produce such a thing, a mature but young-sounding voice said sternly. But the proof is all here that says a level 1 did produce it. An ace said he was glowing black the whole time. She doesn't lie and you know it, another younger and more energetic voice argued. He's waking up, a new monotone voice said, silencing the other two temporarily. I groaned as I opened my eyes but was confused to see boobs above me and a blonde-haired girl looking down as well with a weird mix of curiosity and blankness. I tried to sit up but my head throbbed in pain at the movement and I groaned. You have experienced a bad case of mind 0 and may need a few minutes to be able to move. The mature voice said, and my gaze flickered in the direction I heard it come from. There was two people there, a petite short-haired Amazon with a wide grin and a modestly dressed green-haired elf with curiously longer than normal ears. Second time in the last 2 months, this is becoming a bad habit. I said with a chuckle that made my head ache spike for a moment. Hey Ace said, you were all glowing black and flamey and stuff, what was that? The eager Amazon asked with overflowing curiosity. Magic and a bad idea obviously, I said while trying to dig through my bag at my waist without looking for a potion. What sort of magic exactly? It's unheard of for a level 1 to have that much firepower. A level 2 rarely, but not a level 1, the elf said in a very know-it-all fashion. No idea, I'm not some scholar on the stuff. I said honestly. I couldn't even begin to explain why or how the hell anything I did worked when it involved cursed energy. It just did, and that was good enough for me. The elf, however, didn't look happy with my answer but at least seemed to believe me. I smiled as I finally felt a glass vial with my fingers and fished it out of my bag and brought it close to my mouth and ripped out the cork with my teeth and downed the potion. You could have just asked for a potion if you needed one, we have some spares, the elf said seriously. My headache rapidly retreated as the potion took effect and I winced as I sat up. I have a bad reaction to the normal potions, these are specially made just for me. I explained and she nodded in understanding. I'm Tiona. Tiona Hiriot, the Amazon girl introduced herself with a wide smile as she got all up close and personal. Alexander Drake, I go by Alex though. I said calmly while stretching since I was stiff. I am Riverieljo's elf and that is Ace Wallenstein. She was the one who found you towards the end of your fight with the Minotaur. An apology is owed to you as we got careless and accidentally sent the monster fleeing to the upper floors where it found you. Riveria said and bowed slightly. I assumed as much, the someone scaring it up here part, not the you did it part. Speaking of that grilled beef, where is it? I asked, looking around and not seeing the corpse. Chapter 31, Chatting. Author note, slight retcon as I meant Tiona this whole time but got the two sisters' names confused, that is all. Ha 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 ha. Grilled beef. That's a good one. Tiona said while laughing. Yes, about the matter of the Minotaur, we took the liberty of harvesting it since we assumed you wouldn't want the dungeon to reclaim it. At that time we discovered that the smoke produced was absorbed into your body. Is this some sort of skill or magic, and if so can you tell me how it works? Riveria said curiously. Ah, I see. While I can understand your curiosity, that is a private matter. I said seriously. Yes, of course. Please ignore my rudeness, I meant no offense, she said hurriedly to reassure me that she wasn't trying to be rude. The details of one's skills and magic was very much a private piece of information and asking for them was frowned upon. While some adventurers or gods boast about the details publicly, it was a widely accepted opinion that most of the time it was wrong or purposefully incomplete. By knowing one's skills and magics leaves an adventurer vulnerable to a good degree. For example, if you had a skill that buffed you in a certain circumstance for a certain amount of time before weakening you greatly, someone could wait until you were weak to ambush you. No harm done, so it's fine, but besides the stone, did the Minotaur drop anything else? I asked, glossing over the other matter since it really wasn't a big deal since she wasn't trying to force the information out of me. Yes, though I don't think it is worth keeping as the Minotaur dropped its hide, and well, you did quite a number on it, the elf said as Tiona showed me what she meant. Like she said, the hide was charred and had holes in it that truly made it nearly worthless to anyone else. To me though, the thing was perfectly usable as a bit of repair and refinement. Later I could have it better than ever. Yay for having a useful cursed technique. I'm sure I can find a use for it somewhere, I said as I took the hide and rolled it up before stuffing it into my bag. The magic stone of the Minotaur was much larger than any I had gotten to date, as it filled my hand and was clearly filled with much more mana. I barely managed to fit it into my bulging bag that was clearly too small to hold any more. Checking my weapon, I sighed as I saw that it was cracked all over and starting to crumble. Looks like black flash was too much for it to handle. I suppose that was to be expected from a simple steel weapon, I thought as I holstered the weapon. Ooh, now there's something interesting. You hit that grilled beef so hard your weapon broke, hey? I used to do that all the time before I got my erga here. Tiona said while showing off the odd dual-sided great sword that she wielded. How about you let the Loki Familia pay for you to get a new weapon as an apology for the Minotaur attacking you? Riveria asked sincerely. I shook my head. I was planning to craft an upgraded version anyways, since I am approaching the next level. If you can get me some decent drop materials though, I would appreciate it, I said honestly. You're a craftsman? Ace asked with a confused look that the other two mirrored. Yeah, I know I don't seem the sort, but that is where my specialty lies. Crafted these bracers myself, in fact, I said proudly, showing off my work. Tiona looked at the bracers closely and casually flicked one of them, which produced a loud chime while making my arm snap from the sheer force behind it. Oops! Those are pretty good stuff though, not a crack on them even after that, she said, seemingly more interested in how she hadn't broken my equipment rather than how she had broken my arm. I grit my teeth from the pain and silently used my cursed technique to fix the break slightly. That was the biggest benefit of the enlightenment of the Black Flash. I could use my technique wordlessly now. It would obviously be stronger and more efficient if I did say the incantation, but I didn't need to say it now. Thanks to me using the technique internally, none of them even noticed that I fixed the break already. How bad is the damage? Riveria asked apologetically, since she felt terrible that Tiona's carelessness had caused something like this. Feels like she cracked the bone, but I'll be fine in a day or so, I said honestly. A day? Usually a cracked bone, however slight, would take at least a week to heal, Riveria said, confused. I'm more durable than usual, I suppose, I said with a shrug. The elf looked at me suspiciously but didn't try and argue with me. In the end I told them where they could find me, and we parted ways after they escorted me out of the dungeon on account of me not having a usable weapon and all. Rose actually chastised me for fighting the Minotaur instead of running away when I went to turn in my loot for the day at the guild. I can't say it wasn't worth it though, as the Minotaur's intact stone was worth nearly double my normal daily income of about 3,000 or 4,000 valis. 8,000 valis for that single stone, and the addition of 2,500 from my other slain monsters set me at 10,000 for this one trip alone. The biggest gain though was the liquid I felt inside me, that was nearly an entire cup's worth compared to the 2 or 3 drops I previously had. I was seriously eager to see just how far my stats would jump thanks to this amount of stuff. Hell, it was entirely possible I might max out all my stats if the single drop from my last update was any clue. Anyway, after turning in my loot for money, I stopped by the hostess to drop off the food container and tell Seer that the food was good before heading to the blue pharmacy to turn in my empty vials and get some more potions. I needed them too, as I would be using my technique a lot in the next few days, as I couldn't delve weaponless, or rather I could but wouldn't. On the way home to the church I had already fixed my arm entirely just because the pain was annoying. Bell wasn't slacking off either, as he was practicing with his weapons in front of the church when I walked up. We sparred a bit after that before I took out the drops I kept from the dungeon, including the Minotaur hide, and began to patch and refine them up. The difference in cursed energy expenditure between yesterday at this time and now was night and day. I might as well have been a faucet with an extra hole in it for how much energy I wasted before. Chapter 32, Update. If before it may have taken all of my energy to fix the holes in the Minotaur's hide, it now only took a quarter instead. The reason for this was that I wasn't just throwing cursed energy at the target with a vague will of what I wanted to happen, but infusing my will in the energy in a precise manner before using it, thus getting a much higher efficiency out of the technique. My new favorite thing though was my new cursed flames. They burned black and were highly destructive with a sort of aliveness to them that reminded me of an attack dog. In my hands the flames were as well behaved as a loving companion, but the moment they touched something that wasn't me they latched on and consumed it relentlessly. I could command the flames to release whatever they got a hold of, which was why the church hadn't been burnt down on accident, but it was very hard. In a way it seemed almost like the flames were reluctant to give up any form of food they found. If nothing else, this just told me that teaming up was out the window entirely when I delved. Could you even imagine what would happen if my own teammate got touched by my flames while we delved? It was simply for the best if I delved alone instead, since I wouldn't need to hold back then. Admittedly, this made my future in the dungeon just that much harder, but there was nothing for it really, and I now needed to put in extra effort to keep up and exceed those that needed a team to delve deep. Anyways, by the time Hestia got home I had fixed and refined my entire stock of hides and was in the process of turning them into the flexible parts of armor for Belle. I was shaping 3 fused kobold hides into a pair of flexible but tough pants when the small goddess entered the room. "Did you do something with your hair? You seem different for some reason," she said while looking me up and down with a confused expression. "Well, I almost died and made a serious breakthrough in my control and use of cursed energy, so maybe that's what you are feeling," I suggested casually, and she freaked out. "What do you mean you almost died?" she exclaimed in shock, and Belle was not much different since I hadn't told him either. "Oh well, some really strong adventurers had apparently gotten a little careless and scared a minotaur up to floor 5 where I was. I killed it after I broke through with my energy in the heat of the moment, and then I got to meet those adventurers. They were interesting people. Speaking of, do you mind updating me, since I am dying to find out how much my stats grew since my last update?" I asked with a cheeky grin. "You? How dare you play with my feelings like this?" Hestia yelled angrily and began to beat on my chest, but I just wrapped my arms around her tightly. "Relax. It'll take more than death to kill me," I said with a smile. "That's not how that works," she said with an upset huff. "Name: Alexander Drake. Race: human. Level 1+, kin level up. Strength 320, F-745, B. Endurance 402, E-863, A. Agility 295, G-714, B. Dexterity 276, G-697, C. Magic 814, A-999, S-1500, SS-2270, X. Spells: Hell's Forge. Innate technique, can use anything from a living being and reshape or refine it per one's will. Incantation: Hell's Forge. Extension: Hellfire. Skills: Heavenly Restriction. In exchange for the ability to wield mana and magic, one gains access to cursed energy and cursed techniques. Blessing of Black. Permanently increases cursed energy efficiency, amount, and control. Magic will always start at G rank after leveling up. "What?" Hestia exclaimed after my update was over. "I knew it," I said with a wide grin as I looked over my new status sheet. I was pleasantly surprised with my new skill that would give me a massive edge anytime I leveled up in the future, since I had assumed the enlightenment of Black Flash to be a single-time thing, but clearly I was mistaken. The biggest thing though was that I finally knew for a fact that S rank wasn't the limit one could achieve. In fact, I had shot to more than twice that supposed limit to a whopping 2270 in my magic stat dictated as X rank. Incredibly, that didn't even feel like the limit yet, as I had a gut feeling that I could go even further. I was fairly certain that when my body finished adapting to my new stats I would have the magic of a level 2 despite only being level 1. Or I could totally ignore all of the benefits of waiting and level up now, since I apparently qualified for it. Fuck that. I was going to polish the shit out of my stats until I couldn't anymore and only then level up. I had a gut feeling that anything less would force my path to godhood to an abrupt end in the future. I was possibly insane, but I did not do things by half if I had any say in the matter. I wasn't all that surprised to find that my flames had shown up either as an extension of my innate technique, though the name was rather suggestive. Obviously it just made sense that Hell's Forge would operate using hellfire, but what exactly hellfire was might be a bit of a problem. Sure, it could just be a name and not mean anything, but if it was in fact hellfire, then I couldn't go showing it off randomly, or some god was likely to recognize what it was and might throw a huge fit about it. My only gripe with my update was that all the liquid I had collected had been used, and I hadn't even hit A rank in all my other stats beyond magic and endurance. Yet I know I was just being petty, but that was the smoke of a level 2 and several level 1 monsters after all. I was thankful to learn that the stuff could let me breeze past the limits that a normal person might struggle with, though. Actually, I suppose it was more along the lines that I didn't breeze past them so much as forced my way through. Thinking about it, that is probably not really a good thing, hey? I mean, most limits exist for a reason, right? So going past them likely comes with some risk to oneself if that was true. As I learned the next day, I was very much correct. Limit breaking came at a cost. To be specific, it came at the cost of what I hatefully refer to as vessel sickness, or basically a flu hyped up to 12 as your vessel struggles to contain power beyond what it should. It was loads of fun, can't you tell? Chapter 33, Down with the Sickness. I'm a tough bastard though, and only had to deal with feeling like death for 3 days before I stabilized again. I sent Belle to the hostess while I was sick to let Seer know what was going on, since I didn't want to deal with that problem when I saw her again. My gut told me that I really didn't want to make her mad, so I tried to keep her neutral with me at the very least in any given instance. I wasn't sure if she was actually just that nice or if she had a thing for me, but either way neutrality was the way to go for me. Yet I was friend-zoning the fuck out of her, but I really wasn't interested in that sort of thing. On the third day, when I was starting to feel better, Tiona showed up with a whole satchel of drops for me. It was like Christmas, as none of them were below level 2 monsters, and I even got a Goliath's tooth. The Loki Familia was a-okay in my book after this, as they took responsibility and even gave me a bunch of expensive drops to craft my weapon again as an apology. There was a small issue though, with Tiona going nuts after discovering that I was the one who made the bone figurines. The bag of drops was really heavy and I was sick, so she brought it into the room for me, which was when she saw all my unfinished figurines. "Could you make one that looks like me?" "Ooh, what about Ace or Riveria?" she asked excitedly, and I sighed. "I could, but not right now, since I am not feeling well, as you can see," I said in a nasally voice as I was sitting on the couch wrapped up in a blanket. "Hey, what about the clothes? Could you make them look like us naked?" she asked with a lewd expression. "First off, bad, no horny. Second, I would need to see what you all look like naked to do that, as otherwise the details would likely be off. In other words, no, I can't, nor would I even if I could, as that is a breach of privacy," I said seriously. I don't mind showing you if you leveled up a few times. Level 4 minimum to try and take me off the market," she said with a playful wink. "I'll keep that in mind. Now if that's all, I'd like to go back to sleep so I can get rid of this illness faster," I said tiredly, and she shrugged before saying goodbye and leaving while swaying her hips intentionally on the way out. Now to embrace the sweet relief of sleep, I thought as I started to nod off, only to hear a new voice from upstairs. "Yo Alex, you here?" I heard Hraldar's voice call out from the large church room above me. Ugh, more guests, I thought bitterly as I hauled my weak body up the stairs to see what Hraldar wanted. "Bloody hell, lad, you look terrible," the dwarf said when he saw me, and I had to force myself to remain polite. "It wasn't planned, believe me." "Anyways, why are you here?" I asked, confused. "My god said he'd set up a trial to see if you are as good a craftsman as you say you are, and he just got it finished. Somehow he convinced Hephaestus herself to compare your work to something from her best level 1. Trick is you both are to make a dagger out of a minotaur's horn, and then she'll compare the two. I'm here to drop off the horn you'll be using," he said with a grin. That whole part of the conversation had totally slipped my mind, what with how eventful my time since then had been. "How long do I have?" I asked, since I was confident in my work to a great degree after getting the enlightenment of Black Flash. 3 days starting tomorrow, and remember, no supplementary ingredients for this test, just this horn. Hraldar said as he handed over the solid brown horn about 7 inches long and 2 inches wide at the base. Anywhere specifically I should go to drop the blade off after I'm done with it? I asked, and he shook his head. Nah, I'll be dropping by in the afternoon to pick it up on the 3rd day. You go get some rest though, as you really do look terrible, lad. He said before leaving, and I was all about doing exactly that. The next day I had a bit of a runny nose still, but otherwise felt fine and got to work on that dagger. It was a simple design really, as I got rid of all the impurities in the horn before transforming it into a Bowie-style blade with a slip guard and spiraled handle for grip. Then I did what would set my blade apart from any other at this level, I refined it. The finished product was so sharp that I could cut through iron like butter, and so durable that nothing I did to it without my cursed energy so much as scratched it, much less chipped the edge. Overboard? Absolutely. Worth it? Definitely. I claim to be the best level 1 craftsman in this city, and I damn well mean it too. Plus, knowing that Hephaestus herself would be comparing the 2 blades meant I needed to bring my A grade not to be embarrassed. Ironically, I didn't even need the entire 3 days to finish the blade, but only 1. The last 2 days I spent fixing up the church, now that I had enough energy to do so as well as the time for it. Bell had spent the last few days getting used to his new leather armor I made him before my sickness hit. Mostly it was just him working out in it and practicing the little bit I had taught him about how to use his weapons. Still, his improvement was clear to anyone with eyes, and I was thinking about letting him go delving soon, even if his stats didn't reach G rank. Sparring with me was great and all, but there was a difference between facing someone you know won't seriously hurt you versus a monster that literally wants to rip you apart. It was a whole mindset thing, and Bell needed to adapt to that as soon as possible. I am quite proud to say that by the time Hraldar came to pick up the dagger, the church had gone a full 180 and looked brand new. It was rather amusing to see the look of confusion on his face as he looked around. I had basically tore out anything that didn't come from a living source other than the glass of the windows and replaced it with hardened refined wood I appropriated from nearby abandoned buildings. Just for shits and giggles, I also put a very much alive tree in full bloom at the top of the church, grafted into the wood so it worked like root extensions into the ground. Chapter 34, Comparison. I made sure to keep the shape of the church the same as it was before, though, since Hestia wanted it to stay that way. As a result, it looked like the church now had a tower at the top of it and had been refurbished but needed a new coat of paint. All in all, I was quite satisfied with my work, since it meant we didn't look like we lived in a condemned building anymore. Can't say I'm a fan of all this wood, but it looks decent enough, I suppose. Hraldar said as he looked over the building from the inside. Well, it was either wood or drop items, and I could only afford one of those in that amount. I said with a shrug, and he laughed. A house made of drop items, ha? That's a level of lavishness that even Ishtar wouldn't be willing to do, he said, thinking I was joking. If you say so. Anyhow, here's the dagger. Be careful with it, as that edge will go through damn near anything it touches, including you. I said as I handed over the simple cloth-wrapped blade over. Hraldar looked doubtful until he went to unwrap it and sliced off the top layer of skin on his finger like it wasn't even there. You weren't joking. That's a terrifyingly sharp blade right there. You didn't trade durability for this sharpness, I hope? He questioned, and I shook my head, which he seemed to accept before putting the blade away carefully and heading out. At the comparison later. A total of 5 people were in the office of the goddess Hephaestus at the moment, with one of them being herself. The others were her best level 1 smith, her captain Tsubaki, Ogun, and Hraldar. On her wooden desk sat 2 blades wrapped in cloth that had been presented to her for comparison. In truth, she felt that no work from someone at this level was worthy of her personally looking at, but Ogun was a friend and she happened to owe him a favor. Well, I suppose we should get this over with, since I still have a bunch of paperwork to do, the forge goddess said from her seat as she picked up the first blade and unwrapped it. It was a Balak-style dagger 7 inches long and with a double-edged blade. She turned it this way and that before flicking the flat of the blade and listening to the sound it made. Good basics and a solid make, but there is a slight weakness in the blade here, probably from a heating issue at one point. This is your work then, Henry, she said, looking at her level 1 smith, who nodded humbly. Bit of warning with that next blade, the blade's razor sharp and sliced off part of my finger here when I unwrapped it in a hurry before. Hraldar warned seriously, and the goddess raised an eyebrow but was more careful than usual as she unwrapped the other blade. This new blade was a single color and gleamed in the light, but she furrowed her brow when she saw all of it. The design was simple but efficient, and at first glance it was perfect. That was the first problem she saw: there were no flaws. When a smith worked a material, there were always minute flaws that were left behind: hammer marks, stress cracks, heat marks, things like that. But there was none of that here, as though this blade had simply never been touched by a hammer or flame of any sort. Next was that it was all one piece. There was no gaps or differentiating places from the blade and handle. If the blade had been from something larger like a dragon tooth or something, she could understand seeing this, yet it was clear that just like her own smith, this was from a minotaur horn. She became serious as she began to try and truly figure out how the blade was made and its properties. Sharpness, durability, balance. She tested each of these things, unlike with the first dagger, which made the four watching realize that something was wrong. "Who made this?" she asked with a serious look at Ogun, who frowned. "Is there some sort of foul play involved?" he asked, fearing the worse. "I have no idea," she said honestly as she looked back at the blade with a conflicted expression. "What do you mean?" Tsubaki asked, confused at her goddess's words. "I mean that as far as I can tell, this blade shouldn't exist. Even when I myself craft something, there is always small flaws that can't be removed from a material or a loss of potential somewhere. This blade doesn't have any of that. It's 100% potential from the horn made manifest without a single flaw anywhere, a perfect object, a paradox," the red-haired goddess said honestly. "Are you saying that the person who made this surpassed you?" Ogun asked in disbelief. "No. Despite what I just said, this blade is not much different than this other one, existentially speaking. The smith developmental skill, or in my case forging domain, allows a smith to exceed 100% potential by adding effects to our creations. Without seeing an added effect beyond what even I can create, there is no comparison between the two of us," she said honestly. "Sounds like that guy might not have been as arrogant as he sounded then," Hraldar said with an odd look. "What do you mean?" Hephaestus asked curiously. Well, he said that when it came to crafting drops, he was the best in the city if no added effects were added. We set up this test to humble him a bit actually, kinda backfired from the looks of it," Hraldar said honestly. "Sounds like an interesting fella," Tsubaki said with a laugh. "I'll owe you another favor if you could work to facilitate a meeting between me and the person who made this blade, with their god preferably," Hephaestus said to Ogun seriously. The dark-skinned god himself had an odd expression at this request though. "You may actually have better odds of that than myself," he said honestly. "Why?" she asked, confused. "Because he is the first child of Hestia's familia," he said, and the red-haired goddess froze in shock. "How in heaven did Tia manage to land a craftsman like this?" "I mean, she's a good goddess without any doubt, but she is about as adept as a brick at craftsmanship," the goddess said in disbelief. "Yeah, about that. The guy himself is kinda an oddball as far as I can tell. He doesn't come across as a craftsman at all, and if anything is more a delver like me or most other adventurers, and don't even get me started on how he fights. That dude's got a mean streak to him, even if he likes to hide it behind a friendly personality," Hraldar said honestly. "I suppose I should reach out to Tia then, so I can meet this child myself," Hephaestus said with a headache. Chapter 35, Research and Relaxing. Normal POV. I was entirely unaware of what was going on at the test due to the blade I gave Hraldar, and even after it was over he never showed up, so I totally forgot about it. Instead, I worked on testing my new flames to get a feel for what they were capable of, the answer to which was complicated. See, the first thing I tested was the temperature of the flames by using iron, since I knew how hot it had to be to melt the stuff and how much hotter it had to be to melt it faster than that minimum point. Turning the fire to as hot as I could burn through my energy, pun very intended, at extremely high speeds, but could turn a 3-inch iron nail to slag in about half a second. This meant my hottest was about 1700 or so degrees Celsius. Hot enough that even being near it should make things very uncomfortable if not downright hostile. That was where things got complicated, as neither Belle or myself could feel anything more than a normal warmth from like a campfire or something similar. In addition to that, my fire couldn't burn me, like at all. Yes, I know you are likely asking how I knew that, and the answer was because I tested it. Don't fucking judge me, this was something important to know. Anyways, I could flare my fire up as hot as I wanted and then stick my hand in it and nothing would happen. I may as well have been putting my hand through air. Another thing I discovered was that my fire needed to be kept away from water at all fucking costs. Not because it acted like a grease fire, but because it ate the water and grew rapidly. Electrolysis is the process of separating oxygen and hydrogen that existed in water, both of which were flammable as all hell. My flames, being the weird shit they are, could apparently skip the whole separation step and burn both of those in their bonded form. In other words, water might as well be fucking gasoline as far as my flame was concerned. The good news was that the water capital floors of the dungeon were going to be a fun experience for me, since I needed to be extra careful not to burn the whole place down. A nifty use for the flames I discovered was that I could condense them before unleashing a violent blast in a single direction with them, that I affectionately refer to as my fuck everything in that direction attack. Why? Because that blast traveled for quite some distance and then the flames started to spread and consume everything. The attack was practically made for killing huge groups at once, and it did not discriminate, hence, fuck everything in that direction. Belle was so jealous, by the way, because it looked awesome and it was effective. Admittedly, I might have gotten carried away as I stood in the blazes laughing like a hyena. Anyway, pyromaniac tendencies aside, I could safely say that my new flames were fantastic as a personal form of magic. According to my Ake and Hestia, thankfully the name Hellfire was just a name and not actual hellfire, since that was technically a divine substance and shouldn't be possible to manifest in the mortal realm to begin with. As an added note, my Ake said my flames were shit as far as alchemy was concerned, which I suppose is fair considering it ate the flask he tried to experiment with. My flames weren't picky. Other than that, I had gotten to work recreating my weapon with the drops that Tiona had dropped off. I fused the Goliath tooth with an infant dragon fang and a green dragon horn to create a super hard and durable material for the weapon's head that I refined as far as I could before it started taking my entire energy pool for a minuscule improvement. The axe head side was also ridiculously sharp as well, which in addition to its very high weight made it very effective. The handle was made of 3 minotaur horns fused and refined into a single foot long and 1.5 inch wide cylindrical handle with a skull-shaped pommel, just because I could. The final weapon weighed easily 2 or 3 times as much as my previous one due to its stupid density, and even with B rank strength I had trouble using it. The effectiveness of each attack, however, was not something to sneeze at. That was a lot of weight moving fairly fast after all, so that was to be expected, I suppose. Spent a couple of days practicing with my weapon before I finally felt confident to head back into the dungeon. Belle, on the other hand, was making astoundingly fast progress, as with his most recent update he was at H rank in all his physical stats, but hadn't gotten anywhere with magic, which was to be expected since he lacked any way to use that stat. His foundation was solid though, as he had taken what I had taught him as well as what he figured out from our spars to get a handle on how he wanted to fight. He was actually going in the exact opposite direction from myself, as I wanted to hit the hardest without sacrificing maneuverability, while he traded impact for speed and quantity of attacks. Neither path was wrong, but both ended in different ways given enough time. Mine ended with each strike of mine being a potential death sentence, while his ended with a death by 1,000 cuts type scenario, or as a distraction so a heavy hitter like me can safely move in for the big ticket damage. If it wasn't for my magic not being team friendly, we would probably make a very effective 2-man unit in the dungeon. I had made a bunch of figurines already, which Hestia had moved to selling instead of Jagamericans, since they brought in way more profit. They were apparently very popular with the gods and women in the city, to the point that she was sold out mere minutes after she opened in the morning. This meant she got most of the day to do whatever she wanted after that, which tended to be her lazing about at the church or cheering on Belle as he trained. Thanks to this influx of money, we were now eating good food nightly. Unfortunately all good things come to an end eventually, and Hephaestus finally got a chance to catch Hestia and ask about me. It was odd really, as the redhead was downright flirtatious when she introduced herself. Hestia had apparently told the goddess how my cursed technique worked since they were friends, and now the redhead was trying to poach me to her familia openly. I myself wanted nothing to do with the woman, as the looks she was giving me made me feel like she was moments away from eating me. Chapter 36, Threat and Advertisement. Ah, come on, I am even willing to personally teach you if you'd only join my familia, the red-headed goddess said as she tried to tempt me for the umpteenth time to join her familia. And as I've said for the last 3 hours, I am perfectly happy where I am right now, I said, irritated at her persistence. Hestia had argued with the redhead for the first hour or so before understanding that I wasn't going anywhere and just chose to leave me to deal with the forge goddess alone. But your abilities are wasted here. Hestia can't teach you how to hone your craftsmanship, and I am the best in the entire world at it, she said, trying very hard to convince me. Look lady, if you don't stop bothering me about this, I will turn your body into a pile of mush, I threatened, finally done being polite. To add extra pressure to my threat, I flared up my flames around my body, causing her to recoil in fear. It was amusing to watch until now, but you've crossed a line, a voice said, and I moved out of the way as a woman with dark skin and long brown hair landed where I was just standing. She held an unsheathed blade out in front of her at the ready, while Hephaestus quickly stopped her from attacking. Wait, Tsubaki, he's obviously bluffing. There's no way anyone would actually be insane enough to attack a god, she said seriously. She was right in that I wasn't that crazy, or rather stupid. Attacking the god isn't the issue, but rather the reactions of the rest of the gods after that fact. A mortal willing to attack a god might also be willing to kill one, and that was something the gods won't abide, as it threatens their fun down here, as once they are banished back to heaven they can't come back for at minimum centuries. I attack a god and all the other gods will band together to kill me regardless of the circumstances. Oh, I know that he was bluffing, but I won't just sit back and watch some level 1 bastard threaten you, Tsubaki said with a stern expression. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me, but I just took an unarmed stance while coating my body in flames to act as armor. I was also continuously increasing their density and heat, which had started to cause the air around me to warp and the soil below my feet to melt. Fine. You've made your point and I'll leave you alone now, so please stop the hostility, the goddess said, practically begging at this point. She wasn't the one I was worried about though, and it was only when Tsubaki began to sheath her sword that I dismissed my flames everywhere except my hands that stayed at the ready. TCH. You've got a pair on you all right, but try and remember your place next time, I won't let you go so easily otherwise, she said firmly before leaving with her goddess. It was only after they got very far away that I relaxed and retracted my flames fully, while noting that just that small pissing match cost me nearly 3/4 of my energy. Looks like I need to hurry up and reach the true limit of my stats so I can level up. These flames have monstrous energy consumption rates just like my technique, I thought with a sigh before going back into the church. I didn't get the chance to go dungeon delving the next day as my Ache and Naza showed up super early and very excited. We finished the potion, my Ache said with a wide smile. Oh? How well's it work? I asked, interested in whatever type of deodorant potion they had created. Well, at first we struggled to figure out how to make bodies stop producing smells from them consuming the potion, but that failed to include blood or sweat. Then it came to me, what if instead we made something that you pour over the body to eliminate smells? I even had Neza test it and it worked flawlessly, as I couldn't smell anything even though she was covered in goblin blood, my Ache said excitedly. I chose to ignore the fact that for a level 4 like her she probably had to really try just to get that much blood on her. So what you are saying is that it is ready for sale then? I asked, and Naza nodded. Alrighty then, just give me a bit and I'll print up some flyers to advertise it, I said as I headed over to a pile of wood scrap at the side of the church. How exactly are you going to print up flyers? Naza asked, confused. I grinned. Well, paper is created by turning wood to dust before boiling it into a mash to pull out the tannins and then bleaching and molding it into sheets. Using my cursed technique I can do all of that myself in mere moments so long as I have wood on hand, and the best part is I can form the paper with the words already on it, no ink necessary. I said honestly. Your technique is ridiculously useful, I'm envious. Naza said with a smile. I hummed in acknowledgement as I started turning this scrap wood in high-quality posters with fancy designs and everything. The actual advertisement itself was a simple thing in big bold lettering that said a revolutionary new potion created and found only at the Blue Pharmacy. The deodorant potion removes all the smells from one's body after a hard and rough delve. Simple and gets the point across while also catching the eye. Good job, Alex. My ache praised as he held up one of the posters. Now then, we just need to get these into the hands of the ladies at the hostess and posted on the walls of the streets, and pretty soon you should have your first customers. I'll take the hostess since I already have a business arrangement with them, while you three set them up throughout the city. I said as I passed stacks of posters to Belle, Naza and my ache while keeping one for myself. We split up after that, and as I said I headed to the hostess and managed to sweet-talk Mia into passing out posters to customers in exchange for a week's worth of enhanced ingredients for free. I honestly lost out on that deal, but not by so much. I was willing to make a fuss about it. By the end of the day all of Orario was covered in advertisements. Chapter 37, Developmental Skills and Killing Spree. With that done I called it a day and headed back to the church to try and push my cursed energy through my weapon again, since I really wanted to be able to craft cursed tools due to the sheer versatility of them. A cursed tool creator didn't actually need to be able to personally use a cursed technique in order to make a tool with it attached. While also true that the most common cursed tools are ones that just have cursed energy imbued in them, that was by no means the limit to what was possible. In fact, from my understanding of the subject, that was just the first step in most cases. All it was turning whatever the tool was into a vessel to hold whatever cursed technique was being added to it. From there the manga didn't really give all that many details about how cursed tools are made, other than that the power had something to do with the skill and power of the craftsmen themselves. For example, a third-grade sorcerer couldn't make a special-grade cursed tool without seriously weird circumstances that usually involved a lot of sacrifice and death. Before I could even dream about making a special-grade tool, though, I had to first figure out how to imbue cursed energy into an object permanently. Even after having gotten the enlightenment of Black Flash, I was not making much progress in this regard, as while I could coat an object in cursed energy temporarily, it dissipated rapidly if I stopped. My gut told me that I may in fact actually need to wait until I leveled up to make cursed tools, which kinda sucked. It made sense though, since no one could add effects to equipment without the blacksmith developmental skill, which could be gotten only when leveling up. Developmental skills are different than the normal sort, as they are basically buffs given by the fauna upon leveling up that are offered by what you have done in your life up to that point. Blacksmiths tend to get the associated skill, alchemists get mixing, archers get archery, and swordsmen get swordsmanship, and so on. Developmental skills are categorized in 3 categories: occupational, augmentation, and supportive. The first type was skills like archery and blacksmith that you got because of your occupation. The second and third types were slightly more argumentative in nature, as to some degree many skills could be counted as one or both. Mystery, for example, was a skill that usually was counted as augmentation if used by a crafter, as it allowed unusual and rare things to be done when used in conjunction with the blacksmith skill. However, if used in conjunction with the mage skill, it could be counted as supportive. The difference between augmentation and supportive skills was that the former added an extra layer of depth and complexity to whatever it was applied to. The latter, on the other hand, merely granted a jump in efficiency and power to what it was applied to. Unlike normal skills, developmental skills also had ranks that grew with the skill, knowledge, and power of the person that had them, though improving the rank of a developmental skill was notoriously hard, with the highest ever recorded only being C rank. The reason for this was actually very well known too. Basically, the only way you could get a developmental ability higher than this was if you focused so much on it that all the rest of your other abilities simply atrophy and can't improve anymore. It basically meant sacrificing all else to focus on this one aspect of yourself, and it simply wasn't worth it. Very few things ever actually require a higher developmental ability than that, after all. Technically it was speculated that you could also raise a developmental ability by simply pushing what it allowed to the extreme and thus not have to sacrifice all else, but the theorized methods of doing so were self-inflicted torture without a shadow of a doubt. For example, it was theorized that you could raise abnormal resistance by continuously exposing yourself to poison, curses, and debuffs like that in higher and higher potencies. This was a dangerous game though, as if you go even a little too far you could end up dead or worse from one of your doses of your chosen affliction. Like I said though, there was no point in going for higher than C rank unless you were basically left with no choice. I assume that in order to create cursed items I needed either the blacksmith or mystery developmental skills. Looks like it's time to head back into the dungeon and go on a killing spree to max out my magic stat and find out what it is so I can raise my other stats to that point as well. I thought slightly impatiently. After making this decision I spent the rest of the day making figurines while even moving away from humanoid races and onto monsters. I didn't just choose monsters from this world either, but ones from myth, TV, and anime as well. I made one of each goblin, kobold, war shadow, and griffin, with the last being the hardest due to the sheer level of detail I added to each feather. Hestia was surprised to see these monstrous figurines but still thought they were beautiful in their own way and planned to sell them as well. We ate and the next day I stopped by the hostess and improved the ingredients, got my lunch from Seer who was rapidly improving with each meal she made, and headed to the dungeon. Once in the dungeon I didn't bother trying to get drops but went straight for breaking the magic stones in the monsters as fast as possible, since I was after that smoke rather than money or drops. I still collected any that appeared alongside the magic stones, but otherwise I didn't care. I had a slight panic attack when I finally stepped onto the 5th floor, since that was where the Minotaur had shown up at, but I managed to calm myself by repeating that was a freak accident multiple times in my head. Frankly speaking, war shadows were by far the easiest monsters for me to kill on this floor, since their stones were right in plain view on their faces. I just needed to hit them with a quick spark of flame on it and they went poof almost immediately. My first encounter with killer ants was unpleasant to say the least, as the fuckers kept running when I'd rapid kill all of them except one somehow, which made that one summon way more. At some point I stopped trying to go melee and just reset the board with a fuck everything in that direction style flame blast. That turned out to be a poor decision, as the flames didn't kill the ants immediately and spread to the others that came as a result like a perpetual motion machine, until the dungeon clearly decided that was enough of that and stopped sending more ants. That was fine by me though, as I had gotten a fuck ton of liquid from that, almost as much as I got from the Minotaur, in fact, if that tells you how many fucking ants showed up. Chapter 38, Getting Close. Even though I wasn't after drops, I still got quite a lot from my massacre of the killer ants, with my bag quickly proving horribly insufficient to hold them all. I sighed at this and decided that I needed a bigger bag, or at the very least one that had a spatially expanded interior so it could carry way more. The little sack I carried at my waist was not bad at all for most level 1 adventurers, but I was not most, now was I? In the end I had little choice but to use my technique to compress a great majority of the ant drops, which was carapaces and pincers in this case, into balls of hard material that were hyper-dense. Even then I barely was able to collect everything, including the stones in my bag. Leaving the dungeon I headed to the guild and dumped all the magic stones in front of Rose. "What on earth happened for you to collect so many stones?" she asked, horrified. I ran into a group of killer ants and everything going fine as I killed them real fast by breaking their stones, but for some fucking reason the last one would always run away and call more, and well, you should be able to guess how that went. I said, slightly annoyed just remembering it. "I see, most level 1 adventurers tend to run away when killer ants start swarming, you know," she said in a chiding tone. I shrugged. "I am not most level 1 adventurers," I said casually. "Clearly not, but don't go getting a big head and dying because of it, you hear me?" she said sternly, and I chuckled but nodded. I got 7,000 and change Valis from this delve, even though I didn't turn in any of my drops, mostly because they weren't in a shape that would allow it. I headed to a general store after that and bought a larger backpack for 4,000 Valis before dropping off the food container at the hostess and passing by a super busy blue pharmacy on my way to the church. Like I had expected, business was booming once the first few people came to try this new potion and spread word that it wasn't a hoax. Information moves very fast in this city, so I wasn't surprised that the pharmacy was so busy only a day after they had started selling the thing. I didn't intend to ask for a cut of the profits, since beyond the idea and advertisement I hadn't given any help at all developing the thing. Honestly, I felt for my Ache and Naza, as they weren't doing great financially either, as everyone preferred going to Diane sect for potions even if they were way more expensive. With this new potion though, they should get some fresh blood injected into their familia and more business as well. I didn't doubt that there would be alchemists copying the potion soon enough, but the business was never the reason for me to give them the idea. Frankly speaking, this was a two birds with one stone type deal, as I was repulsed by the smell of the dungeon square and they got new life injected into their familia and business, a win-win. Obviously there would be a few people who wouldn't bother with the potion, but if even 50% of the daily adventurers coming through the area did, then the stench would decrease dramatically. Belle was diligently practicing in front of the church when I got there, while Hestia was lounging nearby watching. I wasn't all that surprised, since if she could, she was fairly lazy most of the time but could still put in the work if she had to. Good news, bad news time, I said with a smirk as I walked up. What is it this time? Another variant? A minotaur or some other insane thing? Hestia questioned angrily, clearly done with my shenanigans. Oh, now don't be like that, you know just as well as I do that I am growing up big and strong from all of this, I said with a laugh. She looked like a chipmunk when upset, as she puffed out her cheeks and stomped her feet if she was standing up. She sighed in despair. Fine, what is it this time? She asked, rubbing her temple like she had a headache, which she probably did. Well, I happened to kill a whole mess of killer ants, so I think it's time for me to update again and hopefully hit the actual limit in my magic stat. That's the good news. Bad news is I am probably going to get sick as hell again after the update. I hope not, but well, my luck's not the best in this regard, I said with a shrug. That's it? I was sorta expecting something insane, but that actually sounds pretty normal, she said, confused. How many killer ants, Alex-san? Belle asked curiously. I don't know, like 100 or so I think, hard to count really since the whole R was on fire, I said casually. Hestia face-palmed. And there it is, one of these times I'll learn to expect this stuff, she said, frustrated. Name, Alexander Drake. Race, human. Level 1+, kin level up. Strength 745, B-927, S. Endurance 863, A-1036, SS. Agility 714, B-859, A. Dexterity 697, C-801, A. Magic 2270, X-3000. Spells, Hell's Forge. Innate technique, can use anything from a living being and reshape or refine it per one's will. Incantation, Hell's Forge. Extension, Hellfire. Skills, Heavenly Restriction. In exchange for the ability to wield mana and magic, one gains access to cursed energy and cursed techniques. Blessing of Black, permanently increases cursed energy efficiency, amount, and control. Magic will always start at G rank after leveling up. So that's what the true limit is. It doesn't even have a lettered rank but this odd symbol, I said, glossing over the rest of my stats. What I didn't say was that I could feel the fact that this was the limit, as my body felt bloated and strained right after the update. It wasn't a full body bloat either, but more along the lines of having overeaten by a bit and the food having expanded in your stomach. Uncomfortable but manageable nonetheless. Knowing what the true limit was, I now needed to raise my other stats to it before leveling up immediately or risk my vessel exploding. It was going to be hellishly risky on my part, as the closer I get to the limit in each stats, the more strain my vessel will be under trying to contain this power it has no mortal business holding. Knowing this, I was fairly certain that my next update would be my final one in level 1. I won't lie and say I'm not nervous about that thought, since as far as I know I am likely the first person to ever level up at truly maxed stats, not to mention whatever effect my cursed energy might have on this process. Chapter 39, Existential Crisis. I wasn't stupid enough not to recognize how unique my situation was. I was only able to reach the true limit because of my uniqueness. But logic said that I pay a high price for these benefits, and that scared me. One might look at my skills and cursed technique and you see all the benefits but ignore the cost of them. My first skill, for example, means that I don't have mana and can't use magic. I've seen enough anime and read enough books to know that mana was a superior energy type, and I traded that for something worse. Cursed energy and techniques were ultimately limited in what they allowed, even if they appear overwhelmingly better than mana and magic at first glance. Take my cursed technique for example, that has so many uses that it could make anyone in the world jealous. The essence of my technique though was that I could refine and transform anything from a living source. That last bit was a heavy restriction for a craftsman. There are many things that I can't use my technique on, so instead I need to work extra hard to close the gap with the things I can use it on. The existence of the dungeon that is alive is the only reason my cursed technique is so valuable, as without it, like if I was on Earth, my technique would be way more difficult to do anything meaningful with. Even further, I had to learn everything I knew about cursed energy from what I had from the manga, compared to the mages of this world that had thousands of years of research and experimentation to perfect what they knew of mana. Can you even begin to imagine the sheer handicap that put me at? I almost died just to discover that as a lower form of energy, mana potions are several times more effective on cursed energy compared to mana. Then there was the need to make breakthroughs in how I used cursed energy and my technique that normal adventurers don't need to do. Mana and magic in this world functioned in such a way that purely training is pretty much all anyone needs to succeed at it. Cursed energy isn't like that. I need to suffer intense experiences in order to grow. Then you might ask about advanced curse techniques like domain expansion and reverse curse technique, and I can say for certain that I have no fucking idea. The manga's information on how those work exactly was vague as shit beyond negative, and negative cursed energy made positive, and that domains were an expansion and manifestation of one's innate technique. You see the sheer amount of fucking nothing that tells me? How does 2 negative make a positive? What the fuck does expanding and manifesting a technique even mean? All these details that a mage in this world would know as a matter of course for mana are things I have to figure out on my own. I know I make it seem like it's easy, but the truth of the matter is that I'm flying by the seat of my pants here and just hoping to whatever being will listen that I don't implode. The funny thing is that what terrifies me the most is one way I can think of as obvious to improve my own stats: self-refinement. I could totally use my technique on myself to improve my body and by extension stats, but I am scared to try. I have no idea what that may do to me. Will I stop being human? Will I become a curse hybrid or full-blown cursed spirit? I have no idea at all, and that alone terrifies me into avoiding it at all cost. What has me just as nervous is that I have no idea how leveling up will affect me, since I don't have mana. When a normal adventurer levels up, their vessel is expanded and refined in a metaphysical sense, but otherwise they are the same race as before, since mana was already just as much a part of their existence as anything else. Them getting closer to their mana didn't affect them at all, but cursed energy was not the same at all. If when I level up my existence becomes closer to cursed energy, I may lose part of my humanity in the process. At some point I will end up more cursed than human if that happens, and I have no idea how that might affect me. I might be the same as always, just different racially, or I might turn out like all other curses that are evil things that are better off destroyed. My only hope was the innate traits of the fauna itself that responds to the emotions and desires of the person it is attached to. I don't want to lose what makes me me, even if that meant I would gain much more power. I desire godhood, but not as some sort of evil deity manifested through cursed energy. I hope with all that I am that the fauna picks up on my will and desires when I level up and offers me a way forward, as it has with so many other adventurers who have put in the effort to achieve their dreams. I seem to have gotten rather sidetracked now, haven't I? Where was I? Alright, well, after determining that my next update would likely be the last before I leveled up, I began pushing my physical abilities after each trip to the dungeon over the next few days. While I was doing that, Bell had reached G in all of his physical stats, which meant that it was finally time for him to go delving himself. Honestly, I wasn't worried all that much, as his new armor made from the hides I collected and the refined carapaces and pincers of the ants meant unless he got way over his head, nothing on the first 4 floors should be able to kill him unless it was a variant. In addition, I made sure that his weapons and armor didn't stand out as anything valuable, even if they were, so nobody should get any funny ideas about killing him for his gear. Yes, that was a very real possibility in the dungeon, as some adventurers made their fortunes by robbing and sometimes even killing weaker adventurers. It was usually reserved for further into the dungeon though, so he should be fine. As I discovered, limit sickness only applies the first time you break your vessel's current limit in some regard. After all, something that is broken can never be unbroken, as even repairing the thing doesn't remove the fact it had been broken. Still, I avoided using my cursed energy since I wanted my next update to send all that smoke to my physical stats to get them to the limit. In this regard the dungeon had been oh so helpful, as I hadn't ran into a single ant even after reaching the 7th floor, as if the place was making them avoid me, which made sense considering the last time. Chapter 40 Stockpiling. What the dungeon wanted was widely accepted to be nothing short of killing all the gods and people on the surface, and this meant that any adventurer who delved was a target. Most of the time the dungeon followed a tried and true methodology and rule set when dealing with adventurers, but for select few scenarios it was understood that the dungeon might even go out of its way to bend some of these rules. One such rule that was broken was if the dungeon determined that a monster was too helpful for an adventurer and thus prevented them from meeting them. This could be overcome, of course, if you were stubborn enough about what you were after, since the dungeon still had to deal with other adventurers likely on the same floor, but for casual delving like mine that wasn't something I was after. Last time I had harvested close to 100 or so ants, so the dungeon had decided that I shouldn't get that opportunity again. I didn't have any issue at all with that, since just by going deeper I could go for quality rather than quantity of smoke. The 8th to 9th floor had another decor change as the size of the rooms began to get bigger and the ceilings taller, while moss grew along the walls. There were no new monsters on these floors, but the ones from the previous floors appeared stronger here. Everything got faster and hit harder, while also getting slightly smarter in how they fought. My stats were almost equal to a weak level 2 at the moment, except in magic, but since I wasn't using that at the moment it didn't matter. These were still level 1 monsters though, so I had little issue smashing through them. Floor 10 was where things got tricky for me, as needle rabbits, orcs, imps, and bad bats all start appearing and were all classified as high level 1 monsters that a normal level 1 needed at least B rank across the board to even attempt to fight. Needle rabbits were, as the name implied, rabbits with sharp horns on their head. They are fast and hard to spot in the misty terrain of the floor, as they are white in color. Orcs were the first large class monster to appear in the dungeon, standing over 10 feet tall and being fat green-skinned humanoid creatures with pig snouts, tusks, and ears. They also used uprooted trees as weapons, so obviously you don't need to be told what getting hit straight on by them might do to you. Imps were small, thin, red-skinned humanoid demon creatures with small bat wings and a single sharp horn of their perpetually grinning heads. They were also known as dungeon thieves, since they had a habit of trying to snatch bags or loosely held weapons while the adventurers were distracted. Finally, there were the bad bats that were just really annoying bats that swooped down randomly to cause problems, since they stayed on the ceiling otherwise. None of these were a problem individually, but the issue was that monsters never spawned alone on this and the next floors, but rather in groups. Each group was also never smaller than 3 monsters, so I had to stay on my toes on this floor. Orcs proved the most troublesome, as their tall heights and long-reaching weapons meant that I couldn't easily smash their skulls and be done with it. Those swung trees moved alarmingly fast, and when there was more than one coming at you it was hard to do anything beyond dodge constantly. I eventually got used to the way things operated on this floor and got my first kills on these orcs when they overextended their swings and left their kneecaps open briefly. Crack! The sound of my blunt end snapping the bones in the left leg of my target was music to my ears as I dodged the falling monster and his friend's swings. Quickly dashing behind it, I brought my weapon down on its head that was now within reach and left that orc dead. Monsters were ruthless though, and the 2 remaining orcs swung their weapon into the corpse, trying to get me in the process, but I had already moved out of the way, having expected it. The corpse exploded into smoke that got sucked into my tattoos as the heavy strikes crushed the magic stone. Using that brief window, I dashed to the next orc and swung the sharp end of my weapon across the right knee of the second orc, cutting through it like butter. My new weapon was badass, and these monsters didn't stand a chance against it. Blood sprayed out of the wound and the orc roared in pain for a moment before its friend struck it with its tree, trying to hit me and only completely crippling the orc instead. Movement is key in the dungeon, a fact I had learned and made sure I implemented constantly. If you stand still for more than a moment, you become vulnerable to attacks. The final orc was dispatched shortly after that, and I got to harvesting my spoils while maintaining my vigilance. This floor and the two after it were well known as the place that most robberies happened, and I preferred not getting taken by surprise. Reason being that these floors were deep enough that adventurers were now worth robbing, and that the constant mist made it easy to set up ambushes. Add these things together and well, you can figure out why it's not recommended to come here alone. To be fair though, it's not recommended to delve alone either, but people still do that, so it is what it is. I myself was a poor target for robbing as I didn't wear armor and was constantly vigilant. Not to mention, after watching me dismantle orcs without getting even a little winded, showed I wasn't some soft target that wouldn't fight back. So while I wasn't concerned about getting robbed, I was still paranoid enough not to take that for granted. I hunted down another set of orcs and some needle rabbits that decided today was a good day to die as well before calling it for the day. I earned 13,000 valis from my loot, which showed that the deeper you went the more valuable loot was. Rose was a little upset at me for going that deep alone, but after I showed her that I was without anything more than a few cuts and bruises from near misses and dodges, she left it at scolding me for my recklessness. I loved how walking through the dungeon square no longer smelled of blood, sweat, and other unpleasantness thanks to the new potions that had taken the city by storm. The potions worked so well and were so popular that even Ishtar had commissioned perfumed and airborne versions that she used in her brothels to remove that particular stench from them without burning an ungodly amount of stupidly strong incense. I only know this because Naza complained to me about it when I went to drop off my vials and get more potions. Chapter 41, Divine Gaze. While there was still a minor odor in the area, it was far more reasonable than it used to be. From the guild I headed to the hostess to drop off the food container, and to my surprise found Belle there. "Let me guess, Seer dragged you in and tricked you into buying food, right?" I asked with a smirk as I took a seat at the same table. "How'd you know?" he asked, surprised. "She got me the same way after my first delve. Girl seems to know when you've got money on you for some reason," I said with a chuckle, and Belle paled and looked very uncomfortable. It took me a moment to realize he wasn't looking at me, and awkwardly turned around to find Seer standing there with a very unfriendly smile. "I'm not apologizing," was the first thing that came to mind, and I said out loud. "Oh, that's fine. Hey Mamma Mia. Alex here ordered the special. With wine," she called out without looking away, and now it was my turn to pale. "I coming up," the dwarven women called with a amused look. The meal was great and frankly way too much for me to eat alone, but goddamn was it fucking expensive, as I lost all of my money and ended up having to volunteer another week of free improved ingredients to pay for it. Lesson learned, I guess. Even Seer has a mean side to her, I thought with a sigh as we headed home to give some of the food we had to Hestia. POV Freya. I remember it vividly, the day Alex introduced his existence to me. I was using Horn's skill to take on the form of Seer that allowed me to search for my otter without my charm ruining it. Mia had sent me out to gather ingredients for the day's meals, and I was on my way back when he bumped into me. At first I was too focused on collecting the fallen ingredients that had been damaged from the impact to notice, but after getting a good look at him, he was a surprisingly plain-looking individual. Neither handsome nor ugly, but someone you'd blur out on the street if you weren't careful. Alex himself though left a deep impression on me for two main reasons: his soul and his force of personality. He just had this way of acting that you couldn't help but get pulled into, and before you knew it, following alongside. He was mad without a doubt, as there was this strangely enticing mix of impulsivity and paranoia to everything he did that was hard not to be interested in. His soul was what truly drew my interest, as it was like an abyss that devoured everything yet was not evil somehow. I remember how my heart would race just looking at it, as I felt as though one wrong move on my part and that abyss would gobble me up. It is intoxicating. His magic was also not as simple as he made it appear at first glance. There was something about it that made me nervous for some reason, and the things that could truly accomplish that were few. It was a beautiful manifestation of blue and black flames that I theorized might be transmutative in nature and thus dangerous for us gods. It was something only us older gods knew, but with our divinities restrained in these mortal frames we were very susceptible to transmutation, as while not our divine forms these bodies were tied to them. What this meant was that if we were transmuted as we currently are, there was a high chance those changes would appear on our divine forms as well. To be honest, I was quite hopeful that Alex may be my destined Audra and worked to draw him closer to myself as seer for that goal. At first I simply tried to make him food for his trips to the dungeon, but to my surprise he was rather blunt about telling me my food wasn't all that good. But then he'd turn around and give me advice on how to improve. It was a new experience for me, like nothing I had experienced before. A strangely enticing mix of soft and hard that led to personal growth. You can imagine my shock to find that I, a goddess of beauty and war, had actually started to get good at preparing meals for someone else. I was nowhere near as good as the others at the hostess, but I was getting better over time. Perhaps no one had noticed it, but Alex reminded me of Althea the Silence in terms of talent, as he was rapidly growing more powerful. As if fate itself had conspired to confuse me, though another anomaly had appeared in the exact same familia as Alex. Bel Cranel was best described as cute more than handsome, as he was pure, too pure. His soul was the polar opposite of Alex's, as it was the purest white and radiated outwards in a blinding manner. Seeing them sitting next to each other frankly caused me to freeze up, as my mind simply couldn't understand what I was looking at. Polar opposites, yet in perfect harmony, as if their very essences weren't poised to clash violently. It was beautiful in a way I can't even find words to describe. Meeting Bel Cranel had thrown my mind into disarray, as Horn had needed to take my place as seer for a few days after that, much to Otter's concern, as he wanted nothing more than to help me but was helpless for all his power to do so. I had two candidates for who might be my Audra at the same time, and I was stuck on how I should handle this matter. If there was only one, I could slowly groom them for the role they were destined to fill while getting close to them as seer, but for two that simply wouldn't work. Sure, I could engineer events to spur their growth, but as for getting close to them, there was no way I could get both, and the prophecy was clear that I only had one Audra. I had to figure out which it was, or perhaps I had to choose. Prophecy was tricky like that, so it was possible that is the case, just as it is equally possible that I was wrong. Assuming I did have to choose, though, I would probably pick Alex, as what I can see of him clashes less with who I am than Bel. I am a goddess of beauty and war, so I was not some pure maiden filled with virtue that would pair well with Bel's innocence. In recent days Alex has concerned me greatly, as I saw something I was very familiar with from Otter himself, a strained vessel. A unique state where an adventurer has pushed their vessel beyond the safe limit and as a result has strained it to keep itself intact. In a way it is a bit like filling a balloon and then adding more air to it, as at some point the balloon will pop if you add too much. Chapter 42, Leveled Up. Freya POV. Unlike Otter, however, Alex had strained his vessel much more than I had even thought possible. After discovering the limit of stats could be surpassed and that it was actually necessary in fact to reach higher levels, I had all my children try and reach what I believed to be the true limit of rank SS 1500. Otter and two others, however, were the only ones capable of doing so in any reasonable amount of time. It took a very special mix of personality and conditions to reach that point, however, which I unfortunately learned my familia's environment was not the best at nurturing. To be honest, most of my familia was comprised of mortals that had fallen victim to my charm and wanted nothing more than to possess me for their own. This as a result led to a lot of infighting and cutthroat competition to earn my favor that also stifled their talents in the process. The fauna unfortunately doesn't work well under those conditions, so very rarely do any of my children ever reach above 999s. Alex somehow had pushed even further than SS and his vessel was in terrible shape as a result. For now though, I will watch with bated breath. Normal POV. Even with the higher quality of the smoke given by the monsters the further down I went, I still didn't have as much liquid as I did from that single minotaur. This alone showed just how wide the qualitative difference between a level 1 and 2 was. To be honest, I knew that the only reason I had even managed to kill that minotaur was because of Black Flash, or perhaps it would be better to call it luck. I got lucky, the exact thing I needed at the exact moment I needed it to survive. That was practically the story of cursed energy in a nutshell. Ironically, the fauna was the perfect complement to my cursed energy, as through effort and pressure it allowed one to grow, which was very synergistic with cursed energy. Perhaps that was why my growth was so rapid? I was gaining improvement from two sources at once, so obviously I would grow much faster than the vast majority of adventurers. I couldn't help but wonder if that would change after I leveled up. Hear me out. So the fauna is a representation of the path to godhood. With the higher level you go, the closer you got to it. At the moment my cursed energy and fauna were working to allow me to grow both together and separately at different points. But after leveling up, the two will more likely than not fuse even further, as cursed energy is now integral part of myself. It's kinda like when a video game developer puts out a game and updates it with a patch to fix a bug. Right now I am pre-patch, but after I level up I had a gut feeling that I was going to get a hefty restriction placed on me. Don't get me wrong, the fauna never applies a debuff without some sort of big upside as well, but I was rather nervous to find out what that was exactly. Still, I spent my next few days delving and building up more and more liquid until finally at the 2.5-month mark since I became an adventurer I was ready to get my last update at level 1 as well as my level up to 2. Are you sure about this? We could just level you up and not risk it. Hestia asked, concerned and very worried for my safety. I am afraid of what may happen if we do this, but I know that if we don't I would likely regret it for the rest of my days. Do it, I said, steeling myself for what was undoubtedly going to be an agonizing process. Hestia nodded seriously, and Isabel watched from the side as she updated my fauna for the last time at this level. Name: Alexander Drake. Race: human. Level 1+, kin level up. Strength 927, S-1500, SS-2000, X-3000. Endurance 1036, SS-1500, SS-2000, X-3000. Agility 859, A-999, S-1500, SS-2000, X-3000. Dexterity 801, A-999, S-1500, SS-2000, X-3000. Magic 3000. Spells: Hell's Forge. Innate technique, can use anything from a living being and reshape or refine it per one's will. Incantation: Hell's Forge. Extension: Hellfire. Skills: Heavenly Restriction. In exchange for the ability to wield mana and magic, one gains access to cursed energy and cursed techniques. Blessing of Black. Permanently increases cursed energy efficiency, amount, and control. Magic will always start at G rank after leveling up. At first it was a pleasant warm spreading through my body that I had come to recognize was the fauna updating, but then came the pain. Agony, like thousands of fire ants chewing on every inch of my flesh and my blood boiling in my veins. Speaking of blood, the stuff started to seep out of my pores, eyes and nose as my body began to collapse and fail under the pressure. Hestia panicked and immediately leveled me up, causing all hell to break loose. Remember that massive amount of passive cursed energy just floating about over the city? It resonated with me when I leveled up, and for the briefest moment became visible to everyone in the city as it became active. It turned invisible almost immediately, but the damage was done as all the people in Orario were after answers now. As for myself, I was entirely unconscious after getting leveled up as my brain went into self-preservation mode. I was quite thankful that I had told Hestia what I wanted as a developmental skill already, so she had been able to take it for me. I was entirely out for a whole week after that as my vessel refined itself based on my values at level 1. Name: Alexander Drake. Race: cursed human. Level 2. Strength 0, I. Endurance 0, I. Agility 0, I. Dexterity 0, I. Magic 200, G. Spells: Hell's Forge. Innate technique, can use anything from a living being and reshape or refine it per one's will. Incantation: Hell's Forge. Extensions: Hellfire. Cursed tool creation. Skills: Heavenly Restriction. in exchange for the ability to wield mana and magic one gains access to cursed energy and cursed techniques. Blessing of Black, permanently increases cursed energy efficiency, amount, and control. Magic will always start at G rank after leveling up. Vessel of Sin, Hell's Forge Master carries the burden of all mortal sin and is tasked to purify it from the souls of the dead. Permanent increase to crafting with cursed energy. Permanent decrease to all stats for each innocent soul killed and increase for each sinful soul killed. Grants skill, Soul Gaze. Soul Gaze, see the souls of all things and their sins. Developmental skills, Curse Smith, cursed energy specific variant of the blacksmith skill. Mostly positive more than negative if I do say so myself, but there was certainly quite a lot that I was less than pleased about. Chapter 43, Cursed Gaze. For starters, my fear that I would stop being human came true, as my race now read as cursed human. I didn't feel any different despite this, which was great, as I still felt joy and all the other normal emotions just fine. I also didn't have any weirdly evil or depraved impulses, so yay. My new skill was a huge bummer though. Vessel of Sin was clearly a twisted skill born from my cursed energy and fears that honestly put a huge limiter on me. That line about it being a burden was not a joke. I constantly felt like I was moving underwater, like my body was being pressed in on from all sides. I wasn't physically limited per se, as I still could move as fast as normal and could hit as hard as usual, but felt like I wasn't, if that made sense. My additional granted skill Soul Gaze also sucked ass, as I was practically blind. Fun fact, the skill was constantly active, and another fun fact, souls were bright as shit. Like staring at the fucking sun bright. I tried to get used to it, really I did, but man did Bel and Hestia not make it easy. As a goddess, Hestia's soul was massive and pure golden with silver streaks, which was beautiful but a pain to get beamed with constantly. Bel's soul was white, like pure fucking white, which tracked considering how innocent he was. Let me tell you, after I woke up from my admittedly self-induced coma, seeing both of those immediately was a highly unpleasant experience. Honestly, the only good news besides me getting one step closer to godhood was that I could make cursed tools now. As it turned out, I did in fact need the blacksmith, or in my case curse smith, developmental skill to create cursed tools. Not to say I don't absolutely suck ass at it, because while I can make cursed tools, I clearly have no idea what I am doing in the process, and it shows. My first attempt went feral and had to be put down, may it rest in pieces. You are probably all like, hey, aren't you sort of skipping all the reactions from Hestia and Bel and stuff? And the answer is yes I am. I got yelled at, like a lot. It wasn't a fun time for me. Even more unfun for me was that my tattoos got bigger, again. This time I got some new marks on my face and arms, which was just great for my self-esteem, let me tell you. On my face I got 2 black dots on my forehead that I was pretty sure represented horns. On my arms I got 4 new tattoos, a pair of matching black bands on my wrists and 2 hollow black triangles on the back of my palms. I mean, the new tattoos didn't look bad at all, but I wasn't a huge fan of them personally. Let's see what else was worth mentioning. Well, I lost like 2 weeks of time recovering from my level up as my vessel rebuilt itself. That was a bit annoying, but at the end of it I had somewhat gotten used to my new senses and power. I found out my soul was black, by the way, which was frankly confusing to learn, since at first I thought I didn't even have one, since I didn't see anything. It was only after really paying attention that I realized that I couldn't see anything because it was too goddamned dark. Not sinful though, as I discovered after comparing my soul with those of other people's in public. Sin, interestingly enough, came in a hue of colors according to my new skill, which I had to carefully figure out. For greed it was a yellow, lust was purple, wrath was red, sloth was a pale grey, and pride was brown. Envy and gluttony, surprisingly enough, weren't actually a sin according to my skill, or perhaps they fell under one of the other sins somehow. As I learnt, most souls were comprised of a single overarching color and then stained with the color of their sins. Some souls, like Bel's, or I suppose my own in a way, were brighter than others, which meant something, I'm sure, but what was beyond me for the moment. I had a sort of instinctual judgment of how much staining was needed for a soul to be counted as innocent or sinful, which I attributed to my new skill. Roughly speaking, more than half a soul being stained was the dividing line for it to be sinful, which was a high bar to cross. It seemed as not even some of the people moving shadily out of Deadless Street were that stained, usually. My next meeting with Seer was complicated to say the least, as it went like this. Our gazes met and we both froze when it became clear that we were both staring at the other's soul. Her soul was massive and a rich mix of purple, silver, and red, with sins the same color staining it ever so slightly. "You're a god. You can see souls," we both asked at the same time awkwardly. I went to speak again, but she hurriedly stopped me. "Not here. Follow me," she hissed, looking around nervously to make sure nobody heard us. Seer leading me into the hostess had Mamma Mia looking confused for a moment from behind the bar before getting serious when Seer gave her a look. I got led to an empty room above the main area of the hostess. "Why the act?" I couldn't help asking when she shut the door. I was frankly astonished to find that the friendly and kind Seer that I had come to know was in fact a goddess, and one with some rather questionable sins. She sighed. "I am looking for something, and I believe being myself would make it difficult to find it. You need to understand that being who I am means I have many enemies and few allies. If I ever found what I seek, they may move to take it from me. I mean no harm playing mortal, I swear," she said sincerely. "If you are wondering about this whole soul sight thing, I got it after I leveled up. It's been an unpleasant couple weeks," I said honestly. "I can imagine. I myself sometimes wish I couldn't see them, as it can be a heavy burden to bear. Could you please try and keep my being a goddess a secret? I would take it as a personal favor if you did," she said, practically begging. "You seem to be awfully attached to this role of yours, so I suppose I can act as though I haven't seen what I have. But I demand that you don't make fun of my tattoos in exchange," I said with a smile, and she giggled. "It's a steep price, but I think I can live with it," she said, and we shook on it. Chapter 44, Cursed Tools. After that things were pretty much back to normal, though there was a slight problem in that Hestia had to report my level up to the guild. It was one of the laws that Familius had to abide by, and Hestia was a pretty law-abiding goddess, and as a result I got put on blast as the record holder for the fastest level up. Funnily enough, I had actually taken the record from Ace, who had leveled up in about 6 months. Loki was not happy at all about it, according to Hestia, who gloated about it. I can't say I was a fan of my adventurer nickname though, as it was Black Mark. To explain how nicknames came about, you needed to understand that every 6 months the gods got together in an event called the Denatus. During this event they discuss recent issues and otherwise socialize with each other before deciding on the aliases of any new level 2 adventurers or any higher leveled ones than that need new better aliases. Unfortunately, the gods had this sort of hazing tradition where they always choose an embarrassing or childish name for new level 2s. As a clearly talented up-and-coming adventurer, the gods took one look at my info and decided to get mean about it. What I ended up with wasn't the worst alias, but was super fucking shallow, as they basically called me Tattoos and called it a day. What am I missing? I pondered with a frown as I looked at my latest failed cursed tool. Over the last 3 days I had been spending most of my time adapting to my new sight and trying to make a cursed tool successfully. The first of those was going fairly well, as I was slowly learning how to sort of zoom out, if you would, so I can see normally. Time to start again, I thought as I picked up the bone bracelet that had grown teeth and was trying to bite me. I used my cursed technique on it, and after screaming for a bit it turned back into normal bone shaped into a bracelet. This time I carefully coated the thing in cursed energy and began to try and infuse the energy into it. This was the first step of the process, but it was what came afterwards that was where I always made some sort of mistake. Infusing cursed energy into an object came second nature to me, which made sense as that was how I used my technique to begin with. It was only when I tried to add properties to the energy that things went sideways. At that point whatever I was working on seemed to turn into a sort of cursed spirit that was feral and attacked indiscriminately. The frustrating part was that some of them even had clear innate techniques but were useless to me due to their aggression. I can't even begin to say how many of these things I had to kill at this point, or even the looks of horror Hestia gave me whenever I made one. These cursed things weren't alive but rather seemed a twisted mockery of it according to her, and disagreed with her on a fundamental level. Until I figured out how to create normal cursed tools, however, there was nothing I can do about that. This time, for example, I was focusing on infusing the energy with the property of polish to try and make it more appealing without any danger. As the energy changed, I thought that I had finally succeeded, only for the bracelet to sprout an eye with 3 pupils that stared right at me. With a sigh, I restarted and reset the bracelet back to normal. What if I try and put a restriction on it first? I wondered, slightly conflicted. This was counterintuitive, as you would think that you would need a technique first before you slapped some sort of restriction onto it. That was how it was usually done anyways, as a curse user like me would apply a restriction to ourselves to buff some aspect in exchange for something else, but usually only after having a technique to begin with. Using this knowledge, I was trying to add effects to my pieces without the restrictions that I was going to add later to improve their quality. Still, once I had the idea of doing the opposite, it latched onto my mind like a maggot on food and dug in. I repeated the process of infusing cursed energy into the bracelet, but rather than adding a technique, I focused on adding a restriction in the form of "this object will never become alive," just as a test. Ha 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 ha. I cracked a wide smile and broke into laughter as the bracelet rattled for a moment before finally settling as cursed energy wreathed it quietly despite me not adding any more. I had found the trick after 3 whole days of experimenting based on normal logic. I couldn't help but be amused at how screwy it was to actually create a cursed tool. The steps were all so wrong and out of the box that it would take ages for someone rigid in their thoughts to figure it out without teaching. I was almost willing to bet if I wasn't willing to try the bullshit I thought of on the fly at this point, I also would have taken way longer to figure it out. Now that I did figure it out, though, I tested if I could even add a technique to the item at this point, and lo and behold, I could. The bracelet shone as though instead of bone it was pearl when I added the polished property to it. Encouraged by this, I tried to add another property as well, durability. At first it appeared to work, but soon the bracelet's energy began to grow unstable, and before I knew it the thing blew up, sending shards of bone everywhere. I frowned at this, as it was clear just looking at it that this wasn't a matter of the 2 properties clashing or even being too much for the material to handle. Perhaps it is because I tried to add them one at a time instead of all at once. I thought, and grabbed another bone bracelet that I had made to practice on. First I placed the same restriction as I had the previous one, and then this time I split my focus to add both the properties at the same time this time, which was slightly difficult. The bracelet rattled violently as the properties engraved themselves in the energy, and I watched carefully at all the changes, and as I expected, the energy stabilized and I was left with a cursed tool that had both the durability and polished properties. Granted, these properties were amongst the most basic ones possible even for a normal blacksmith, but I still finally figured out how to make cursed tools, which was worth celebrating. Chapter 45, Cursed Tools, 2. I wasn't the sort to rest on my laurels though, and began to expand and chronicle my findings with the limitations and rules I needed to follow when crafting cursed tools. After about 100 experiments that branched off my previous discoveries and idea, I had a list of things that I could follow to make successful cursed tools. First was that the material I used determined how powerful I could make the tool. This was further divided into 2 categories, refined and unrefined, that each had their own pros and cons. Refined materials I discovered held sturdy and straightforward properties like durability, and polished better than more esoteric and flexible properties like channel and control. Unrefined materials were the exact opposite. Anyways, the base material itself also played a large part in how powerful I could make a cursed tool. So far I had determined that in order of power from weakest to strongest the scale went organic cloth, flesh or hide, bone, wood, stone, metal, dropped cloth, dropped flesh or hide, dropped bone, dropped wood, dropped stone, dropped metal, dungeon wood, dungeon metals in normal order of usefulness, and finally magic stones. For the metals found in the dungeon I was referring to mithril, orichalcum, adamantite, aqua iron, deep iron, flame iron, crimsonite and fulgur ore. Each had a different use, but usually the best was pure adamantite, followed by orichalcum and mithril. It cost me a pretty penny to buy a small amount of each of these, let me tell you, as even mere marbles of the stuff commanded a hefty price. I should also clarify that magic stones can't be used as is to make cursed items or they'll detonate in a spectacular fashion. No, I can only use magic stones after all the mana has been drained from them, rendering them useless according to normal practices. I had discovered this on accident actually, as the magic stone powered lamp we used ran out of energy and need to have the stone swapped. I had a fuck it, what's the worst that could happen moment and tried to turn the spent stone into a cursed item. Only to realize that the damn things can be refilled with cursed energy after they are spent and used to empower cursed items if added during the creation, even though the stones themselves can't hold any cursed properties. Moving on from materials, the second set of rules I discovered was that I couldn't add more than 6 properties to anything if they had no synergy to them. This wasn't a hard rule so much as a I suck at making shit type rule. Each new property required a lot of focus to add, and at the moment I was simply unable to go beyond 6 unrelated properties, and that too only if I was willing to sacrifice quality for quantity. The next rule was that imbuing techniques required strict restrictions or I'd make a cursed spurt instead. That whole lose this thing won't ever become alive restriction was not enough to prevent the item becoming a cursed spirit, and I needed real balanced restriction to safely add techniques to things. Even further, if I wanted those techniques to actually be somewhat useful, I needed to trade things for it. A good example is that I made a ring that can summon and control water, but the trade-off was that it can't summon more than 5 gallons at a time, it can't control water further than 12 feet away from the wearer, it uses the wearer's energy as fuel for all actions, it will never be alive and is quite fragile. Like I said, I had to be very specific about what the technique allowed and didn't allow if I wanted something usable that wasn't a cursed spirit. As a fun addition, I also had to use the negative emotions related to whatever technique I was imbuing to add a technique to something. For the ring it was fear of helplessly drowning, dark hay. Speaking of cursed spirits, I had sort of figured out how to make cursed spirits I created loyal to me, and it was pretty much by adding restrictions to them that turned them into my slaves upon birth. I wasn't a big fan of it. I tested to see if it was possible, and after confirming that, yes it was, I destroyed the cursed spirit and promptly put it in the do not do again pile of notes. That might be really wasteful, but you'll forgive me if the idea of playing God and owning slaves didn't sit well with me. Creating something alive and aware just to enslave it at the moment of its creation was just cruel on a level I wanted nothing to do with. Sadly, cursed spirits were malicious beings by nature, and I couldn't create one out of positive emotions at the moment. I had a theory that it may be possible to do so if I figure out the reverse curse technique, but until then I was shelving this idea. Anyways, the final rule I had figured out was that the power of my cursed tools was capped by my own skill and power. In this regard, I was effectively on the same level as any other level 2 craftsman in terms of how powerful my creations could be. Sure, refining the unholy hell out of a material before shaping and enchanting it made my stuff more generally better, but actual utility was the same as any normal craftsman my level. I could probably exceed this cap if I were to do so sketchy shit like tying my crafts to blood sacrifice or gods forbid life sacrifice. But I honestly didn't see any reason why I should resort to that sort of thing. Add on that I was fairly certain that I would get hunted down for these heretical practices if word got out, and I was double sure I wanted nothing to do with it. While I was busy getting the rules and knowledge of cursed tool crafting figured out, Bell was making good progress in the dungeon. I had effectively spent an entire month just adjusting and figuring out this new stuff after leveling up, and in that time he had grown most of his physical stats to C rank and had even gotten a skill after an embarrassing run-in with Ace, who he clearly had a crush on now. He had apparently ran into a variant war shadow and gotten saved by her, but had run away afterwards. The story was honestly adorable, as it just went to show how awkward he was around women. Weirdly though, he got a skill from the encounter that frankly sounded like some next level bullshit. Lyris Freeze, which let him grow more quickly depending on the strength of his feelings. Look, my growth because of the smoke I absorbed was anomalous and all that, but his skill was plain cheating. It was literally warping reality on a minor scale based on his emotions to make him improve faster than he should. Chapter 46, Experimental Tools. Hestia tried to hide the skill from us, but I was having none of it and simply restored the smudged out words. I can't say I blame her though, as this was basically a flat-out declaration that Belle was in love or at the very least was interested in Ace. To be honest, I was slightly offended that he hadn't gotten the skill out of desire to be like me, since I was an impressive motherfucker if I do say so myself. Ego aside, I suppose I was happy for him as he was pretty much set so long as he didn't die early. Are you sure you are ready to go back into the dungeon? Hestia asked, worried after I had made my intentions to return to delving known. Yeah, it's about time I got back into the swing of things now that I've got my feet under me again. Making cursed tools is fun and all, but it's also costly, and in order to raise my stats I need to kill some monsters. I said honestly. You could at least take Belle with you so you can watch each other's backs, she said, and I shook my head. Right now we'd just get in each other's way if we did. Plus I can't use my flames if I am in a team without risking injury to whoever was with me. Believe me, I find it just as annoying as you do, since that also means I can't have a supporter either, but that's just the way things are. I said with a shrug. Just try and be careful, all right, she said, and I nodded seriously. Leaving the church, I couldn't help but be a bit excited to get some input on my new combat-related cursed tools I had on me. I had crafted a total of 5 that I planned to test today. The first was a shield I had crafted for my left arm that had a force reversal technique on it along with the durability and hard properties. The way the shield was supposed to work was that it was supposed to absorb the force of any attack that hits it, and at a time of my choosing release all that force back out the front with a shield bash. If it worked, I was looking forward to a bright future. The second item I made was actually a pair of items in fact, but was basically my attempt at making a phone using my technique. It was a small coin with an ear on one side and a mouth on the other that was supposed to allow someone holding one of the two to talk to the person holding the other regardless of distance. If it worked, I was planning to equip each member of the Familia with one in the future to give us a huge edge while deep delving or if we get separated. Can you even imagine how great it would be if we could just tell someone on the outside that we had an issue and needed help while on, say, floor 42? Game changing. Moving on, we had my third experimental cursed tool that was supposed to work as a metal detector. Look, I didn't mind spending so much to experiment when I had no other option, but if I could just mine the damn metal myself from the dungeon, I am always going to take that option. But like any mining familia will tell you, finding the metal is half the challenge, as the dungeon is always shifting slightly and adding or removing the metal from locations, and as a result it was a pain to find sometimes. If this item worked, I could stock up on the good shit and work to outfit myself and Belle with gear that would make level 4s jealous. I'm talking full cursed armor out of orichalcum or adamantite that turned us into walking tanks. I'd have to figure out how to make cursed tools capable of growth though, since when I tried that the item actually ended up getting bigger at a slow but constant rate. That is to say, the technique took the wording very literally rather than how I was hoping. I knew the idea was possible since Hephaestus and her captain Tsubaki were able to make gear that could grow with its user, but that they rarely did since it was extremely hard. I'm a prideful bastard though, and couldn't help but try and one-up them by doing it at level 2. The worst part about my attempt though was that it also rendered the material unusable, since while the size increased it was nothing but impurities dragged from the air in truth. Anyways, my fourth item was my attempt at a spatially expanded bag. Admittedly, I had underestimated how hard it was to make spatial items, as the attempt took me all of my cursed energy, and I had a sneaking suspicion it actually destroyed whatever I put in it rather than store it. I couldn't really test it fully at the church because I was running out of stuff and didn't want to waste what little I had left. The final item was perhaps not something I should have made, but my inner pyro won out and I made a cursed tool version of a grenade. It was basically just my flames stuffed and compressed in an orb the size of a baseball that I could lob in order for it to explode on contact. It wasn't my proudest moment, but I won't lie and say I'm not excited to see it in action. Anyways, I stopped by the hostess to enhance some ingredients before head to the dungeon with my seer-made meal in my normal bag. On the first floor I tested out the shield and was slightly disappointed to learn that it barely managed to store 3 attacks from a goblin before breaking, as it couldn't handle the force anymore. I also tested the coin as well, and Hestia, who had the other one, could talk to me just fine, but this was only the first floor, so that may change as I get further down. My theory about the spatial bag was also true, as it shredded anything I put into it and exploded after eating a magic stone. That just left my grenade and the metal detector, but the first was not something I was going to waste on a goblin, and the later wouldn't even work this close to the surface, as the metals didn't start showing up until the 10th floor at minimum. I didn't even bother killing the kobolds or goblins after testing the other stuff, and just hurried down towards the 10th floor where the monsters would actually be worth killing. I can't even begin to describe how strange it felt to be moving at fast speeds but feeling like I wasn't as I sprinted through the floors. Well, fast compared to when I was level 1 anyways, as I think my current top speed was only slightly faster than the fastest human on Earth at about 27-ish miles per hour at a full sprint. Chapter 47, Infant Dragon. Soon enough I reached my target floor and slowed down to catch my breath, since so much sprinting took a toll on me. The dungeon had a habit of not having monsters at the start of floors when there was a design change like this, so I knew I could afford to relax a bit. Not for long, mind you, as if it sensed that someone was camping the entrance it'd start spawning monsters there until they moved. I only needed to catch my breath though, so it shouldn't be an issue. While I was doing that, I pulled out a compass that I may or may not have ripped off from Pirates of the Caribbean, which was also my metal detector. Flipping open the lid, I watched as it spun for a bit before pointing off to my left. Grinning, I followed the direction until, lo and behold, I found a small chunk of impure mithril ore growing out of a crack in the wall of the floor. It was a dull grey-blue crystal substance that was in truth metal when refined. I wasted no time at all smashing the ore out of the wall and then refining it on the spot to get the nugget of pure mithril the size of my thumb from it. It wasn't much, but it was proof of the tool working, and that was all I needed. That of course left my grenade to test, and I wanted to see how it did against an orc. Walking through the thin mist, I came across some needle rabbit and imps, but no orcs on the 10th floor, so I went further down to the 11th. The mist was thicker here, but not so much as to cause me issues seeing into the distance quite yet, though things further away were rather hazy. As a result, I noticed that this floor, just like the previous, lacked any orcs, which confused me. That was until I heard it. Ruoar. A roar loud enough to echo into this floor from the next, and my eye lit up. An infant dragon, how lucky! I thought happily and rushed towards the 12th floor, killing the monsters that got in my way. Infant dragons were a special type monster, much like deep floor unicorns and the first floor jackbird, that rarely spawned in a specific set of floors and was the most valuable thing there. Unlike those two monsters, however, infant dragons were a sort of mini-boss type monster, sitting at a firm level 2 ranking normally, and highly aggressive to the point of actively hunting the orcs on the floors it spawned on. The things rarely ate magic stones though, and were often hunted down shortly after they spawned, so variants were rare though not unheard of. In the few cases where one does turn variant, it's usually because someone got cocky and ended up eaten, including the magic stones they had on them. I, in theory, had the stats of a middle level 2, and thus an infant dragon was the perfect opponent for me to test my grenade on before fighting myself. Naturally, I wasn't the first person to arrive at the area the infant dragon was at. I was actually the third, as there was a party of 3 currently fighting the monster. The party consisted of an Amazon and 2 human men, one of which was a supporter if the huge backpack they had was anything to go by. The Amazon used a scimitar and was constantly making shallow cuts against the monster. The human who was fighting used a spear to take pokes at the infant dragon, but neither fighter was doing any real damage to the beast. Not that they could be blamed, as the infant dragon wasn't just a fancy name but was very literal. I'm talking 4 claws and wings on the back with extremely hard scales and the ability to breath an element. Much like other types of dragons, the infant dragons came in a variety of elemental flavors that influence their appearance. This one had a bright blue color to its scales, and as a result I knew that it was a lightning-type dragon species monster. Much like adult dragon's scales and hide, and in fact dragon's scales and hide were highly resistant to damage. This meant trying to bleed it out or cause small wounds to kill it simply had no real chance to work. I had no intention of stepping in, however, as unless an adventurer asked for help, jumping in was a fast way to create arguments. As a result, there was a sort of etiquette to situations like this, where an outsider waits until the fight is over or is specifically asked to help. The porter looked at me suspiciously, but I merely smiled and waved from my spot while I waited. Despite not really harming the monster, the two fighters were otherwise doing fairly well, as they were avoiding injuries themselves as well. They had also both noticed me but chose to quickly ignore me since I was following the rules. It'll be my turn soon enough, as they are both starting to show signs of fatigue. One of them will slip up soon and they'll need to retreat or risk death, I thought as I paid close attention to the fight. Judging from the reluctant looks the two fighters were throwing my way, they had also figured this out and were debating about whether to ask me to jump in or just forfeit any loot and leave. If I jump in, I am per the unspoken rules allowed a part of the loot, which meant less for them, but if they leave they won't get anything but won't have to suffer the fate of sharing loot with a stranger either. That may seem like a no-brainer, as some loot is better than none, but depending on how proud they are, it was also humiliating to have to ask for help. Judging from their reluctance, I'd say they are pretty proud individuals, as they really don't want to tag me or leave. That was fine by me though, as I win regardless of what they chose to do. 5 minutes later my prediction came true, and the human fighter was slow on the dodge and got a nasty gash on his right arm from the infant dragon's razor-sharp claws. "Fuck, retreat," he called out with an upset look, while the Amazon looked reluctant but complied as she disengaged. The infant dragon, smelling the blood, went in aggressively to prevent their escape, but I hit it square in the side with my grenade. Boom! Black flames ripped out of the orb on contact and quickly covered the monster, that roared in pain and rolled as the impact of the explosion rocked its insides. This provided a perfect opening for the two fighters to get out of range while I moved in. I sprinted through the black flames on the ground, ignoring them since they couldn't burn me to begin with, and with a twist of my waist and shoulders I threw my full strength and accumulated momentum into the swing of my weapon straight into the burning, writhing monster's ribcage. Chapter 48, Author Chapter, not a chapter. I end up having to make one of these chapter for a lot of my stories at some point when I get a bunch of complaints or gripes about something and I feel the need to address the matters. So here we are with me, the author, here to explain some stuff that I probably shouldn't have to but do, since it wasn't abundantly clear despite me writing it into the story. First up we have why I had Alex go into the Hestia Familia despite it being such a vanilla option. Gonna be blunt here, but we don't know shit about almost any other familia in Danmachi. Best we get is little tid bits of information and the occasional introduction to a character that we'll probably never see again in most cases. In case it wasn't crystal clear, that isn't a whole hell of a fucking lot of information to work with. The Hestia Familia, on the other hand, we see grow from rock bottom to where it is now, and is in fact the only familia we know that much about. That is why I chose it for the familia that Alex is in. Second on this list of things that I have to explain is that is a fanfiction. That means I took creative liberty with the story, the world, and a few other things that everyone and their cat keep pointing out. If you are reading this because you are expecting everything to be the exact same as the source material, then I'm sorry to say you are in the wrong place. On the topic of things I changed is the timeline that this story is playing out on. I really didn't like how rushed the original Danmachi timeline was. For those not aware, the entire fucking story takes place within the span of 1 year. That means that in canon Belle goes from a weak nothing to a monstrously high-leveled powerhouse in the span of an entire year. To put that into perspective, in canon it took Ace an entire year to go from level 1 to level 2. Like I said, the story was frankly cramped as far as timeline was concerned, and I wasn't alright with that, so I changed it. I made it take longer for things to happen and spaced stuff out in a much more reasonable time frame. Moving on, we have the thing I have been getting a bunch of criticism for, power scaling. I have in fact boosted the average power of each adventurer in Orario at the time of them usually leveling up. See, most adventurers went for leveling up as fast as possible and as a result didn't have max stats at the first limit before they leveled up. What I did was raise the minimum bar to level up. Hell, I even covered this fact in one of the previous chapters. In canon, the minimum you had to raise a single stat to level up was D500, and the average adventurer would have a single stat at B700 or A800 before they leveled up, while the rest were different based on their experiences and fighting style. The average canon Falna stats looked something like this as a result. Level 1. Strength, 536, D. Endurance 559, D. Agility 760, B. Dexterity 620, C. Magic, 332, F. This felt wrong to me, so I changed the average minimum stat had to be 700 so that the on average adventurer would have higher better stats like this instead when it came time to level up. Level 1. Strength, 636, C. Endurance 659, C. Agility 960, S. Dexterity 820, A. Magic, 432, E. I also modified the stats of the truly elite adventurer's Falna to have been raised to the SS 1000 to 1500 level in 1 or 2 stats, with the others being at minimum of B700, because if you are going to make elites elite, actually fucking give them stats that say so. You add on the fact that each stat point at level 2 is worth 1.25 of a level 1 stat point, and that difference grows the higher the level, and Alex's stats, while very high, aren't too unreasonable. He's not as strong as a level 5 or 6 like you people keep saying, but at most a high level 2 or weak level 3. At the same time, however, this also means that it's going to be even harder for him to level up in the future, because you actually need to do something impressive in regards to your current self to qualify to level up. This means in exchange for the best possible status sheet, he will need to go challenge shit that would kill people a level or more higher than him to level up to 3, and it will be even harder after that. Moral of the story is that yes, as a matter of fact, there is a balance in place so that he isn't unreasonably overpowered without a serious downside. Moving on to the last thing I keep getting comments on, romance. There is romance in this story, but that doesn't mean it's the focus of the story or really anything more than a side note. Contrary to what people keep saying, Danmachi is not a romance story but an adventure story with a heavy romantic harem subplot. It's about Belle adventuring and growing stronger while in the process attracting women to him by just being himself. In other words, get off my back about it, as there's nothing wrong with Alex not chasing skirt or dating and focusing on his goal instead. As I said, there is romance, however, so shut up about it already. Chapter 49, Disappointment and Robbers. Crack. The impact caused the scales I struck splinter and the ribs underneath that layer of skin to break and bow inwards, puncturing the monster's lung, causing it to spit out blood as the lung filled with the stuff before it got expelled as the beast tried to breathe. My flames were ravenously scorching the beast, as well as the more vulnerable parts like the wings, leather and the eyes were consumed greedily. Raah. The monster tried to roar, but it was watery and pathetic from the blood in its lung and throat. In a desperate bid to survive, the monster thrashed about, which I leapt up to avoid as well as line up my next attack. Twisting midair, I brought down the blunt end of my weapon onto the spine of the beast, using my full strength and gravity this time. Crunch! The scales shattered, but the spine didn't break, though the monster collapsed from the force. I was a little disappointed at how easy this was so far, but I admit that might just be because I actually was higher up the food chain than it was. Sure, we could both be considered level 2, but the guild based this monster's power off a normal level 2 with B rank stats across the board when they had leveled up. Comparing such a being to myself was laughable to say the least, since I had leveled up to 2 with truly maxed stats across the board. Compared to the 700 or so of B rank stats, I was nearly 3 times higher up than that upon leveling up. To the 3 watching this pathetic display on the infant dragon's part, they likely thought I was level 3 or even higher when we were actually the same level. By the time the monster finally had enough bullying and died, I was pretty sure they had given up any desire to clash with me over the loot. In fact, when I removed the magic stone from the corpse, they watched on and didn't say anything even after the large amount of smoke flowed right into me through my tattoos. As far as drops went, I got a fang and about a dozen scales that were intact and another dozen not so intact, well, and the magic stone that was the size of a coconut. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of hands meeting rang out slightly in the distance beyond where I could see, thanks to the dense mist of the 12th floor. Moments later, a party of 5 men with jeering faces and greedy looks walked out of the mist to where I could see them. I frowned when I saw their souls that shone with sinful nature and many sins related to greed, lust, and violence. I'd be an idiot if I didn't realize that they were here to either rob or murder me, if not both. That was a wonderful show you just put on, but you must be dreadfully tired after using so much magic, right? Why not just leave that bag here with us to hold onto and take a nice long nap? The guy clearly leading the group said with a not very friendly smile. I couldn't help laughing at this though, as I realized that this group of robbers thought those flames were from me using magic. If that were actually true I might have been worried, but the thing is those flames were from yesterday when I made that grenade. In other words, I was sitting at a full tank of energy right now and they thought I was unable to use the flames against them. Looks like we have an arrogant one, fellas. Let's take care of the leftovers before we teach him the real way of things, the leader guy said cruelly as the smile fell from his face. The party swarmed towards the three who were here earlier that raised their weapons fearfully to fight off the enemies. I smirked coldly from my position though, and with a wave of my hands sent out hellfire in a wide arc to encircle all of us in a ring of fire. Impossible! You should be near mine zero after using so much magic. The leader exclaimed in horror. Oh, you would certainly be correct if it wasn't for the fact those flames were from a magic item and not me. You lot have three options now. First, you surrender quietly and I drag you all to the guild. Second, you try to flee and all die in agony as my flames devour you. Finally, you all try and fight me, at which case I'll kill all but one of you. The last one still gets dragged to the guild though. Oh wait, silly me, I forgot about the fourth option. You kill yourselves before I can catch you. Like tag but for keeps, I said with a casual smile. I refuse to believe you can take on all of us at once. Get him, Gurk. The leader went to say, only to be cut off as one of his party put a blade through his chest, killing him. I raised an eyebrow at this in surprise before the person who stabbed him, which was a slimy-looking human man, spoke. Bastard was about to get all of us killed. Those flames made even an infant dragon helpless, and you think fighting against the guy who can summon more is a good idea? Die on your own, but I'll take the guild over death any day, he said, spitting on the still warm corpse. Damn well rip that guy, that was cold as shit, man. Still, I can feel your sincerity, so if you just toss your weapons over that nice wall of fire there and walk over to me slowly with your hands where I can see them at all time, you'll live past today. Try anything funny and I'll reduce you to ashes before you can blink though, I said calmly. All four of the remaining robbers did as I said and tossed their weapons over the wall of fire, flinching as the flames flared up and started consuming them. When they arrived close enough, I had them lay down on their stomachs with their hands behind their backs. One of them tried to reach for a hidden weapon at that point, likely a throwing dagger, and paid the price with their life. Oddly, I didn't feel anything after killing a person for the first time, and I couldn't help but wonder if this was a side effect of my becoming more closely intertwined with cursed energy. Sure, I had grown desensitized to killing monsters, but a person was a whole other sort of thing as far as I am concerned. I thought that I'd feel sick or something, but my emotions didn't waver even a little, which was disturbing to recognize. The last three robbers got tied up with some of the rope I always carried on me after I searched them for held-out weapons. Chapter 50, Hassle. So that whole ring of fire thing I did might have been a bluff, since my control over my flames wasn't that good. Don't get me wrong, I could certainly hold it in place, but it took a huge amount of effort on my part, as the flames wanted nothing more than to go wild and set the whole floor ablaze. Once the robbers were good and secured, I had to retract the flames and put them out, which was a serious struggle. The three adventurers left as soon as I did, which I wasn't surprised about, though I did think it was rude. They could have at the very least offered to help me drag these people up to the guild, but whatever. I stopped at the fourth floor to eat my meal that Seer made, pulled beef with mushroom gravy and cornbread, and one of the robbers tried to be smooth and make a silent escape while I was eating. I broke his foot. It slowed us a bit with his hobbling and whimpering, but I ignored it. Eventually we made it to the surface and I was stopped immediately. What's going on here? One of the guards at the dungeon's entrance asked seriously. These three tried to rob me on the 12th floor after I got done fighting a monster, and I captured them to take to the guild, I said honestly. You don't look like you got into a fight with them though, the guard said, suspicious. That's because I didn't fight them, but rather gave them the option of surrendering quietly or dying, and they chose the latter option, I said, getting rather irritated at the hold-up. The guard scoffed, like I'd believe that a newbie like you could get people like that to surrender without a fight, he said mockingly. Look man, I frankly don't give a shit what you want to believe or not. I am going straight to the guild, which is literally right fucking there, so you are more than welcome to come with, but move out of the god's damn way. I said, having enough of this nonsense. The guard snarled in anger and looked like he was in to try and hit me when another voice spoke up from nearby. What's going on here? The female voice asked sternly. Looking over, I saw that it was an azure-haired woman with a spear in her hand. This guy is stopping me from taking these robbers to the guild is what? I said angrily. Is this true? The woman asked the guard, who looked very uncomfortable under her gaze. That's what he says, but his story makes no sense. How could a newbie like him possibly subdue 3? The guard spoke, but I cut him off. 5 robbers, one of them got stabbed in the back by this guy here, and the other tried to get me with a false surrender sneak attack, and I killed him for it. I said seriously. That makes even less sense, the guard said, red-faced. Whether his story makes sense or not, he was taking them to the guild, was he not? The woman asked sternly, and the guard floundered for a moment. Well, yes, he said quietly. Then all you should have done is see that they actually reached there, not impeded him, she said firmly. Yes, Captain, the guard said with a defeated sigh. If I am not mistaken, you are Black Mark, correct? She asked, and my facial muscles twitched at the mention of my alias. I don't like that name, but yes, that is what the gods chose to call me. I go by Alex, however. I said honestly. I see, then it would appear you didn't do as the rumors suggest and reach the bare minimum to level up quickly. Can't say I am not curious as to how you managed it, she said calmly. Well, first I fought and killed a variant goblin on my first delve, then got caught in an ant swarm, and finally fought and killed a minotaur to get the achievement I needed to level up. After that I just needed to work on raising my stats as high as I could. I said with a grin, knowing damn well how nuts that sounded. Both the woman, guard, and my prisoners looked at me in shock. How the hell are you still alive with luck like that? The guard couldn't help but ask incredulously. I shrugged. I really didn't feel like dying, such a pain in the ass, you know what I mean. I asked, and they all looked at me like I had grown a new head. Great, another madman with a fauna. Just what this city needed, the woman said sarcastically. Hey! I'm not just another madman, but the madman, there's a distinction. I joked with mock offense. Ugh, whatever, just get those 3 to the guild already, the woman said, rolling her eyes at my antics, and I wasted no time dragging my prisoners to the guild. Rose was less than pleased to hear about my latest exploits, and I hurriedly left the guild after cashing out the mana stone from the infant dragon, since I had no use for it as it was and couldn't empty it of mana myself. She had looked about 2 seconds away from reaching over the counter and beating the ever-loving hell out of me. Honestly though, I have a 3-date rule before things are allowed to get physical after all. Jokes aside, she really was pissed at me for being such a problematic individual and reckless to boot. It could be worse though, as I could be picking fights with a bunch of familiars for next to no good reason. Wouldn't that be ridiculous? I might be bold and proud of it, but I knew where my limits were and didn't go making issues I wasn't sure I could probably handle. Obviously some things were out of my hands, like with the Minotaur, but at that point I just said fuck it and did my best, and really what more can be asked of anyone? Heading home from the guild, I stopped by the hostess to drop off the food container and compliment Seer on her progress as far as cooking was concerned. Then I headed to the blue pharmacy to grab some slightly higher concentrated mana potions, as my old diluted ones weren't hitting the same usefulness as before I leveled up. One of them used to give me about 3/4 of a full charge, but after I leveled up it dropped precipitously to a mere quarter. I wasn't surprised really, since my Blessing of Black skill set my magic stat at G right off the rip, and each stat point at level 2 was worth 1/4 of the same 1 point from level 1. This meant on top of what I had before I leveled up, I had way more cursed energy that was also pure as well. Chapter 51, Plural and Commission. Leveling up wasn't as simple as just reaching the next threshold of strength like in video games, despite what the fauna shows. It was a very literal refinement and evolution to a higher existence. This meant all parts of a person are enhanced and made into stronger forms of themselves. That included whatever type of energy you used for your magic stat, which in my case was cursed energy. This was also why the same magic showed wildly different power after one leveled up. Simply put, the fuel for this magic had improved, and so the effect of the magic itself also improved. After leveling up, my cursed energy had also become more pure and refined, so I was able to do more with less. There was one thing though that bothered me ever since I got my Falna, a detail that felt off. Heavenly restriction: in exchange for the ability to wield mana and magic, one gains access to cursed energy and cursed techniques. At first glance this description has nothing wrong with it or out of place if you looked at it from the perspective of this world, but that changed with my knowledge from Earth. Techniques, as in more than one. That one word bothered me, as from what I knew of from Jujutsu Kaisen you got one cursed technique and that was it. But this very specific wording on my skill made me think that just maybe I could be the exception to this rule. The trick was that I simply had no clue how I would even begin to understand how to accomplish this if it was true. I wasn't like everyone else with the Falna who could naturally manifest new spells when they leveled up or use a grimoire to force the process. Or could I? It dawned on me that I honestly didn't know how a grimoire would affect me. It could in fact work perfectly fine and simply cause a new technique to appear, or it could be like my first drink of mana potion where I was gambling with my life. Grimoires were meant to bring forth magic in an individual which was based in mana, that was a higher form of energy than cursed energy. I had a theory that before I could even attempt to use a grimoire I should raise my cursed energy to match at very least the normal mana of a level 1. I wasn't sure when that would be possible, but I assumed when I could consume an undiluted lesser mana potion without risk that I had reached that point. For now though, I focused my attention on cursed tool crafting and my current cursed technique. I still had so much to master that even thinking about getting another technique was foolish of me. For example, out of all of the cursed tools that I had brought to the dungeon, the simplest ones were the only ones that passed the test. One of those tools was literally just a container for my cursed flames that exploded on contact. The only tools worth celebrating about was the communication tokens that let me talk with Hestia, who was in the church on the surface while I was in the 12th floor of the dungeon, and the metal detector compass. Those tokens in particular were Hestia's favorite creation of mine, even if they were a bit creepy with the ear on one side and the mouth on the other. It was thanks to them, after all, that she knew about what had happened mere moments after it happened. While I was tinkering with making another token set for Belle, we got a visitor that we hadn't expected. Hraldar? Awfully late to be making a visit, no? I asked, seeing the dwarf outside the church. He shrugged. Nothing for it, lad, this was the only time I knew I'd be able to catch you here. You are usually in the dungeon for most of the day. Or at least you were before you went and leveled up. Quite the surprise, that he said honestly. Just got unlucky enough to have to fight a minotaur to death is all. Most of my time was spent raising my stats till I was satisfied with them after that, I said honestly. That'd do it if you won, which you clearly did. Hraldar said, nodding in understanding. That reminds me, but why'd you take so long to visit anyways? I was stuck here for nearly a month after I leveled up, but didn't see hide nor hair of you. I said curiously. That was bad luck really, as you leveled up right before my Familius annual expedition to the middle floors to stock up on resources. We just got back a couple of days ago and I had been busy going over our inventory till now, he said with a chuckle. Well, please come in and make yourself at home, assuming this is a social visit, that is. I said, opening the door widely. He shrugged. Bit of both actually, came to put in a few commissions as well to see how you were doing. You seem well enough. Gotta ask though, what's up with the tattoos anyway? He asked curiously. They are symbolic. I said, not lying but also not really saying everything. Not the strangest tradition I've ever seen. Met a Palom once that had a tree he'd lick for luck before delving each day. Didn't seem to work since he got killed by a green dragon after his lover betrayed him. Hraldar said with a shrug. I couldn't help imagining the scene he described with an odd expression. Well, regardless, what's this about a commission? I asked, changing the topic as we took a seat on the restored pews of the church. After Lady Hephaestus confirmed you weren't lying about your crafts, Lord Ogun and I decided we'd go to you if we needed something made, and as it happened we just got a new level 4 after this expedition and you also leveled up, so we assumed you grabbed blacksmith as a developmental ability and could add effects to your works. After that, well, here I am, he said honestly with a smile. You are right, I did grab Smith when I leveled up and have been experimenting with it since I got it with mixed results. If you want any of the standard properties though, it shouldn't be an issue. I said honestly. Good on you lad, so what we need is a sword like this, but the best you've got in you. We will of course provide the drops and have half the payment up front, 200,000 valis. Hraldar said as he showed me the sword he brought with him, and it was a fairly simple arming sword about a meter long. Chapter 52, Details and Bel's Upgrade. The sword itself will be easy enough to create and shape, but I need details about whoever is going to use it if you want my best work. I said honestly. Most smiths just need to know what the weapon is to make an order, so why are you different? He asked curiously, but clearly believing me. Not surprising really, as I basically got endorsed by Hephaestus herself because of the comparison. She said that I was the best at level 1 like I had said, so Hraldar and Ogun were very likely to take whatever I said as gospel so long as my reasons made sense. Well, if you wanted a weapon that was good generally speaking, then I wouldn't need any details like this. I'd simply slap durability, sharp and resistant properties onto the blade and you'd have a weapon that was useful in literally anyone's hands, but not the best in anyone's hand either. What you wanted instead was my best work, and that means I need to know things like what stats the person favors, if they block with their weapon regularly, do they have a magic that uses their sword, do they prefer hard straight-on attacks or fast shallow ones, things like this. By knowing all this I can make a weapon that is perfect for the job it was needed to perform. I explained, and Hraldar looked amazed. Bloody hell lad, that sounds almost like you were trying to make a top-rate weapon rather than something for a level 4, he said honestly. I shrugged. You asked for my best and that is how you get my best. Besides, if I'm going to be the best craftsman in this city, I need to strive for perfection even when creating mere silverware. I said with a grin. Oh. Lofty goals I see, but you seem to have what it takes to reach them, so you'll hear no naysaying from me. I'll need a couple days to get the information you need if that's all right. He said, and I nodded. He stayed and chatted casually for a bit after that, but left since he had stuff he still needed to do as the captain of his familia besides this visit. I wasn't joking about the information I asked for either, as depending on the answers I had to swap out properties to have ones that fit the wielder perfectly. While there were patterns that every type of weapon was used for, normally each wielder of the weapons was unique and differed in ways that needed accounting for when crafting a weapon. For example, if a sword wielder relied on a shield to block rather than the sword itself, I could trade durability for something else like severing or bleed that increased its lethality at the cost of longevity. If the weapon was brought for regular maintenance and treated as it was supposed to be, though, that would hardly be an issue. I would like to point out, however, that even without durability, everything I fully refine is already stupidly tough to begin with, so even without it the longevity is still great. For example, a fully refined piece of pine wood had the toughness to take a hit with a regular steel sword and barely get a scratch. Pine is an inherently soft wood, mind you. You may be wondering why I hadn't added any properties to my own weapon, since I would obviously know my own information. The answer is simply that there was no point for me to do so right now. My weapon was made of materials that were typically used to make second-rate weapons, which was easily more than good enough by themselves, but I had fused several together. In other words, my weapon just from a material standpoint was a higher level than I was at the moment without any properties added. Like I said, it wasn't necessary and served no point, as I wasn't skilled enough to turn it into a proper cursed tool or use it to its full potential even if I could. Hence pointless. Bel's weapons though were a whole other matter. Besides the material's innate strength and the edge I gave it and maintained, the weapons had room to be improved with properties. The trick was that I had to choose which properties to add, as if I wanted to make the weapon the best I could, which meant that I had 4 properties each without risking them being weaker than normal, 6 total if I wanted to sacrifice some power. Durability was a must, as Bel abused the unholy fuck out of his blades, using them to regularly block and redirect attacks. For the dagger I could add severing, since according to Bel the dagger was more defensive and evasion based, while the sword was mostly for his attacks. In other words, the dagger was secondary in utility in use and didn't need attacking properties as much. In the same vein of thought, I suppose splitting can also be added, so he had an easier time retrieving magic stones, since monster bodies can be quite sturdy even after death. Finally I think I can round off the dagger with piercing since he quite favors stabbing things with his dagger. I understand that these properties sound the same but they in fact do different things. Severing and splitting for example were used to accomplish two separate but similar things. Severing for example put emphasis on dividing softer things like skin, flesh, plants, and rope. Splitting on the other hand was all about the harder stuff like bone, wood, and metal. Think of an axe if that helps. One is soft and the other hard and it was the craftsman's job to apply the correct one. Moving on to the sword Bell used, I already had durability picked out to go on there but the other three were more tricky as he wasn't going to only fight one type of enemy in the future. Bleed was a fairly safe bet since most monsters and all people have blood to shed, so that was an easy one, but the other two were less so. You may think sharp would do, but Bell wasn't ever trying to cut through a monster but was more about opening a bunch of wounds or going straight for the magic stone. His slashes were light but frequent, so having a property for cleaving things apart wasn't the best fit. I ended up going with piercing so he could hit the magic stones easier with lunges that utilized his speed. The final property was a pain in the ass to settle on though, as there were so many that fit his style, but I could only choose one more. We ended up having a discussion about it and he surprised me by choosing one I hadn't expected as it was close to magical in alignment: gravity. Not to be confused with weight that increased a weapon's weight in a straightforward manner. No, gravity was an anti-block property, as effectively what it did was only applied when swung vertically. Swing up and your attack will be faster than it should, like it had less weight, and the opposite was true: as you swing down your weapon will move faster but feel like it was way heavier upon striking. Chapter 53, Scouting the Market. Due to this, weapons that had this property were extremely hard to block if you weren't aware of it beforehand. This was why it surprised me that Bell wanted it on his sword, as his style was all about skirting around defenses to leave small but meaningful wounds. If it wasn't for his aversion to poisoning his blades, I would liken his style to one suited for assassination. Gravity was a direct confrontation property which clashed heavily with such a style, but if that was what he wanted, I wasn't going to argue. Enchanting his weapons took me only a couple hours since I needed to fuse a cursed stone into them and then tie the 4 chosen properties per weapon to them and into the weapon material itself. This obviously took a lot of focus and cursed energy to do, which cost me 4 potions and 2 hours of non-stop work. The final results looked no different than before but hummed with cursed energy and radiated a dangerous feeling. Bell was thrilled with the upgrade and almost rushed straight back to the dungeon despite how late it was to test them out. The next day Bell went to the dungeon, but I stayed back in the city since I needed to go looking for a magic item shop so I can try and roughly price check a grimoire. I of course had some other things I needed to do, like create some more experimental cursed tools and replenish our stock of figurines as we were starting to get low. I admit that when I had first started making the things, I hadn't expected to earn so much money from them. But with Hestia selling 4 a day at a minimum of 10,000 valis each, she brought home 40,000 a day on a bad day and even up to 50,000 on a good one. Apparently they were collector's items due to the fact I tried not to reuse the same design twice, and even if the character chosen was the same, the pose and feel of the figurines were never identical. The funny part was that according to Hestia, the people who buy the things were split into 3 camps. The race camp that went only for the figurines in a particular race. The monster camp that only wanted my monster figurines, and the aesthetics camp that only went after figurines that fit the standard definition of beauty. Apparently there was even a camp of people pressuring Hestia to convince me to make more erotic figurines as well, since all mine were rather modest by covering all naughty bits and they wanted to see them. I was having none of it though, as unless I was going to get paid way more for it, I wasn't going to make stuff like that. Even without doing so, we were still bringing in a good amount of money every day after all, and it was way too popular for me to see it suddenly stop. Anyways, the streets of Orario were cobblestone brick and not dirty per se, but not spotless either. People walked about freely with some chatting and other focused on their goals. I myself was casually walking down the street towards a magic shop that the girls at the hostess had suggested might have books on magic and possibly even grimoires. To be fair though, they did warn me that most grimoires get snapped up immediately despite their high prices, as the promise of a potentially game-changing magic was more than enough for the bigger familias to spend so much on a one-off item. It also didn't help that you needed both the mage and mystery developmental skills on top of being level 3 at minimum to make one. To put that into perspective, there are only 5 people recorded in the city right now with the mystery skill, of which only 2 also have the mage skill. Both of which were the sole creators of the entire city's supply of grimoires. Supply and demand was so grossly unbalanced that the prices publicly stated for one began at 100 million valis. I didn't think I would find a grimoire today, but I at the very least hoped to be able to get an accurate gauge of the price of one beyond the rumored prices. Eventually I entered a small place tucked out of sight called the Witch's Secret House. The shop was a cluttered mess of books and ingredients, and behind the counter was a woman who was the definition of a witch from Earth. Old, moles, sharp nose, curved chin, pointed hat, the whole shebang. The woman looked up at me and grinned a missing toothed smile. Oh ho! Goodness me, a new face in this out-of-the-way place. Now how did that happen? She asked teasingly. The girls from the Hostess of Fertility told me I'd find information on magic here. I said calmly. Ah! You must be that young man who has been worming your way into those beauties' good graces then. Ought to be young and looking to score. How I envy you, the woman said with a cackling laugh as I shifted uncomfortably. I knew her type, the tease you relentlessly type. They don't mean any harm with it, but that didn't mean it was fun to be on the receiving end of their attention. While it was true that every girl at the Hostess was a beauty in their own right, I was definitely not trying to get with any of them. I valued my life, thank you very much. You jest, but Mamma Mia would skin me alive if she even thought I had such ideas. I truly am here for information on magic. I said honestly. Tisk tisk, no need to try and defend yourself from me, I won't tell anyone, I swear. Fun aside, I would hope that those girls would have told you my rules. You pay up front in either valis or with something unusual. If you choose the second route, I decide how valuable the thing you give me is and I won't argue about it. If you try and scam me, I'll boot you from this place in an instant, she said seriously, and I nodded. According to the girls at the Hostess, Lenoa here was the experimental type mage and was always testing new things and looking for curiosities to study. I came prepared, however, with something I was certain would catch the woman's attention, a cursed stone. Placing the glowing stone on the counter, the old woman's features wrinkled further as she looked at it. A magic stone? No? How is that? What? You? Boy! Where did you get this stone? She started out at a mutter but was practically hysterical towards the end of her speech. I believe that wasn't the game now, was it? I asked with a grin of my own. Don't play coy with me, boy, she shouted angrily. Does it matter? I have it now and you very clearly want it, so name a price. I said with an amused smile. Chapter 54, Negotiations. Tisk. Of course those girls would send a tricky customer my way. The woman's emotions flipped to mild annoyance in an instant, and it was clear she was acting before. Almost had me believing that you had lost control of your emotions for a moment there. Still, my point stands. I said, still smiling. I can't make an offer, loath as I am to admit it. Whatever that is without precedence. Nothing like it has ever existed as far as I know. As a result, I have no idea how much it would be worth, she said with obvious annoyance. Well, we seem to be at an impasse then. Tell you what, you tell me the actual price range of a grimoire and let me take one of those books on magic over there and I'll let you have that stone. Sound good? I offered calmly. Do I look like I was born yesterday, brat? Those books are valuable in their own right, and what would a low-level adventurer even need to know what a grimoire costs anyways? Not like you can afford one. Besides, there's no telling if you are ripping me off with this stone, she said with a scoff. You said it yourself, that stone has no precedent. Surely that alone commands a respectable price, no? I asked, and the woman looked hesitant to disagree. Seeing this, I pressed a little more, like a devil whispering in your ear to make a bad decision. Look at it this way, if it pays off I'll be the one at a loss here instead, and by no small amount to boot. I said with an urging tone. Fine. Fine. You can take one book, but I chose the book, she said annoyed. A pleasure doing business with you. I said with a grin. I ended up leaving the shop with a rather basic introductory book on magic and the price range of a grimoire. I wasn't surprised to learn that the public price of 100 million valis was the starting point of the things, not the average selling price. The high end of the range was 350 million valis, with the true average price being roughly between 200 million and 275 million valis for a grimoire. With my objective complete and some time to kill, I headed back to the church to experiment with cursed tool crafting some more. The book on magic was frankly useless to me, but that wasn't true for Bell, who was quite jealous of my magic. Not bitter because he's a ball of innocence and warmth, but envious all the same. You may also be wondering why I wasn't throwing myself into the dungeon to grind my brains out since I was still so weak. The answer was because there was no reason to rush. The path to godhood is a marathon, not a sprint. All rushing forward would accomplish was to make my path either very narrow and rough or cut it off entirely, as I'd slip up along the way. My goal wasn't going anywhere, and as much as I may reject the standard craftsman path, that didn't mean that crafting wasn't an important part of my own. Creation and destruction in equal parts, if you would. I kill and slaughter in the dungeon to fuel my growth, but I also use my power to craft marvels of power that balance out that scale. My stats were easy to raise, but my prowess as a craftsman needed constant experimentation and discovery. In terms of pure time investment, it should be obvious which of those two sides took the most to raise properly. Anyways, once I got back to the church, I was surprised to find Hephaestus there with her captain. "Oh. Did you get what you were after, Alex?" Hestia asked curiously as I walked up. I nodded. I did. I'll be heading down below to experiment for a while now, since I've got some time to kill, I said casually. "Oh? Perhaps you have some more fascinating creations in mind, like these coins," Hephaestus said in a curious manner that made me sigh. "You weren't supposed to share those, you know," I said sternly to Hestia, who looked embarrassed. No reason to blame her, since it's not her fault really. My visit was not something we had scheduled, so she tried to hide the thing from me, but Tsubaki has sharp hearing as a level 5 and found it. I must say it's a marvelous creation, to say the least, revolutionary even. A method to communicate with a person regardless of distance or location is an extremely valuable thing. I'd like to commission some if that's not too big a problem, the red-headed goddess said with a smile. I would also like to point out that I was positive she was not here for Hestia to begin with. It was small things that weren't like last time she was here. Her clothes were nicer, more ladylike if you prefer, and also more revealing. She had her hair clearly washed and styled, and had on a small amount of makeup that none who is ever near a fire would be caught dead wearing, since it was oil-based. I wasn't dense enough not to realize that she was here peacocking for my attention. That's between you and her. I'm just the craftsman. BTW, I preferred you without all the extra stuff, felt more authentic that way, I said casually before heading down below. I wasn't just messing with her either, as I genuinely thought she looked better as she was before. She was clearly uncomfortable with all this extra stuff on her and in those clothes, which took away from her natural charm. I liked tomboys, no point in denying it really. Perhaps I might give romance a chance in the future, but for now it would only distract me and I didn't need it. Anyways, while Hestia was left to negotiate with the red-haired goddess, I focused my attention on my current resource cursed tool idea. See, there was a rather booming magic sword market, but a severe lack of products available that created resources like water, food, and healing at the cost of mana. This is where I came in with my reusable magic items that I could charge a stupid amount of money for and get away with it too. Some gods or goddesses may try and make moves to possess me if I made it obvious I was the source, but I had a plan for that. My cursed technique is a lovely thing that would let me quite literally change my face, skin color, voice, and even height if I was careful, so good fucking luck trying to figure out who I was after that. If I was also wearing organic clothes, I could change those as well, so tracking me was a nightmarish task. Chapter 55, Chatterbox. This was all predicated on whether or not I could successfully create a cursed tool like this to begin with, so let's not get ahead of ourselves here. I had given the water creating and controlling ring to Bell, who told me that it worked fine but was rather weak after he passed the 9th floor and entered the 10th. That was, as I discovered, not something I could fix either, as I was apparently too weak to summon enough power to create truly powerful cursed tools. This was one of the flaws of my inferior energy type rearing its ugly head, unfortunately, as I knew for a fact that a level 2 magic item had no such issues. A level 2 that could make magic items could create them strong enough to mimic a level 3's magic attack, but had limited uses before breaking. Still, cursed energy wasn't about extremely powerful effects, but rather turning weak effects powerful through very elaborate uses or expansions. Take the special grade cursed tool Inverted Spear of Heaven for example, that simply dispersed all cursed energy it came into contact with it. In a cursed energy user's hands it was worse than useless, it was a hindrance. But used against a cursed user, and well, it was a fucking nightmare, as it scattered all cursed techniques with a simple touch regardless of what they did. That meant no domain expansion, reverse cursed technique, barriers, or any attacks either worked. That sounded powerful, right? Truth was, it was actually very weak in literally any other scenario. All cursed techniques were more or less the same way, my own was no exception. You put me in a solid steel box and I will be entirely helpless. Hell, you could drop me in the middle of the ocean and I'd be fucked 6 ways to Sunday. What I had to do, however, was not create overpowered items right off the rip, but useful ones instead. Belle's water ring, for example, sucked offensively, but I guarantee that if I were to put it up for auction it'd sell for a small fortune due to its tactical uses. The biggest limitation that the deep delving familiars have is the lack of food, water, and restorative items found there. They instead have entire platoons of people who are meant to carry these things into the dungeon. But what if they didn't have to? What if instead they simply had to have some of their members casually wave their hands to have an effectively unlimited source of water or food? How much do you think that they'd be willing to spend in order to have such a thing? I don't know for sure, but I do know that it won't be a small amount. Hell, even the water ring that Belle has that could only summon and control no more than 5 gallons at a time would sell for a pretty penny. The trick that I wanted to pull off though was to create a set of cursed tools that covered all the bases and then sell them for a massive markup. A ring for water, a ring for food, and a ring for healing that all only cost the user some time and mana. I could even call it the exploration set and rake in the payday. Obviously I wasn't just going to mass produce the things either, as that would merely cause me to miss out on future profits. No, I was going to spread out the sale of the things after demand reaches insane proportions like that of grimoires. Making the water creation rings were easy since I just copied the one that Belle had, but the other 2 were less easy. As it turned out, healing was not really something that cursed energy was good at. In fact, it was really fucking hard to do even if you knew how to begin with. Spoilers, I don't. Needless to say, my idea flopped like a fish out of water before I could even get excited about it. Making food though in exchange for mana was totally possible, though I doubted anyone would actually want to eat it. See, I created a ring that converted energy to this sort of thick grey paste that was chock full of nutrients but looked and tasted downright lethal. It had no smell, so I had no warning at all before I tasted it myself. It was like I had eaten concentrate of bitterness, as I almost immediately threw up. I destroyed that hellish artifact, and after failing to make anything that worked as food, gave up. Well, it sucked that I couldn't pull off my idea, but as I said, the rings of water I made were valuable on their own and I still planned to sell them. For a start, I made 4 of them and set them aside as I moved on to a different project that I had in mind. The idea for this was to create a box that you could slot the communication coins into in order to have multiple lines of communication open at the same time without having like a dozen different coins working all at the same time. I succeeded too, and affectionately refer to the item as the chatterbox. The way it worked was by slotting up to a total of 10 coins into the box. The box itself concentrated all of the coins' connections into a single rotary phone-looking area that had 10 different labeled cursed stones that lit up when the corresponding coin was used. Basically, rather than having to monitor all the coins separately, you could instead watch all of them at the same time. By picking up the phone-looking part and touching a stone, you could talk to the corresponding coin, and the best part, in my opinion, swap to another coin by simply touching a different stone. Right now my familia only had me and Belle with coins, so the other 8 slots were free, but if I throw some of these into the deal with Hephaestus and her own coins, she could increase her efficiency greatly. The only real downside to the chatterbox was that 10 different coins was the limit I could stretch the technique on the item to. This meant for a massive familia like the Hephaestus familia she was going to need a lot of these in order to truly make the most out of it. That was her problem to figure out though, as I did what I could at the moment. The next day I unfortunately wasn't able to go delving as Hraldar and Ogun both showed up with the new level 4 from their familia. While I could understand the level 4's presence given the nature of the information I wanted being rather personal, Ogun's presence was an entirely different thing altogether. When I asked about this, the dark-skinned god said he was merely interested in seeing how I would take this information and transform it into a powerful weapon. Chapter 56, The Difference in Vault. I shrugged at this and got to questioning to level 4 about all the details I needed. Do you use one hand or two? Do you regularly block attacks with your weapon or avoid them altogether? Do you prefer to charge straight on towards your enemies or do you prefer smaller, safer strikes? All of this and then some. The level 4 looked uncomfortable answering some of these questions, but after Ogun nodded told me everything I wanted to know. Alright, so from the sound of it, your perfect combination of properties is durability, sharp, splitting and weight. Does that combination sound good? Or would you prefer to substitute a property for another? I asked calmly after explaining what I thought was the perfect combination for the weapon. That sounds good, I think, the guy said, not understanding the context behind what I asked apparently. I suppose I should step in here since I understand what you are asking. Yes, Alex, that combination seems like a marvelous fit for my child. As promised, Hraldar has the materials and half the payment already ready. If it's not too much trouble, could I also ask how long this will take to complete? Ogun asked after speaking up for the level 4. I shrugged. Depends on the materials, as some are harder to work on than others. I said honestly. Hraldar took this as his cue and dragged a large sack over and set it in front of me with a loud clink of metal moving against itself. I didn't hesitate to open the sack and dig out the materials. With each one I took out, I used a quick burst of my cursed technique to fully understand the makeup of each thing. Not enough for it to be seen, but enough for me to know what I was working with roughly. 2 chunks of deep iron ore with a 22 and 30% impurity rating, a Goliath tooth, 3 skull sheep bones and a crimson coral branch. Not the best possible materials for a weapon at this rank, but better than average. Give me 2 days and I should be done or close to done by evening on the second day. I said honestly. That faster than I expected, certainly faster than any other smith we've used in the past. Ogun said, surprised. I don't like to waste time or lie about how long it will take me to finish a project. I said honestly. They left after that and I was left with a large sack of coin and the materials effectively by myself at the church. Heaving the very heavy sack over my shoulder after standing up, I headed down into the basement where we all lived and I did all my work. This dingy stone room had changed much since the day I first took up residence here, as there was now 2 clean and nice beds, a tall wooden shelf that held all my finished figurines against the wall. There was also a chest that held all my materials, as well as a safe in the corner with its face sticking out of the ground. When opened, one would be surprised to realize that there was a ladder inside of an empty space, and if that ladder was climbed down, you'd reach a massive wooden room even further into the ground than the basement that was filled with piles of coins all sorted by denomination. I walked over to the smallest pile with the sack and dumped it out, adding all these gold coins to the hoard. While this sounded like an impressive room to have, it was for the vast majority of space entirely empty. The trick was that this treasure hoard was entirely inaccessible without me moving the reinforced wooden wall that hid it after entering the vault. It was a sort of false back wall type deal, except the back wall was a real wall and the only way to move it was with my help. Even with these method employed, I still wasn't totally happy with the vault, as I wanted to turn the place into a thief's worst nightmare by turning it into a cursed tool with an unholy amount of lethal measures in place for trespassers. You may be wondering when I had this area created, and the answer was at the same time I renovated the church. It wasn't particularly hard, as I just used some wood like massive hands to dig out the dirt and stone under the basement before solidifying the walls with refined wood to keep out water and hold up the church above it. I burned a fuck ton of energy to do it, but I'd say that it was well worth it. I even had a small rug and chair that sat over the safe so any visitors wouldn't realize that it even existed. If you are curious why I even felt the need to make this addition to our humble abode, the answer was simply because of thieves. We were in the abandoned part of Orario, and while the church looked about a stiff breeze away from getting knocked down, thieves didn't pay it any attention. After I had fixed up the place though, I had noticed a few not so kind gazes on the place, and we couldn't always be present. Eventually one of these people was bound to come in here to ransack the place, hence the secret money hoard. I couldn't give less of a fuck about them stealing the figurines or even the less precious materials I kept in the chest, but the money was a whole other issue. The materials and figurines I could replace really cheaply since I didn't keep the good shit in the chest, but you take our savings and that was a massive loss. As of right now we were sitting at a little under 2 million valis after my recent deposit, which was quite a lot. Anyways, I put the rug and chair over the safe door and took a seat with these materials to craft a sword. Hell's Forge. I spoke while starting with the deep iron ore. The 2 coconut-sized chunks of ore immediately turned liquid under my technique's power and the impurities burnt away, yet the liquid flowed around my hand in defiance to the laws of physics. With a flourish of my fingers the liquid gathered up and formed a thin rectangular bar before solidifying and dropping onto my palm. Setting it aside, I grabbed the Goliath tooth that was a yellow shiny white material the size of a basketball. Unfortunately quite a bit of it was impurities, so after removing them it was reduced to barely a grapefruit's size. The same held true with the crimson coral and skull sheep bones as well, but that was just how it was with drop items. I didn't mention it previous, but crimson coral was a drop that came from a Water Palace floor's rare monster known as a coral golem and was prized for its sturdy wood-like quality in weapon crafting and had a lovely red color, hence the name.